Anti-gender mobilizations in the post-Yugoslav space, Roman. 1. Post-Yugoslav space, IMAG. When we initially discussed the concept of this book with some of our colleagues from Western academia, a common remark was why discuss current political affairs, such as anti-gender mobilizations, in connection to Yugoslavia, a country that ceased to exist over 30 years ago. We were suggested to use newer geopolitical reference, such as Southeastern Europe or the Western Balkans. Yet the first is too broad, the second too narrow. Neither of these descriptions adequately encompasses the states that emerged in the region of what used to be Yugoslavia. The Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia broke apart in 1991. Its dissolution took place in stages. Instead of one, today there are 7 states: Slovenia, Croatia, North Macedonia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, Serbia, and Kosovo, all nested in the space of what is colloquially called former Yugoslavia. Scholarship originating from the region more often resorts to the term post-Yugoslav, admittedly an imperfect concept lacking precision or a clear and widely accepted definition, symbolically loaded and open to contestations, 2023-2021. In that regard, it shares a conceptual ambiguity with its kin concept, post-socialism, al. 2018, 2019, Stenning, and 2008, which it also encompasses. In our understanding, post-Yugoslav space is not only the space once characterized by shared political, social, cultural, and economic frames, but also a post-partition, post-conflict, and post-socialist landscape, one that seems to be in a never-ending transition, 2015-135. This is important to emphasize because when we talk with colleagues from Eastern academia, they rarely fail to remind us that we are different. Often stands in the way of meaningful discussions on the commonalities between us, both before and after the fall of the Berlin Wall. Indeed, post-Yugoslav space is doubly exceptional. Yugoslavia was the country that the three worlds political cartography, with a peculiar self-management system, membership in the non-aligned movement, and Coca-Cola socialism, 2012. It was also a country that hosted the first unabashedly feminist conference in the socialist part of the world as early as 1978. The first decade of its transition from socialism to post-socialism, marked by the concatenation of gruesome wars, emphatically differed from the trajectories of other former Eastern European countries as well. Thus, although Yugoslavia does not exist, it still defines how we perceive ourselves and are perceived by others. We may be said to be tied by a secret bond. There is a secret bond, the title of a hugely popular 1977 song by, arguably the most popular band in the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, has by now turned into a cultural reference point, frequently invoked to articulate the ineffable. There is no straightforward rational explanation, but there is a secret bond that, to us, renders things comprehensible. Today's cynics might dismissively label this as 2008, but we insist on a secret bond that extends beyond such simplistic affective framings. The connection holds deeper political and cultural significance and transcends mere symbolic ties among people and their pasts. The papers collected in this volume scrutinize anti-gender mobilizations in 7 post-Yugoslav countries. Each of them portrays the national manifestations of the transnational narrative on gender ideology theory. They do this by looking into relevant contexts, main actors, discursive practices, and the mobilization strategies they employ. Since anti-gender mobilizations belong to newer socio-political phenomena, and 2017, all papers focus on temporally recent developments. Notably, these campaigns result in similar outcomes across the region, irrespective of the varying levels of progressive gender equality legislation. This demonstrates how global ideologies are localized and adapted to specific cultural and political contexts, with the post-Yugoslav space serving as a compelling case study. We therefore suggest that this region offers a unique and underexplored lens for examining anti-gender mobilizations in a global context. Far from being a peripheral or isolated case, the post-Yugoslav space illustrates how global anti-gender narratives are translated and adapted to local contexts. Our analysis reveals that while the rhetoric and strategies of anti-gender actors in the post-Yugoslav space often mirror global trends, the region's nationalist legacies and varied Europeanization trajectories imbue these campaigns with distinct characteristics. For this reason, we propose a reading that positions the post-Yugoslav space as a miniature showroom, a microcosm of how anti-gender politics germinates and branches out. The collected volume demonstrates how the implementation of discursive and policy strategies leads to complementary results in purportedly different contexts, albeit at different paces. While much of the existing scholarship frames anti-gender mobilizations as reactive backlash, movements responding to progressive advances in gender equality and LGBTQ rights, this volume introduces a new dimension to the debate, the role of RE in shaping these movements. Drawing on 2020 and AL. 2023, we argue that anti-gender mobilizations are not merely reactions to progressive developments, but are deeply rooted in the broader, ongoing processes of RE, particularly intensified in post-socialist contexts. In the former Yugoslav space, these mobilizations stem from a historical trajectory of nationalist RE, which predates and informs their current forms. By tracing the continuity of these dynamics from the 1990s to the present, this book, Anti-Gender Politics, as an integral part of the region's socio-political evolution rather than a straightforward backlash. This perspective challenges linear interpretations and highlights how anti-gender mobilizations amplify and adapt pre-existing reprocesses, creating what we describe as a reprocess on steroids. This concept of symbolic glue, see also, and 2015, is central to understanding how anti-gender rhetoric unites diverse actors and agendas under a shared narrative of existential threat. This book contributes a more nuanced perspective to this concept by demonstrating how the strength and stickiness of this symbolic glue are influenced by religious and nationalist divisions, particularly in a post-conflict setting. While gender as symbolic glue facilitates vertical collaborations between local groups and their transnational counterparts, it is less effective in fostering horizontal collaborations across the borders of former Yugoslav states. Enduring national divisions and religious differences often outweigh shared agendas, even among actors who use gender as a tool to advance populist objectives. By analyzing this dynamic, the book reveals how symbolic glue functions unevenly, shaped by the unique historical and cultural complexities of the post-Yugoslav space. This insight enriches our understanding of the interplay between global narratives and local specificities, offering a critical addition to the theoretical discourse on anti-gender mobilizations. This volume positions the former Yugoslav region as both a unique and globally relevant case study for understanding anti-gender mobilizations. The unique post-socialist transitions of the former Yugoslav states provide a critical lens for understanding how anti-gender mobilizations intersect with broader socio-political processes. Comparisons with Central and Eastern Europe reveal shared patterns and distinct divergences, enriching the understanding of post-socialist societies. We focus on this dimension in the concluding chapter of this collective volume, where we also bring a comparative perspective on the countries analyzed in this book, situating the results of our research within the broader scholarly debate on anti-gender mobilizations as a transnational phenomenon. However, in this introduction, our aim is to provide a common framework that underscores the shared historical and cultural background of the region, against which the national differences become even more poignant and theoretically provocative. We chose to look for this commonality in one particular dimension of our secret bond, the long-standing history of collaboration among feminist and LGBTQ groups. The journalists looked at us, three women sitting together and talking, as if we had fallen from the moon. At the end, they asked us in astonishment, how is it possible that such a terrible war is raging in the Balkans, and yet here, in Bremen, you are talking to each other in a friendly manner? My dear friend and one of the first new feminists in Yugoslavia responded, "Don't you know that we attended the feminist high school together?" 2002-5. Of course, no such school existed, but the story serves as a compelling illustration of the secret bond that has survived the Yugoslav wars and all the political, economic, and cultural turmoil, hatred, and exclusion that post-Yugoslav space has experienced. The echo of the selfsame feminist high school resounded in 2022, when a powerful slogan, "If you're afraid of the dark, we'll set the city on fire," appeared at the huge rally against rape in Less than a month later it appeared again, this time in the streets of Belgrade in a slightly modified form. "I grad, if you're afraid of the dark, will set this city on fire too." The heated relations between Belgrade or the profound differences between the languages spoken in the two cities did not stand in the way of a mighty feminist message traveling across borders. Despite a generally transnational nature of feminism today, such translational travels rarely happen with Bulgaria, Hungary, or Italy, Austria, Greece, Romania, or Albania, all of them neighboring countries. They are, however, in secretly bonded post-Yugoslav space. Sisterhood and brotherhood and unity. On 4 March 2024, CNN published an article with a declamatory title, stating that France becomes world's first country to enshrine abortion rights in Constitution, ensue 2024. Overnight, France also turned into the only country with such a constitutional provision. In the global overview of the constitutional framings of the right to abortion, written a year before, such a gross mistake was not made. Guarantees of reproductive freedom can be found in the constitutions of Bolivia, Cuba, Kosovo, North Macedonia, Serbia, Slovenia, South Africa, and Zimbabwe, 2023 400. Signals, however, that these most liberally framed constitutions result from the involvement of international experts in their drafting and mobilizations of women's organizations on ground. 404.01. Apart from the implication that the rights landed on a foreign soil as an international import, with the help of the local NGOs, a claim of anti-gender actors, something else also escaped the author: the fact that 4 out of 7 Yugoslav successor states have a claim to the most liberally framed constitutions. There is a forgotten historical root to this fact, entirely unrelated to international expertise. The Constitution of the SFRY of 1974 stated that it is the right of the human being to freely decide on the birth of children. This right can only be restricted for the protection of health, 2024, 2010-24. The same provision was included in the constitutions of the Yugoslav republics, some of which, upon proclamation of their independence, retained it in their new constitutions. In 1974, France still had a year to go before it decriminalized abortion. With anti-gender mobilizations on the loose, the news from France is a very good one. But being mindful of history is no less important. Refusing such obliteration contributes to the de-Westernization of women's human rights and helps preserve the recent history of the legal frames and practices originating in the Eastern, post-socialist part of the world, heavily exposed to the erasures of its history. The symbolical meaning of this gesture is significant too. Freedom and equality are not only constitutional givens, but have been lived by people who framed their lives in accordance with them. Sometimes they wanted more freedoms and a more substantial equality. This is where the story of Yugoslav feminism begins. The problem of equality of women in Yugoslavia is neither political, nor one of women's legal position in society. It remains chiefly an issue of economic backwardness, religious opinions, and other retrograde prejudices, private property relations, which still impact family life. Backward household and existing material problems of the family hamper woman from full participation in the economic and social life of the country. In 1980-75. In addition to abortion rights, the 1974 Constitution expanded the already existing women's rights to further guarantee equal rights to work, health and social protection, schooling, and access to higher education, proclaiming discrimination based on sex illegal. Marriage partners could assume either surname, retain their prenuptial property, as well as, in the case of divorce, the portion of the communal property each contributed through work, including household work. There is a durable tendency to diminish the magnitude of the socialist emancipation of women, either because it was enabled from above, with a supposedly ulterior and exclusive motive of raising general productivity, or because it was not engendered by a homegrown feminist movement. In the aftermath of socialism, we were all too eager to reject everything socialist only for being socialist, shedding light on motives rather than on effects, in our quest for a genuine feminism rather than on the many and various ways in which emancipation could be and was brought about. Criticism 1996 of the socialist process of modernization without feminism can be taken as exemplary. The Yugoslav case, however, complicates the discussion, the statement that in socialism there was no politicization of private life and the status of women in the family is simply incorrect. The state feminists openly rejected feminism because they saw feminist demands as too narrow. For example, a prominent politician who held high political office in the government of the Socialist Republic of Slovenia and was also the president of the Women's Anti-Fascist Front of Yugoslavia, explained, "What we are talking about here is not legal equality, but a new position of man and woman in work, family, and society, a new status and of the members of each sex, new moral, ethical values." 1978, 167. However, despite their dismissal of feminism, they were largely responsible for furthering gender equality politics. 2016, 1983. In addition, they discussed the double burden issue, the randomness of emancipatory actions, the double standards among male comrades, or the absence of extensive societal moves towards the eradication of inherited divisions. 2017, 271. When in the late 1970s a new generation of liberationists emerged addressing the politicization of the private in a properly feminist way, bidding for a feminist socialist self-management, they initially collaborated with the older generation appearing at the same conferences and writing for the same publications. 2017. In Yugoslav socialism, emancipation had different faces. Historical analyses of the feminist movement in Yugoslavia highlight several pivotal events that played key roles in the shaping of the movement. As early as 1976, a section titled Contemporary Feminism was featured at a sociological conference in Slovenia. This event saw the participation of academic feminists from throughout Yugoslavia and marked the first public discussion on feminism under socialism. Feminist issues began to be further explored within the Croatian Sociological Society. In 1979, the section I, Woman and Society, was established in Zagreb, Croatia. Several years later, the section with the same name was established in Belgrade too. However, the most transformative event for Yugoslav feminism was the conference drug, Comrade Woman, the Woman's Question New Approach. Held in 1978 in Belgrade. The English brochure prepared for the meeting elucidates how Yugoslavs understood themselves, as well as how they positioned themselves towards their foreign guests from various corners of Europe. The document entitled The Need for a New Approach to the Women Question 3 introduces a stark contrast between present-day industrial capitalism and socialist societies in which many things have been achieved. While capitalist societies saw the new process of women raising their self-consciousness, more radical than ever inside the heterogeneous women's movement, socialist societies are faced with a series of open questions concerning the position of women, the family, marriage, social relations between the sexes, and their still present inequality. As if reiterating the statement from 1958, the document states that the relations between the sexes are under the pressure of bourgeois morality, patriarchal tradition, religion, and various social taboos and new and old habits, to conclude that such an anachronism is not in accord with the progressive tendencies of a self-managing society. The translated texts accompanying the brochure, translated both to Croatian and from Croatian into English, also speak about the two-way exchange expected from the meeting. The foreign guests would speak about what had changed in the social position of women after the rise of the women's movement, while Yugoslav hosts would reflect on the real position of women in socialism, linking the existing emancipation with the potentials for liberation. Throughout the 1980s, Yugoslav feminists focused on the realm of the private and the patriarchal structures that governed it, identifying sexism in practices distinctly separated from the workings of the state. They challenged these as the manifestations of patriarchy that was as present in socialism as it was in Western capitalism. Such a critique could have had significant societal effects if history had not taken another turn. This is proven in a seemingly different area of the private life, that of Yugoslav queer people. In 1977, the republics of Slovenia, Croatia, Montenegro, and Vojvodina, the northern autonomous province of Serbia, decriminalized homosexuality at a time when no organized LGBTQ movement existed. This action was part of socialist modernization practices aimed at distancing from the old bourgeois moralistic and religious residues in the criminal codes of Yugoslav republics. Homosexuality was decriminalized as a private practice, where the state had no right to intervene, as long as it was consensual and nonviolent. Al. 2017. In most Eastern Europe's post-socialist countries, LGBTQ movements began to take shape only after the political changes of the 1990s and 2007. Yugoslavia stands out as an exception. The origins of its gay and lesbian movement date back to the early 1980s. In 1984, the first gay organization was established in Ljubljana. This organization was deeply connected with the new social movements emerging in Slovenia at the time, including the feminist movement, which by then had started to address issues of sexual orientation too. While lesbians were involved in both movements, they established their own organization, LL, in 1988, followed by Zagreb-based Initiative a year later. This was a strategic move to focus on specific issues that were either marginalized or deemed irrelevant within the male-dominated gay movement and the predominantly heterosexual feminist movement. Another instance of public engagement was the first regular radio broadcast dealing with gay issues in 1985 in Zagreb, named Frigid Socket. However, since gay and lesbian activism did not fully emerge until the late 1980s or early 1990s, these movements were not as closely connected as the feminist movement was. This does not diminish the significance of the Slovenian gay and lesbian movement in the 80s for the rest of Yugoslavia. On the contrary, Ljubljana's first gay disco, the pioneering venue of its kind, attracted visitors from across the country, as well as from Italy and Austria, underscoring its importance as a cultural and social hub for the LGBTQ community. The gay and lesbian movement in the 1980s shifted the discourse on homosexuality from a psychiatric to a cultural and political context. For example, in 1986, issued a public declaration calling for amendments to the Yugoslav constitution to prohibit discrimination based on sexual orientation, and for the decriminalization of homosexuality in Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Macedonia. Despite not achieving their demands, these political interventions garnered media and public attention. Amidst the fraying political cohesion of Yugoslavia, homophobia was instrumentalized within emerging nationalist discourses, which construed the tolerance of homosexuality as a deviation from the Yugoslav idea. A significant event in 1987 marked the first major scandal involving homosexuality in Yugoslavia, sparked by the scheduling of the annual Gay Culture Festival to commence on 25 May. This date coincided with the birthday of the late Yugoslav president, Tito, a coincidence that the Yugoslav government considered a provocation. The media sensationalized the coverage of this incident, falsely reporting that a World Congress of Homosexuals would be organized in Ljubljana, purportedly posing a health threat to the healthy segment of the Yugoslav population. Fears that Yugoslavia might be perceived as a haven for gays prompted the Bosnian weekly magazine as to suggest that every heterosexual Yugoslav should wear a badge reading, "Nancy Boys. No thanks. 2003. Goodbye, brotherhood and unity." Feminist and queer bonds began to grow at the time when the Yugoslav official bond started to dissolve. As the tensions between Yugoslav republics and autonomous provinces rose, the idea that all Yugoslavs live as brothers in unity rapidly devolved into what seemed like a hollow slogan. National distinctions, previously eclipsed by the official bonds of brotherhood and unity, blossomed, and nationalisms of all stripes emerged as a viable alternative. Instead of unity, the ideological emphasis was now on the national differences by nationalist propaganda, transforming the yesterday's brotherly neighbors into today's deadly foes. By the end of the 1980s, what merely a decade ago seemed incomprehensible, socialism falling apart, Yugoslavia dissolving, spawning unimaginable violence on vast portions of its territory, was just around the corner. In the country that was feared to become a haven for gays, a new type of masculinity began to be fostered, a militarized one, the one that will sweep the stage in the 1990s. The feminist issue of rape was reappropriated for nationalist purposes, followed by the fear-mongering discussions on Serbian depopulation and Albanian overpopulation in Kosovo as a form of demographic warfare, 2006. Simultaneously with the debates on the need for a more substantial, more feminist emancipation of Yugoslav women, in another, increasingly dominant register, women were seen as the birth givers to the endangered nations. The re that would follow the fall of the wall in entire Eastern Europe had a very specific outlook in what became of Yugoslavia. In the mind frame of the new nationalist propagandists, women were to serve the nation solely as the mothers of the future warriors, or worse, as the tool of genocide, the wombs carrying the offsprings of the enemy, 1996, 1994. At the first conference of the network of Yugoslav feminists in 1987 in Ljubljana, amid the evident disintegration of Yugoslavia and the sharp rise of nationalist rhetoric, feminists declared their commitment to sisterhood and a refusal to be ensnared by male concerns for territorial rights and geographical boundaries. 2001-6. How they imagined those male concerns would be put into practice is almost impossible to tell. Was anyone prepared for a war that would move from one place to the other, for the disfigurement of several generations of people who used to live together harmoniously, and of future generations that still bear the brunt of the unresolved territorial rights issue based on a continual augmentation of historical grievances? The future that was soon to happen proved that they would remain committed to sisterhood at the moment when brotherhood and unity was no more. With the looming wars in Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, which followed the 10-day military conflict in Slovenia, feminist actors found themselves in a new political situation. They ceased to be Yugoslav benevolent dissidents and became disloyal citizens instead, 2015-94, on the Dissident Stars or the Witches from Case C, 2001. When the war erupted, feminism took on a peacekeeping role especially within the Croatian, Serbian, and Bosnian movements, which adopted a clear anti-war stance, while Slovenian feminists played a vital role in helping thousands of refugees fleeing the war in Bosnia, providing support and shelter in the newly established Slovenian state. In areas heavily affected by war, feminists concentrated on anti-war protests and organizing humanitarian aid for war victims. Notably in Croatia, in the anti-war campaign initiated in 1991, feminists played a crucial role, while in Serbia, the Women in Black organized their first vigil in the fall of 1991, remaining the most consistent opponents of war and violence in Serbia, 2025. The Montenegrin group Anima grew out of the protest for reason and peace that took place in early 1991, 2017, 2015. In Macedonia, the Macedonian Union of Women's Organizations also concentrated on peace and charity causes, 2019, 111. In Bosnia, a feminism out of necessity emerged, focusing on providing psychosocial support to war victims, 1997. During this period, feminism was characterized by its consciously political, anti-nationalist and anti-militarist stance, maintaining connections despite the war, but also despite the tensions within the movements themselves, particularly regarding wartime rape, 2017. The advent of new technologies like the Mir, four-piece mailing list, proved instrumental for maintaining communication between feminist groups across the now already post-Yugoslav space, facilitating a sustained exchange of information and cooperation, especially among urban centers like Belgrade, Ljubljana, and Zagreb, which were eventually joined by women's initiatives undertaken in Macedonia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, 2002. In the parts of former Yugoslavia, where the war's impact was less direct, feminist movements were exposed to the immediate effects of the dismantling of the legacies of socialism. In 1991, while supporting peace efforts, the Slovenian feminist movement had to face one of the first attempts to reintroduce traditional gender roles. The feminists sought to safeguard abortion right as the constitutional right in the newly established Slovenian constitution, succeeding in this through a close collaboration with the country's liberal political factions. Understood as a medical and social issue in socialism, in its aftermath abortion turned into a forum of political competition in which much broader issues were at stake, like anti-communist morality, nationhood, and demographic trends, 2004, 115. The Yugoslav standard for the protection of women's reproductive rights was not maintained across the post-Yugoslav landscape. And in this volume, the rehabilitation of the influence of the churches is of crucial importance in this debate. Under socialism, religion had been confined to the private sphere and played no role in the country's political affairs. However, in the 1990s, it sought and largely managed to reclaim a position of a public intellectual, offering judgments on moral and other political community issues, 1996, 2005. In spaces directly affected by wars, the churches had an even stronger role. that of the divine of the soul and the body of nation, in the name of which they openly justified violence. Orthodox Christianity, Catholicism, and Islam began to function as the newly found markers of ethnic identity. In the post-war period, the churches, though at a different pace and with a differing scope, gradually penetrated social life, education, and media, and claimed authority in the sphere of family and gender roles. A common feature in the processes of the gendered implementation of post-socialist capitalism, symbolically and materially, undermined the previously gained levels of emancipation in entire Eastern Europe. In the 1990s, the full application of the post-socialist transformation had a slower pace in almost all the parts of the partitioned Yugoslav space due to the wars. The wars, however, accelerated the pace of shaping it in a distinct way. The tradition to be retrieved was not only an imaginary pre-socialist one. In the war-affected parts of post-Yugoslav space, its contours were shaped by an emphatically militarized patriarchy. For that reason, the nationalist of the 1990s cannot be separated from the enormous war-produced impoverishment and the colossal symbolic reordering of gender relations, which left a deep mark on the feminist and queer activist directions in the decades to come. This type of must also be taken into consideration when we attempt to understand contemporary ultraconservative campaigns. Although anti-gender mobilizations cannot be simplistically equated with the nationalist reimagining of the heteronormative gender order consisting solely of our warriors and mothers birthing our nation, they are carved on that background. The different levels of exposure to the wars and the ultimate success, or failure, of the nationalist politics that supported the war machinery shaped contemporary conservative politics in the successor states of Yugoslavia. The profoundly homophobic sentiments forged during the wars of the 1990s give us little reason to speak of a backlash, 2020 and 2024. And I, on the one hand, grew up on the socialist morality of brotherhood and unity, and on the other, we had to invent what it means to be a lesbian and to be gay man in the 1990s during the criminal regime. We were excited to exist and to meet. And since we lived in Serbia, the most important thing for us was to survive, because same-sex love called into question the ideology of the patriarchal family and was therefore considered a greater crime than the war crimes of nationalism. In 2023, emerging in the 1990s, feminist and LGBTQ groups were unavoidably related to anti-war efforts. The first act of Arcadia was an open letter condemning Serbian militarism. The first Croatian gay and lesbian group LIGMA, Lesbian and Gay Action, established in 1992, collaborated closely with the Croatian anti-war campaign, publishing its first texts on queer issues in their anti-war newspaper, 2012. Many of the draft dodgers joined feminist groups, demanding not only the wars to stop, but also advocating for a different kind of masculinity, a different kind of gender regime to the one that nationalist brotherhoods created. By being disloyal to the cause of their warring nation, they were proclaimed renegades, betrayers, collaborators with the enemy. In the 1990s, the enemy was not an abstract entity encapsulated by the faraway center of power, be it the West, Brussels, or Europe. The enemies were all around us, just across the border of what yesterday was our common home. If we take that post-Yugoslav feminism and queer activism guided itself by principle, 2012, red embroidery, 2017 to always cross borders, the nationalists were right. Post-Yugoslav feminist and queer activists were betraying both the patriarchal gender order and the nation that aimed to forcibly prescribe it. The 2000s, the decade of coming democracy. After the military conflicts in Kosovo and the Allied NATO bombing of Serbia, the conflict moved to today's North Macedonia, ending in August 2001. The military recomposition of Yugoslavia was complete, both in terms of territories and the constant movement of refugees. Montenegro and Serbia parted ways peacefully in 2006. Kosovo proclaimed independence in 2008, which Serbia has not recognized to this day. Post-Yugoslavia, now comprising of 7 states, entered the post-socialist, post-conflict, and post-partition transition to democracy, which for most of the countries translated into transition to peace. Joining the EU in 2004, Slovenia was the first post-Yugoslav state to become a member of the supranational political and economic union, which all other new states would strive to join. To this moment, only Croatia managed to achieve this goal in 2013. For both Slovenia and Croatia, this was a welcomed move away from the Balkans and towards Central Europe, and a sign of the definitive break with their socialist past. The return to Europe, a goal shared by different liberal and nationalist political fractions in Slovenia and Croatia, aligned them with former Eastern Europe more than with their former brothers, whose non-European status became specifically underscored by the new collective name under which the rest of post-Yugoslav countries, plus Albania, would become known, the Western Balkans. The return to Europe in the Western Balkans proved thorny, ambivalent, featuring too many significant political and social actors who were overtly against the West. Nationalism, especially in Serbia and the regions where Serbian Orthodox Church had a strong presence, would become articulated as prominently anti-Western, and with time, specifically anti-European. Almost entirely absent in Slovenia and Croatia, this anti-Westernism has had a central position in recent anti-gender mobilizations, as the crucible of traditional values, often informed by the Russian progressive detachment from the collective West. The 2000s saw the rise of civic society in entire post-Yugoslav space as an integral part of the democratization Europeanization process. As is clear from previous pages, certain forms of civic society existed before the wars which began in 1991 and 1992, and before they were imported from Western Europe and the United States by representatives of the new humanitarian order, 2007, 219. If feminism and queer activism in the war-infested 1990s were a warped post-socialist offspring of its socialist progenitor, the 2000s gave rise to very different modes of organizing, mainly within NGO structures. The 2000s civic society was expected to serve many purposes at the same time: to produce a new democratic counterculture, channel peacebuilding on the background of nation-building, offer services to the impoverished states, and provide know-how in policy-making. Notably, their existence, as well as, at a point, their agendas, depended almost exclusively on foreign finances. Thus, even if feminist or more broadly, women's groups were doing work for the state, work that the state was unwilling or incapable of doing, they appeared as remote enough to be seen as internal outsiders, remunerated by their Western donors, and under the influence of always potentially foreign and thus dangerous ideas. The endless, zigzagging waltz between post-Yugoslav states and the EU thrived on the existence of such internal outsiders, especially when they were pronouncedly. Much before became the demonic figure of anti-gender mobilizations, feminist and queer organizations were termed, that being the ultimate insult in the new states on their way to becoming European. On the other hand, the new states, with their new civic societies, produced opportunities for feminist and queer activism to grow beyond the proverbial Ljubljana-Zagreb-Belgrade axis. Even the Drug Conference, the momentous event in the history of Yugoslav feminism, featured only women from these three centers, in addition to Nada Lur, a solitary figure from Bosnia and Herzegovina. As Eli 2021 320 claims, regardless of progressive leftist ideas, in this period Yugoslav feminism was centrist, that is, focused on the Yugoslav capitals such as Zagreb, Ljubljana, and Belgrade. Media information about the peripheries, Kosovo among them, was either scarce or largely biased. And Kosovo is not an isolated case. The proliferation of women's groups, activities, and demands from the 2000s is clearly visible in Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, 2020, and North Macedonia, where the biggest breakthrough occurred in the first decade of the 21st century. It is a time of enthusiasm, multitude and variety of women's sector activities with access to resources and specialized multi-year programs for empowerment and leadership from the donor community, and 2019-14. In this period, the mandatory political quota system was introduced in each of the new states, domestic violence was successfully put on the political agenda, and gender equality began to be legally articulated through laws. Gender mainstreaming, seen as a comprehensive strategy of the re-institutionalization of gender equality, put into practice by the national mechanisms, was understood as not so much having to do with the post-socialist transition as with the reparation of the conflict-laden societies. The word gender began to appear in the public incomparably more often than ever before, leaving the ivory towers of feminist and queer jargon. Despite the focus on respective national contexts, the secret bond between feminists and queer activists did not disappear in the 2000s. Centers for Women's Studies, many of them established already in 1990s, were of critical importance for the dissemination of knowledge in our own languages, but they were also crucial for the travel of the transborder language of feminist theory. The feminist production of knowledge assumed there existed a common learning platform, and the exchanges between women's studies centers and a few other feminist publishers were seen as a way of unimpeded theory traveling through which the ties were maintained, and languages in what began to be called the region, but feminists spoke and read all of them. The second major form of sharing across borders was through feminist and queer festivals. With the Slovenian, the City of Women and Red Dawns, set up already in the 1990s, the festivals would become the true space of transborder encounter. They were mushrooming throughout the 2000s, from Queer Zagreb to Queer Belgrade, from Fem and Vox Zagreb to Pitchwise Sarajevo and Belgrade, with several important attempts at decentralization in and at the start of the 2010s, PA, Firstborn Girl, and Skopje Pride Festival began to be organized in Skopje, while Femart started running in. The new post-partition form of building effective networks based on mutual exchange and learning presented itself as an alternative to the of feminist and queer politics, as the space for the development of the anarchist and leftist ideas, but also, as 2024 claims, as the space of belonging, play, reflection, and fun for the generation of millennial queer feminists. Although the Women's Court took place in 2015, this event in its essence encapsulates the previous 2 decades' demands for peace, justice, truth, and reconciliation. Staged in Sarajevo as the first European Women's Court, it shed light on the different forms of violence against women during wars and in their aftermath. 36 survivors of war witnessed on the violence they were exposed to, within thematically separate sections on war against civilians, the female body as a battlefield, militarist violence and women's resistance to it, ethnic cleansing and socioeconomic wars against women, and 2017. Gathering 500 participants from the entire post-Yugoslav space and the world, the Women's Court was about public consciousness, ethics, and morality over human loss, 2015. The feminists who stood fiercely against the war in the 1990s opposed its normalization and its growing relativization in the times of the negative peace. Pride parades tell us something about the secret bond among LGBTQ activists. Although the Belgrade and Ljubljana parades were not directly connected and occurred within a week of each other in the summer of 2001, the violent backlash at the Belgrade Pride Parade, disrupted by a huge number of hooligans and ultra-right groups, incited to protest by the representatives of the Serbian Orthodox Church, had a significant public impact. The violence in Belgrade prompted Croatian lesbian activists who had been at the Belgrade Parade to suggest a parade in Zagreb the next year. However, Slovenia's first Pride Parade in 2001 and Croatia's in 2002 went ahead relatively peacefully, with strong police protection in Croatia. Serbia did not hold another Pride Parade until 2010 because of the harsh response to its first attempt and the political challenges that led to the repeated bans. Meanwhile, parades in Ljubljana and especially Zagreb have grown in attendance, becoming annual events that celebrate diversity. Parades have also been organized in cities outside the capitals in Slovenia and Croatia, some facing violent counter-protests, such as the one in Split in 2011, where several thousands of anti-gay protesters hurled various objects at the marchers, including rocks and bottles and anything they could grab, even potted oleander plants. The opponents were mostly young men, and they held their arms out in a fascist salute while chanting "Kill, kill, kill the gays." The same chant that had been used at Belgrade Pride in 2001, Moss, 2014, 222. The first Pride Parade in Montenegro was organized in 2013, during which 60 people were injured in clashes between the police and protesters. Kosovo held its first Pride Parade in 2017, while North Macedonia and Bosnia and Herzegovina organized theirs in 2019, see specifically in this volume. The parades have become a vivid demonstration of the secret bond. The delegations from all over post-Yugoslav space attended them either to walk the streets freely when that was not possible in their own states, or to provide support to the new prides. This was not merely a matter of incidental visits, as is common when groups attend pride parades worldwide, but rather a deliberate and strongly active subversion, invoking a shared history and a multitude of political, economic, linguistic, cultural, and also deeply personal ties that have resisted the forces of exclusion both during and after Yugoslavia's dissolution. 2016-16. Gays as the most European post-Yugoslavs, feminists as gender commissariat. In the 2000s, the period of accelerated transition into nation-building, being consciously post-Yugoslav and adamantly, was at the core of the secret bond. Furthermore, being pro-European, which most often translated into being pro-human rights, desecrated by and through the wars, positioned post-Yugoslav feminists and queer activists as having a common goal, even if they were focused on their own local affairs. In the post-conflict zones, Europeanization was rarely understood as the post-socialist process of transition into capitalism, while European values were largely seen as something we lost due to the wars, not socialism. Gender mainstreaming and demands for more inclusive policies towards the LGBTQ community were, for better or for worse, often equated with European values, becoming not just the goal but also the tool that, at the outset of anti-gender mobilizations in the 2010s, would turn against its users. Pride parades, for example, began to function as the symbols of much broader ideological struggles. Thus, particularly in the states that are not EU members, foreign delegations and diplomats took active participation in prides to demonstrate the European orientation of the respective country. Prides would become a litmus test for the commitment to the European values of diversity, human rights, and inclusion, the prerequisites for EU integration, at the time when EU surged after the 2008 economic crisis, along with the rise of populist and radical right-wing policies within the EU Parliament. As 2016-11 puts it, the inclusion of LGBTQ rights in the Europeanization process destabilizes the patriarchal gender regime, but it also alienates the struggle for non-heteronormative emancipation from the domestic political context and creates a sphere of privileged voices in which Western embassies and their representatives play particularly important roles. In partnership with domestic liberal intellectuals and activists who become empowered to act as key translators and intermediaries. This would become particularly salient in cases when the states themselves began to perform a reverse tactical Europeanization, for which Serbia became notorious, 2023 and 2024. In the 2010s, something new began to unroll. Queer and feminist activists were catapulted from their largely invisible social margins to the center of the political stage, as the excessively powerful engineers of social reality. It was, however, not their socialist, or 2009, secret bond that made them the biggest threat to the healthy, natural tissue of the nation-s. The ultraconservative narrative came from elsewhere, borrowing its terms from France, the US, or Russia, and adapting itself to local circumstances. This was not a divide between European, Western Croatia, and Eastern Croatia. Nor was it any longer just a divide between right-wing and left-wing Croatia, previously manifested in the debates on the role of and the partisans in World War II. Rather, and crucially, this divide between conservative and liberal Croatia attached itself to the idea of a divide in worldviews about sexuality and gender. And this is where this collection of texts takes off. We want to understand it as an instance of the secret bonding in the era of anti-gender mobilizations. The era in which, as the joke would have it, the conservatives from Croatia, Serbia, Slovenia, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina disagree on all major things but one: they are all equally respectful of the teachings of Jordan. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S, and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the license material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: B. 1996. Rape Warfare, the Hidden Genocide in Bosnia-Herzegovina and Croatia. University of Minnesota Press. D. 1997. U. In B. Id. I. Myra. 2426. J. D. and D. 2018. The Future of Post-Socialism. SUNY Press. J. 2001. Feminism, Nationalism, and War, the Yugoslav Case in Feminist Texts. Journal of International Women's Studies, 3-1-123. J. and Sue X. 2024. France becomes world's first country to enshrine abortion rights in Constitution. CNN. Retrieved August 23, 2024, from edition Com 2024030 for Europe-France Abortion Constitution Index. B. Id. 2016. LGBT activism and in the post-Yugoslav space, on the Rainbow Way to Europe. N. 2021. Retrieved August 23, 2024, from Com 202112. C. 2008. Belgrade, 1978. Remembering the Conference. 30 years after M.A. thesis. Utrecht University. C. 2016. On Marxist Feminism and Agency. Aspasia 10, 145-151. S.D. and House C. 2023. Dr. Frankenstein's Hydra. In P.R. Cover C.H., C.A. and R. Parker. Handbook of Sexuality, Gender, Health and Rights. 484-493. I. 2019. Breaking the Silence, Lesbian Activism in Macedonia. In B and M. Lesbian Activism in the Post-Yugoslav Space. 109-132. E. 2017. Obok, 1815-2015, Doctoral Dissertation. University of SAD. F. Lied. 2016. 10 years after Communism and Feminism Revisited. Aspasia 10, 102-168. I. 2009. Back to a Nostalgic Future, The Utopia. Sexters 1-1-121. M. 1983. The Women's Movement in Yugoslavia. The Case of the Conference for the Social Activity of Women in Croatia, 1965-1974. Frontiers 7-2-4755. S. 2001. How I Became a Witch. In Argils R. and L. Lyle. Reporting the Post-Communist Revolution. 4552. R. 2004. From Social to National Issue, Abortion Debates in Serbia in the 1990s. Austrian Journal for Historical Studies, 1 Special Volume, Reproducing Body Politics, 115-25. R. 2010. Bella, I.N. Plus. B. 1993. Cinderella Goes to Market, Citizenship, Gender and Women's Movement in East Central Europe. Verso. H. 1996. Ignored but Assumed, Family and Gender Between Public and Private Realm. Czech Sociological Review, 4-1, 145-165. T. 2024. Yugoslavia pioneered abortion rights in Constitution long before France. Balkan Insight. Retrieved August 23, 2024, from Com 20240-308. Yugoslavia pioneered abortion rights in Constitution long before France, v. 2002. V. M. 2012. LGBTIQ U. In S. Lied. LGBT Second Aid. 89-100. J. 2023. Serbian gay rights pioneer and anti-war activist remembered. Balkan Insight. Retrieved August 23, 2024, from COM 2023090. Serbian gay rights pioneer and anti-war activist remembered, M. 2023. 21, 265-284. M. 1996. V. 1221, 4356. K and M. 2019. Women's political participation in North Macedonia. Foundation for Democracy of Westminster. E and M. 2015. Gender as symbolic glue. FEPS. Library Files Budapest 11382. E. 2021. Same goal, different paths, different class. Women's feminist political engagements in Kosovo from the mid-1970s until the mid-1990s. Comparative Southeastern European Studies, 6923, 313-334. Org 10151520-210014. V. 2015. Women's Court for the Former Yugoslavia, Seeking Justice, Truth, and Active Remembering. Women's Court. Retrieved August 23, 2024 from Org N. R. 2003. Media Representations of Homosexuality. Peace Institute. R&D. 2017. Anti-Gender Campaigns in Europe, Mobilizing Against Equality. And R&J 2007. Beyond the Pink Curtain, Everyday Life of LGBT People in Eastern Europe. Peace Institute. Z 2021. A Note on the Meaning of the Post in Post-Yugoslav Literature. Slavonic and East European Review 99-4, 734-741. Org 101353C202-1840674. A. 2017. Feminist Activism at War, Belgrade and Zagreb Feminists in the 1990s. Moss K. 2014. Split Europe and Homophobia in Croatia. In PM&D. LGBT Activism and the Making of Europe, A Rainbow Europe. 212-232. M. 2019. Goodbye. Europasia Studies, 71-4, 533-550. Org 10108009668136201915783337. V and E 2023. Nationalist Combatants, Activists, A Conversation with On the Multifaceted Role of Women in Kosovo. Journal of Women, Politics and Policy, 44-4, 548-554. 2006. Women in Serbia, Post-Communism, War and National Mutations. In J, K, and S. Gender and Identity. 121-140. Belgrade Women's Studies Center. 2012. This is my report to you. Fond. Day 2020. Backlash, a Misleading Narrative. LSE Blogs. Retrieved August 23, 2024, from blogs Gender 20200330 Backlash, a Misleading Narrative, N 1980. IU KPJSKJ. 38-1, 74-77. P 2015. 15. Anima Ice. Z 2020. UI. Z and A 2024. Religion and Gender in Bosnian-Herzegovinian Populist. In A, J, and T. Religion, Gender, and Populism in the Mediterranean. 106-129. Red Embroidery. 2017. Queer Archive Documentary Movie. Association. Retrieved August 23, 2024, from ComWatch V5M0 UIQs and OB Channel. Z 2024. Festivals as Reparative Gender Politics, Millennial Feminism in Southeastern Europe. A 2023. Constitutional Framings of the Right to Abortion, A Global View. International Journal of Constitutional Law, 21-2, 399-406. Org 101093 Icon Moed 029. Stenning A and K 2008. History, Geography and Difference in the Post-Socialist World, or Do We Still Need Post-Socialism? Antipode 42, 312-335. Aid. 1994. Mass Rape, The War Against Women in Bosnia-Herzegovina. University of Nebraska Press. K 2023. Coming In, Sexual Politics and EU Accession in Serbia. Manchester University Press. P 2007. Civil Society or in HRIL T&A. 20 Pieces of Encouragement for Awakening and Change. 215-228. Center for Nonviolent Action. I 2015. New Left in the Post-Yugoslav Space, Issues, Sites and Forms. Socialism and Democracy, 29-3, 135-146. Org 10-10800885430020151089094. J.R.&T. 2017. Unnatural Fornication, Cases Under State Socialism, a Hungarian-Slovenian Comparative Social Historical Approach. Journal of Homosexuality, 6414, 1943-1960. Org 10-1080091836920-161273719. V. 1978. O.N. 1011-157-173. M. 2008. A Study of Nostalgia for Peace Institute. R. 2012. T. 2023. Culture Wars as a Speech Act, Reflecting on and Worldview Divides in the Case of Croatian Anti-Gender Mobilizations. In I.E.D. Culture Wars in Europe. 131-138. The Institute for Russian. L&S 1998. I. In M. Eid. Ka. 4760. I. A. 2015. Dissidents, Disloyal Citizens and Partisans of Emancipation, Feminist Citizenship in Yugoslavia and Post-Yugoslav Spaces. Women's Studies International Forum, 49, 93-100. Org 10-1016J20-140-7002. A. 2017. The Strange Case of Yugoslav Feminism, Feminism and Socialism in the East. In D. M. and D. The Cultural Life of Capitalism in Yugoslavia, Post-Socialism and Its Other. 263-283. A and Z 2024. Gender Equality for Show, Serbian Performative. In J, A, and T. Gender, Religion, and Populism. 88-105. A 2025. Women in Black Belgrade. In ECL Laydowns D and D. Mobilizing for Welfare in Europe, The Unpolitical Politics of Social Action, 1870s to 1990s. 187-205. Bloomsbury Academic. S&M 2017. OI. U. S 2005. 1412, 7196. Notably, similar protective measures were not extended to men, except in Slovenia where the income support during parental leave was granted to mothers or to another person entitled to it for the care and protection of the child. Women were acknowledged, safeguarded, and ultimately celebrated as both workers and mothers, whereas men were seen as self-managers but not as fathers, 1993. It was not until the new millennium that some post-Yugoslav countries began to acknowledge the paternal role, introducing policies such as paternity leave. The section organized public lectures at the Students' Cultural Center on topics as varied as in years 1982-83. Sexism and socialism, in us, attitudes towards marriage in the past, women in mass media, rape as a measure of repression, family rituals around the first period monarchy, the choice of toys, obesity, sexuality in the report, and 1998 52-53. All quotations from the document, written on a typewriter without page numbers, are taken from S. Valuable MA Thesis 2008, where the text appears as a photograph. Kosovo is an exception because although, as claims, multiple forms of ethnic, civic, sexual, and feminist activism were taking place, they were subordinated to the bigger and totalizing cause, liberation from Serbia, and 2023 551. 2. Mobilizing the womb, anti-abortion activism, and the institutionalization of the anti-gender movement in Croatia. Introduction. In December 1990, the Croatian parliament adopted the new constitution of the no longer socialist Republic of Croatia, NN 561990. Among many monumental changes to the country's legal order, one perhaps less visible was that, in contrast to the 1974 Constitution of the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, SFRY, and the 1974 Constitution of the Socialist Republic of Croatia, the right to freely decide on childbirth, encompassing the right to abortion, was no longer a constitutional right, and 2014-2005. Nonetheless, the legislation that previously guaranteed the exercise of this right, the 1978 Act on Health Measures for the Realization of the Right to Freely Decide on Childbirth, NN 1878, henceforward Health Measures Act remains in effect to this day, permitting abortion on demand until 10 weeks after conception. The constitutionality of the Health Measures Act has been challenged several times, most notably in 1991 and in 2016. These constitutional complaints claimed that the Health Measures Act violated the new Article 21 of the Constitution on the right to life of every human being. Although both complaints were unsuccessful, they differed in nature, reflecting the distinctive character of anti-abortion mobilizations in Croatia during the 1990s and 2010s, when Croatia was already encountering a comprehensive anti-gender mobilization. The 1991 constitutional complaint was lodged by a new Catholic NGO Croatian Movement for Life and Family, and, like similar complaints lodged in 1995 and 2008, received no formal response. However, in 2016, a constitutional complaint was lodged by the NGO in the name of the family, UIO, formed a few years prior as a civil initiative to organize a constitutional referendum defining marriage as a union between a woman and a man. This time the Constitutional Court issued a formal decision several months after the UIO's complaint, rejecting the request for a constitutional evaluation of the Health Measures Act, 2017. The constitutional complaints in the 1990s, and several other legal attempts to restrict abortion in that period, and 2014-2005 failed despite the seemingly opportune context of gender re-al. 2013, the governing party's focus on demographic renewal, and 2002, and the rise of religious and sexual nationalisms, and 2015. All these developments were in service of the Catholic traditional family that was amidst the Croatian state building in the wake of ethnic conflicts and the violent dissolution of the SFRY, supposed to serve the biological reproduction and growth of the Croatian nation, and 2024. While the latter was threatened by the right to abortion, the 1990s anti-abortion activists nevertheless failed to abolish it. In the mid-2010s, the constitutional challenge of the Health Measures Act and the right to abortion failed again. This time, however, the constitutional complaint was just one of many anti-abortion activities taking place both inside and outside the legal institutional arena. Furthermore, these activities could no longer be characterized as campaigns largely disconnected from the public, as in 2017. 64 described opposition to reproductive and sexual rights in the 1990s and early 2000s. Instead, this opposition grew in both number and apparent public appeal. The anti-abortion actors rapidly proliferated, including not only NGOs and other organizations claiming life since conception as a human right or core value in their mission statements, e.g., but also those that initially emerged targeting other anti-gender issues, and 2017, such as sex education, Voice of Parents for Children, GROZD, or same-sex marriage, UIO. Moreover, their influence or visibility in the 2010s also often seemed disproportional to their size or formal public support. Al. 2017. Therefore, in Croatia, whose 2000s democratizing changes to the legal institutional framework resulted in a successful closing of the European Union (EU) accession Chapter 23, Judiciary and Fundamental Rights, encompassing gender equality measures, and the country's subsequent EU membership since 2013. The right to freely decide on childbirth seemed more at stake than it was when Croatia was rebuilding its statehood, facing the consequences of the war devastation in the semi-authoritarian 1990s regime, 2003. This regime was defined in opposition to the communist legacy and around Roman Catholicism as the bedrock of national identity and values, 2003-2006. Nevertheless, it also claimed a deep embedding in Europe, which made the early 2000s turn towards the EU a goal generally shared across the mainstream political spectrum, 2013, that then contributed to toning down of ethnic nationalist narratives during the EU negotiations, 2013. Still, following Croatia's accession to the EU, disillusionment grew and ethnic nationalism resurfaced and was hijacked by what had by then become the anti-gender movement too, accompanied by the vilification of the EU during some of its later campaigns, most notably in the mobilizations against the Istanbul Convention in 2017 and 2018, and 2021. This was possible because, in the mid and late 2010s Croatia, gender and sexuality values became a new conservative liberal cleavage, in a form that did not exist in the 1990s. Partially created by the 2013 marriage referendum campaign, 2023, this new conservative liberal cleavage around gender and sexuality then provided the anti-gender actors with a more opportune context for their other campaigns, including new and better prepared attacks on the right to abortion. In this chapter, we show how this happened by highlighting abortion as a central thread connecting the Croatian anti-gender movement with the unsuccessful anti-abortion, religious conservative mobilizations of the 1990s. From the first mobilizations against sex education in 2006 and 2017, and 2017b to the most recent mobilizations against transgender rights, and 2023, the Croatian anti-gender movement has one of the longest histories in the region of former Yugoslavia and beyond. Many of its campaigns have already been analyzed by other scholars, including Mobilizations Against Abortion and Reproductive Rights, and 2014, Al. 2002 and 2005. We add to this work by examining anti-abortion activism from a long-term perspective, with the goal of tracing the development and the institutionalization of the Croatian anti-gender movement, with abortion as the issue at its core. We argue that the failures of the 1990s anti-abortion mobilizations contributed to a larger anti-gender turn in discursive and strategies of the religious conservative actors between the mid-2000s and early 2010s. The new anti-gender actors, and 2017b, temporarily put abortion as an issue aside in of other, easier targets. However, they strategically revisited abortion as an issue following mobilizations against sex education, and particularly the 2013 mobilizations against same-sex marriage, which bolstered the Croatian anti-gender movement. Following the successes of the anti-gender turn, anti-abortion mobilizations after 2014 entered a new phase of the proliferation of protests and discourse. In this phase, in contrast to the 1990s mobilizations, anti-gender actors became more likely to use abortion as an issue to secure votes and seek political office, situated now within the institutionalized anti-gender movement, which has successfully made gender and sexuality a salient political and public issue. Tracing anti-abortion mobilizations to the religious conservative actors of the 1990s. During its meteoric rise in societal and political influence in the 1990s, the Croatian Catholic Church was, unsurprisingly, lobbying against abortion, 2006. Nonetheless, some of today's conservative actors apparently consider the 1990s Church's campaigns insufficiently assertive, 2014. Indeed, few official actions are on the record after Cardinal's 1992 letter to the Parliament demanding the abolition of the Anti-God and Anti-Human Health Measures Act, 1997-14, was met with public disapproval, Al. 2002. Several subsequent attempts at the legal restriction of abortion were also abandoned. This includes the 1995 bill proposed by the Ministry of Health Special Committee that was withdrawn after feminist organizations mobilized against it, and the 1996 bill proposed by the far-right Party of Rights that the Parliament never debated, 1997-2005. The governing Croatian Democratic Union, HDZ, might have been sympathetic to limiting abortion. This was certainly in line with their pro-natalist policies, privileging the role of woman as a mother and the push for ethnic demographic renewal, AL. 2002, 2009, but only to a degree. While the Catholic Church in 1991, for a stronger anti-abortion framework in the new constitution via an official delegate to the working group revising the constitution, their efforts were met with a compromise: the removal of the right to freely decide on childbirth and the inclusion of the right to life, 1997. Additionally, the proposal by the Party of Rights was thwarted by the then Minister of Health HDZs, who characterized it as contradicting the contemporary European legislature, 1997, 2005. 1997 and 2005 interpreted the Party of Rights proposal as an unsuccessful attempt to secure votes, while AL 2002 and 2005 attributed the HDZ's unwillingness to oppose abortion more explicitly to the fear of public backlash, potential mobilizations by feminist organizations, and negative international scrutiny. However, the HDZ could signal their support for the struggle against abortion in other ways. These included the reduction and removal of subsidies for relevant health services, e.g., removing abortion and contraceptives from the list of services covered by compulsory health insurance, and providing funding to organizations advocating demographic renewal and the abortion ban, 1997-2005, AL. 2002. In the 1990s, this was politically less risky since the supporters of the Croatian pro-life movement still have not used the issue of abortion to determine their voting, 1997-15. Indeed, while a study on a nationally representative household sample conducted in 1997-1998 found that 80.7% of the respondents fully or mostly agreed with the statement that abortion terminates a human life, 64.4% also agreed that abortion should remain a woman's choice, with only 24.8% fully or mostly supporting a legal ban on abortion. And 1998 for details, see 1998. Therefore, despite possible personal reservations, the majority of the Croatian electorate in the 1990s seemed unlikely to support an outright attack on abortion rights. The Croatian Catholic Church also remained involved in anti-abortion activism in less obvious ways. Specifically, all key anti-abortion actors in the 1990s had clear connections to the Catholic Church, with formal and informal groups writing letters to politicians and the Parliament and organizing petitions and initiatives for a comprehensive list, see Table 2 in 1997. Their discourse primarily centered on morality and the U.S.-inspired pro-life framing, 1997, as illustrated by this 1991 constitutional complaint, 2017. That defines abortion as the artificial, violent termination of the life of unborn children, and sees the claim of unborn child being truly a human being, in need of no special evidence. Following on this core anti-abortion position, further arguments against abortion are framed as legal, e.g., violating the Constitution's Article 21 on the right to life, scientific it is unscientific, though no evidence is cited, to treat a newly conceived child as a part of a woman's body rather than a separate person, and immoral, unethical. No one has a right to decide on the life and death of another human being. Excerpts from letters and petitions by other Catholic groups and organizations in the 1990s mostly share the same core position, demanding protection of every human life from conception to natural death, sometimes articulated in strongly moral terms, such as requesting to ban the genocide of innocent unborn children, the Franciscan monastery in, and the believers of the parish in 1992, cited in 1997, 14. Further, only one excerpt uses the ethno-nationalist framing, asserting that relinquishing the lives of unborn children is worse than relinquishing the Croatian territory, Pro Vita, Dr. in 1991, cited in 1997, 14. This type of framing was in the 1990s publicly primarily associated with the retired priest Don, who garnered media attention for his radical statements on abortion and extremist writings. Still, despite Don's short stint as a deputy minister in the Ministry of Renewal in 1992 and the activities of the NGO Croatian Population Movement, he founded in 1993, he was generally considered a fringe figure. Indeed, his type of ethno-nationalist framing was abandoned by the anti-abortion activists after the 1990s, 2024, when morality framing was also toned down, and instead, the legal frame was modified into the human rights frame and intensified. We will return to these discursive shifts later in the text, but staying in the 1990s for now, we argue that the anti-abortion campaigns and the discourse described above were unsuccessful in swaying public opinion towards the abortion ban and failed to achieve it through legal institutional means. This, however, does not mean that the 1990s anti-abortion activists were completely unsuccessful. Instead, they turned towards creating structural obstacles against abortion. Notable successes in this area were achieved via the mobilization of the Catholics within the medical profession, who not only allowed anti-abortion pamphlets into the waiting rooms in 2014 and 2005, but also informally made access to abortion more difficult in specific medical institutions and organized to lobby against abortion and for the institutionalization of conscientious objection, 1997. 2005-3 indeed, underlined also by the HDZ's attack on health services, structural obstacles against abortion certainly increased since the 1990s, making it less accessible, more financially restrictive, and often a stigmatizing experience. And 2014, Al. 2021. Still, despite their efforts, the 1990s anti-abortion activists were unable to effect an institutional change in legal access to abortion, nor did they garner widespread support for abolishing or significantly restricting this right. The Party of Right's miscalculation in attempting to use abortion to mobilize voters highlights that, in the 1990s, gender and sexuality were not yet issues around which ideological cleavages were formed. Instead, the central issue of the conservative-liberal divide in Croatia, both during the 1990s and after, mostly revolved around the memory politics of World War II and the legacies of the communist partisans and the Nazi collaborators, and 2007. The World War II ideological cleavage regularly dominated the political campaigning ever since the first 1990s multi-party elections, and 2007, see also 2007, 2013, overshadowing discussion on gender and sexuality. This, however, would change with the emergence of the anti-gender movement. The anti-gender turn in the 2000s, abortion taking a back seat. Following the HDZ's defeat in the 2000 presidential and parliamentary elections, the country started a new democratizing period, motivated also by a new aspiration to join the EU, and 2010. During this period, even after the HDZ had regained power in 2003, there was a surge in gender equality policymaking. Several new laws were enacted in the early 2000s, including the Gender Equality Act, 2003, and the Same-Sex Civil Unions Act, 2003. However, these legislative changes, while significant, were inadequate. For example, the 2003 Same-Sex Civil Unions Act granted only 3 rights that no same-sex couple was ever able to claim in practice, 2013. 2014-4 Likewise, the 2003 Gender Equality Act lacked mechanisms ensuring its implementation at local levels, CESI 2012. This was improved in the 2008 Gender Equality Act that was together with the newly introduced 2008 Anti-Discrimination Act, fully harmonized with EU legislation, though implementation problems remained, Al. 2013. Nonetheless, these legislative changes in the early 2000s helped create an impression that traditional gender and sexuality values were at stake, and this impression soon became articulated as a position that traditional heteronormative family was under threat, and 2024. The Croatian Catholic Church played an important role in promoting this position, portraying itself as an oppositional and silenced actor, despite the widespread visibility of its views in the media in the mid-2000s and 2005. Moreover, the Church's enduring institutional power was ensured by the treaties signed between Croatia and the Holy See in the late 1990s, which mandated significant funding for the Church and its presence in, among other things, the educational system and the state communication services, 2006. Al. 2014. Nonetheless, in its new guise as in voice, and following the 2002 Croatian Bishop's Guidelines for Pastoral Care for Marriage and Family, the Church actively engaged in several public gender and sexuality debates in 2004 and 2005, abortion, medically assisted reproduction, sex education, and sexual minorities, which were then used to mobilize a wide network of own institutions, the academic community, professional Catholic associations, the media, and civil society organizations, and 2005, 185. The abortion debate first developed after a public scandal in 2004, caused by the showing of the U.S. anti-abortion documentary Silent Scream in a secondary school, and then again during the Christmas time of the same year, following the joint statement of the Catholic Church and 5 other religious communities titled Human Life is a Gift from God, and 2005. Although both cases attracted a lot of media attention, they resulted mainly in protests from feminist organizations and an implicit confirmation that the general public was still not ready for the right to abortion to be challenged, and 2005. Nonetheless, these debates were significant because the initiatives defending the right to life primarily targeted the public, and 2005, and not the government, the parliament, or state institutions as they had done in the 1990s, and 2017. Indeed, this development signaled a shift in strategies that would become especially pronounced with the emergence of anti-gender actors. Further, the Silent Scream scandal reignited the sex education debate, al. 2012, which led to the 2006 emergence of the first proper anti-gender organization, the Voice of Parents for Children, GROZD. GROZD claimed to be a parents' initiative advocating for parents' rights to their values in their children's education and for the protection of children, 2008, and 2017. Despite the initial attempts to portray itself as independent, GROZD's president and other leading figures had connections to the Croatian Catholic Church, and 2017. In addition, the implementation of GROZD's experimental sex education was institutionally backed by the Church and aligned with its teachings, including presenting abortion as going against life, 2008. GROZD's appearance marks a strategic shift among religious conservative actors that led to the emergence of the anti-gender movement in Croatia. For the first time, a civil society organization of concerned citizens, parents in this case, took a central stage in the gender and sexuality debate, while the Catholic Church and explicitly Catholic groups were given supporting roles, a development that would only become more pronounced with the second mobilization against sex education in 2012-13 and 2017. But already during this first mobilization, the religious and morality frames were strategically avoided in public and replaced with the frames of parents' rights and protection of children, targeting the general public rather than directly the state and legislators, and 2017. Temporarily putting the issue of abortion in the back seat was a strategic move aimed at targeting the general public more effectively. As it had failed to engage the general public in the past, abortion was now sidelined to tackle the easier targets first. Sex education, in particular, was used as a gateway topic since it encompasses many gender and sexuality issues and touches on the subjects that can be exploited to fuel the public's and parents' fears, such as LGBT+ rights. Indeed, the opposition to LGBT+ rights was both the most powerful trigger and the most common grievance for anti-gender mobilizations in most countries, 2024 and 2017. Therefore, while the anti-abortion stance was integral to GROZD's, public attention was captured by the sections supposedly attacked by the radical homosexual and feminist lobby, cited in 2008, 339. This is particularly evident during the second, stronger mobilization against sex education in 2012-13. During this campaign, spearheaded by GROZD, parents were warned against homosexual propaganda and gender ideology in the new health education curriculum. In fact, GROZD's public statement opening their campaign in October 2012 contained the first Croatian public record of gender ideology, which vaguely suggested that gender ideology had something to do with choosing gender rod at will, although the statement also conflated gender with sexual orientation, GROZD 2012. This campaign also reinforced the frame of the democratic right of the majority Catholic parents to implement their values in the education of their children, al. 2020. Additionally, a pro-life NGO founded in 2008 joined GROZD in this campaign. Earlier in 2012 had campaigned against the bill on medically assisted reproduction, and 2017, an issue closely related to the protection of life since conception. The Catholic Church supported these campaigns and published a Christmas leaflet against sex education that specifically mentioned the danger of indoctrination with gender ideology, HBKO, Lee. 2012. While abortion was also addressed in the Christmas leaflet, it was secondary to concerns about gender ideology, an issue further amplified in Cardinal's Christmas homily, 2022. Still, during these early years, gender ideology was not a powerful enough frame to achieve broader mobilization. Therefore, while campaigning against sex education, anti-gender NGOs still most vocally targeted the LGBT+ community. This included, for example, alluding that children were threatened by homosexual, as suggested in the public appearances of Judith, a U.S. conservative activist whose visit to Croatia in early 2013 was organized by another NGO involved in these campaigns, the Center for Cultural Renewal, in 2017. This visit also helped introduce a new discursive strategy of citing pseudo-scientific evidence to support attacks on sex education and LGBT+ rights in the name of the protection of children, Al. 2020. The mobilization against sex education was successful in two ways. First, the Constitutional Court ruled in a GROZD-led constitutional complaint, resulting in the withdrawal of the health education curriculum due to the supposedly insufficient democratic consultation with parents and the public, 2013. Second, this campaign to the efficacy of the new discursive focus on rights and democracy, and even science, rather than morality or religion. Abortion was not visible as an issue during the sex education campaign in 2012-13 and the marriage referendum campaign later in 2013. Still, the preparations for mobilizing against abortion had already been for several years. Between 2008 and 2013, there was a notable increase in new organizations stating as their goal the protection of unborn children or human life since conception, including the first anti-gender political party, Croatian Growth, HRAST, led by GROZDs. These developments had a transnational dimension as well, coinciding with the resurgence of abortion as an issue at the EU level that culminated in the 2013 mobilizations against the Report on Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights, the report. Initially, it was unexpected that accepting the report would face opposition. However, the original report was ultimately rejected as a result of the MEP's encounter with the anti-gender strategy of mass emails and online petitions targeting EU institutions, and 2014. Therefore, we characterize the period between 2006 and 2012-13, marked by mobilizations against sex education at both ends, as the growth phase of the Croatian anti-gender movement. In this period, anti-gender actors successfully used sex education to obtain a public platform, while avoiding directly engaging with abortion. The successes of the 2012-13 sex education campaign paved the way for the 2013 marriage referendum, which established topics of gender and sexuality as salient for the wider public. Subsequently, this initiated a new phase of the movement, with the issue of abortion re-emerging in the Croatian public arena. A new phase of the anti-gender movement, the proliferation of anti-abortion protests and discourse. The marriage referendum campaign was introduced in early 2013 by GROZD's vice president, now representing a New Citizens initiative in the name of the family, UIO. The campaign was orchestrated partly as a response to the left-wing government's announcement of the Life Partnership Act, enacted in 2014, though it was also related to historic anti-gender campaigns opposing legislation on same-sex marriage in France and Italy, and 2017b. The Croatian campaign, demanding a constitutional definition of marriage as a union between a woman and a man, successfully garnered approximately 750,000 signatures for holding the referendum in which, despite a modest voter turnout of 37.9%, 1,436,835 out of 3,791,000 registered voters. A substantial 65.87%, 946,433 citizens, supported the proposed constitutional amendment, RH 2013. This was the third referendum ever held in Croatia. The first pertained to Croatian independence and the second to the EU accession. It was successful solely because, in the anticipation of the EU referendum amidst the decline in public support for EU membership, 2012, the Croatian constitution was changed from requiring the majority of registered voters for a successful referendum to requiring only the majority of participating voters. Al. 2017. Nonetheless, the referendum campaign afforded the movement a key opportunity for agenda setting, as the months of public fighting about LGBT+ rights and the definitions of marriage and family elevated issues of gender and sexuality to the forefront of public discourse. The success of the referendum further provided a platform for the substantial mobilization of supporters and sympathizers and motivated them to strive towards more ambitious goals, and 2022, including action against abortion. Indeed, the first announcements that abortion would be the next target had already been made during the referendum campaign, 2013. The marriage referendum, a new phase of anti-abortion mobilizations, for three main reasons. First, the campaign attracted the support of more diverse political allies from the political right, ranging from the briefly oppositional center-right HDZ to war veterans organizations and various nationalist and far-right political parties, and 2016. This afforded anti-gender activists more political capital on which to draw after the referendum. Second, the campaign not only enjoyed the Church's infrastructural support, but also successfully achieved the bottom-up mobilization of Catholic believers. This is important because, as shows 2024, the top echelons of the Croatian Catholic Church do not reliably support various anti-gender issues today, but the local clergy and Catholic laypersons do. The top echelons of the Church prioritize preserving a stable relationship with the state, particularly as they perceive the HDZ as a key actor of the current regime. As a result, the situation allows the local clergy and lay activist networks more room for political engagement, 2024. Indeed, it is precisely at the community level, through activities connecting local clergy and activists with sympathizers and lay Catholics, that anti-abortion activism most thrives today, 2024. Finally, the marriage referendum also helped anti-gender actors consolidate the human rights and democracy frames as the main ways of talking about gender and sexuality, supported also by the science frame, i.e., citing often discredited or spurious scientific evidence in support of anti-gender claims, Al. 2020. These discursive innovations are important because, while the anti-abortion discourse had not been publicly utilized since the 1990s and remained mostly limited to pro-life slogans on the protection of human life from conception, now everything was ready to join these two discursive lines in the next stage of anti-abortion mobilizations. The next stage started between 2014 and 2016, with the movement's primary focus shifting towards protest politics. Two core protest strategies were devised to rally a broader public against abortion. The first strategy involved anti-abortion clinic activism that, since 2014, has encompassed prayer campaigns in front of hospitals offering abortion services. Central to this effort was the 40 Days for Life initiative. First established in 2005 in the U.S., it has since spread to 64 countries. 40 Days for Life, 2024. The 40 Days for Life initiative organizes prayer vigils in public spaces to express political opposition to abortion and to engage more religious supporters. Over the past decade, the Croatian initiative has extended to more than 30 cities and towns, holding campaigns twice a year. The second strategy involved, since 2016, the organization of the March for Life, a protest march advocating limiting access to abortion. Also originating in the U.S., the March for Life has been held since 1974, but its international reach is smaller, having been held in only 12 countries in 2016, 2013, 2016. In Croatia, it is organized by the civil initiative-turned-NGO, the UIO, and it is currently held in 10 cities with as the National Campaign Coordinator, 2023, HOD, 2023. To attract a wider, non-religious demographic, the march employs more secular anti-abortion frames, notably the human rights and the social welfare responsibility frames. The social welfare responsibility frame is a particularly important discursive addition, as the explicitly religious framing of the anti-abortion prayer vigils is replaced with a more widely acceptable request for measures to create social and economic conditions for every pregnant woman, mother, father, and family, as an alternative to abortion. HOD, 2022. Therefore, the anti-gender movement has a dual shift in focus since 2014. It has pivoted towards protest mobilization as the principal strategy of action, and it has also, having previously campaigned against sex education and LGBT+ rights, made abortion its central issue. Indeed, since 2014, anti-abortion protest activities have constituted the majority, if not all, of anti-gender protest activities. 2024-5, this novel strategy aimed to influence public discussion on abortion, mobilize members within the movement, and draw in a broader network of supporters. From streets to seats, the institutionalization of anti-gender politics. The final phase marks the movement's shift in strategies towards the electoral arena, occurring simultaneously with the increased engagement in protest politics. This is seen in the anti-abortion activities as well, as efforts are directed towards both altering public opinion on abortion and limiting abortion through institutional means. Between 2010 and 2015, the appearance of new political parties marked a notable shift to party politics among anti-gender actors. The first anti-gender political party, Croatian Growth, HRAST, appeared in 2010 as a movement party gathering several parties and NGOs. It was founded by the key figures of the emerging anti-gender movement, including, and then still in leadership positions in GROZD, ND. Following an internal split, a new party with a similar leadership, Movement for a Successful Croatia, surfaced with as president in 2012. In 2015, another movement party in the name of the family, Homeland Project U, was established by the eponymous NGO, the UIO. Additionally, the party Bridge most successfully entered national politics in 2015, initially emphasizing its technocratic discourse, but later revealing that its leading figures were supporters of the anti-gender movement. Except for Bridge, all other parties explicitly held an anti-abortion stance from their inception. The Croatian Growth HRAST, for example, framed the anti-abortion arguments similarly to the March for Life, Human Rights and Social Welfare Responsibility in their election, and aimed to restrict abortion even in exceptional circumstances, 2011. Ahead of the 2015 parliamentary election, anti-gender actors' drive to enter the electoral arena became significantly pronounced, with several avenues of entry. In the 2015 election, Movement for a Successful Croatia was part of the pre-electoral Patriotic Coalition, which, led by the largest mainstream right party, the HDZ, secured the largest share of the votes. Bridge, as the third most successful party of the election, joined the post-election coalition that enabled the HDZ to form the new government. Consequently, two political allies of the anti-gender movement became part of the governing structures in 2015. Although the Patriotic Coalition government disintegrated in less than 10 months, the HDZ's support for anti-gender actors signified the evolution of the anti-gender agenda from political fringes to mainstream recognition, and 2022. For example, even during this short period in power, the actors affiliated with the anti-gender movement successfully sabotaged the comprehensive educational reform, taking issue with gender ideology, and promoting the heterosexual definition of marriage and the protection of human life from conception to natural death, 2020. The conflicts around the comprehensive educational reform would continue for the next 3 years, ending in another failure to introduce a comprehensive sex education into the 2018 health curriculum. Likewise, the Patriotic Coalition government's initial actions included reductions in financial support for civil society, especially those focused on feminist and LGBT+ issues, and 2022. Following the collapse of the Patriotic Coalition government and the snap parliamentary election in 2016, the HDZ, under the new leadership of and Bridge, formed, with the support of a few other parties, a new post-election coalition government. Again, it was short-lived. In less than 6 months after the election, the relationship between the HDZ and Bridge soured, with Bridge emerging as one of the most vocal critics of the HDZ, and the HDZ having to seek new coalition partners to maintain its position in office, 2017. Parting of the ways happened also with Movement for a Successful Croatia, which its support for the HDZ-led government in 2018, amidst the political conflict around the HDZ going forward with the ratification of the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, i.e. the Istanbul Convention, and 2022 and 2021. These developments could partly be explained by the HDZ's steering the party back to its center-right position, which also necessitated a distancing from the anti-gender and the more far-right allies of the failed Patriotic Coalition, and 2022. Nonetheless, the relatively successful entry of the anti-gender actors into electoral politics and the rise of protest activity described in the previous section form the backdrop for the renewed institutional pushback against abortion. As the Constitutional Court never responded to earlier constitutional complaints, the UIO filed another complaint against the 1978 Health Measures Act in late 2016. The UIO's complaint illustrates discursive changes in mobilizing against abortion in the 1990s and the mid-2010s, at the height of the attempted institutionalization of anti-gender politics. While the core anti-abortion position cannot be doubted, remains unchanged together with the main argument framed as legal, the violation of Article 21 of the Constitution. Among other things, there is a much greater emphasis on the human rights frame, e.g. opposing unborn child's rights to pregnant woman's rights, denying the existence of the right to abortion, protesting age-based discrimination against the embryo. Furthermore, the science frame is also strengthened, though it is still not supported with evidence beyond the statement that it is not scientifically disputed, that embryo, child, adolescent, mature man, old man are all different stages of life. 6. Finally, the UIO added the social welfare responsibility frame, present also in the March for Life mission statement, that highlights the need not only for a better protection for unborn children, but also for a better care and support for pregnant women and mothers who may choose not to keep their children after giving birth, or cannot do so. 2017. Despite the previous successes of the anti-gender movement, the Constitutional Court in 2017 refused to evaluate the abortion provision of the Health Measures Act while recognizing women's right to reproductive self-determination. 2017. The court instructed the Croatian parliament to enact a new law regulating abortion within the following 2 years, although this is yet to happen. This setback prompted the anti-gender movement to devise a new strategy. Given that bottom-up pressures from anti-gender protest activities were insufficient, and the strategy to bypass the legislature through the Constitutional Court had faltered, the movement reverted to the institutional and legislative strategy reminiscent of the religious conservative actors of the 1990s, with 3 key attempts at pressuring and lobbying for a new law restricting abortion between 2017 and 2021. First, in March 2017, following the Constitutional Court ruling, one of the most powerful anti-gender actors, the NGO, started collecting signatures for the I Have a Right to Live petitions 2017 and 2021. The goal was to exert pressure on the government and parliament to pass a new law restricting access to abortion. Despite collecting and submitting 168,561 signatures to the Croatian parliament, 2017, no significant developments followed. Nevertheless, has continued active advocacy to ensure political support for an abortion ban, and 2021. The second attempt in 2019 was initiated by an MP for Movement for Successful Croatia, who proposed the Protection of Life Bill. This proposal aimed to restrict abortion to cases where a woman's life is endangered by continuing the pregnancy, 2019. Offered the bill to all MPs to sign so as to be included in the urgent procedure in the Croatian parliament, but managed to collect only 7 signatures, 2021. This third attempt followed the strengthening of the far-right and anti-gender alliances in Croatia. While the rise of this opportunistic synergy and 2022 had already been in evidence with a couple of new far-right political parties with anti-gender connections emerging since 2017, it was the campaign against the Istanbul Convention in 2017 and 2018 that proved the most energizing for these alliances. Regardless of some internal division, 2024, the opposition against the Istanbul Convention was spearheaded by the anti-gender citizens' initiative Truth About the Istanbul Convention, coordinated by who had taken over GROZD from. This initiative actively participated in mass street protests in early 2018, and later, albeit unsuccessfully, gathered signatures for the referendum against the Istanbul Convention, 2024. While this campaign failed to prevent the ratification of the Istanbul Convention, it notably intertwined the national sovereignty and the resistance to foreign oppression frames with the opposition to gender ideology, and 2021, 2022, 2024, in ways similar to the anti-gender frames of earlier illiberal transformations in Poland and Hungary. and 2018. Therefore, the campaign against the Istanbul Convention indicates further political distancing between the HDZ and the anti-gender movement, which instead started to compete electorally for the far-right base of the HDZ. See also 2024-7 in light of the more right-leaning HDZ voters finding themselves disappointed with the party's trajectory towards the political center, and 2019. This became even more evident in the events leading up to the 2020 parliamentary election, with even more far-right parties appearing, all with more or less visible connections to the anti-gender movement. Most notable were the Croatian sovereigntists, founded by and the Homeland Movement, which also led the eponymous pre-election coalition of far-right parties. Then, as three parties with anti-gender affiliations, Bridge, Homeland Movement, and Croatian sovereigntists, all secured parliamentary seats in the 2020 election, attempted again to push for the Protection of Life bill. In 2021, he introduced another parliamentary initiative to push the bill, relying on anti-abortion arguments framed as legal, every human being has a right to life, and scientific human life begins at conception is a scientific fact. However, with only 10 signatures collected DB 2021, the initiative failed again. Though the institutional attempts to restrict abortion described above were unsuccessful, they demonstrate how, in recent years, the movement has consistently pursued a dual strategy, combining protest and party politics. Despite the brief coalition with the HDZ in mid-2010, anti-gender actors organized in political parties now predominantly oppose the HDZ and woo their more far-right voters. While this has cost them the formal support of the top echelons of the Croatian Catholic Church, which remain faithful to the HDZ, 2024, this is compensated by the continued anti-abortion protest activities, including prayer vigils and marches, that have been in recent years crucially sustained by the local communities of believers and low-level clergy, 2024, and that expand to more cities and towns each year. The addition to this repertoire is prayer protests, organized by the NGO Croatia for Life and exclusively attended by men, held in central squares across multiple cities and towns. The participants present themselves as Knights of the Immaculate Heart of Mary and explicitly pray for the cessation of abortions and the openness of married couples to life, 2023. Conclusion. Mobilization issues, actors, frames, strategies, and targets from the 1990s to early 2020s. Period. Issues, actors, main frames, strategy targeting. 1990s, religious conservative mobilizations. Abortion. Catholic Church, lay Catholic groups and NGOs, political party. Morality, legal, right to life, ethno-nationalist. Parliamentary. Government, parliament, state institutions. 2002-005, transitional period. Abortion, sex education, LGBT plus rights. Catholic Church, lay Catholic groups and NGOs. Endangered family, religious, right to life. Media, actions. Public, 2006-2012-13, growth of the anti-gender movement. Sex education, LGBT plus rights. Anti-gender NGOs, Catholic Church. Parents' rights, protection of children, gender ideology, democratic right of the majority, scientific. Advocacy. Public. 2013-2015-16, proliferation of the anti-gender movement. LGBT plus rights, abortion. Anti-gender NGOs and political parties, Catholic Church, lay Catholic groups and NGOs. Human rights, democratic, scientific, religious, social welfare responsibility. Protest. Public. 2015-6-2023, institutionalization of the anti-gender movement. Abortion, Istanbul Convention, LGBT plus rights. Anti-gender NGOs and political parties, far-right parties, lay Catholic groups and NGOs. Legal human rights, scientific, religious, social welfare responsibility, nationalist sovereignty, gender ideology. Protest and parliamentary. Public, government, parliament, state institutions. Frames used as anti-abortion frames are bolded. As seen in Table 2.1, the only period with no visible anti-abortion activism is the period of initial anti-gender mobilizations in the mid-2000s and early 2010s. This is no coincidence, since the successful anti-gender turn crucially depended on changing discursive and strategies, and 2017, including those that failed to work in the anti-abortion activism of the 1990s. While the anti-gender actors, emerging in the mid-2000s as part of the civil society, shared previous religious conservative mobilizations, goals of restricting or eliminating individual gender and sexuality rights, their successes resulting in the growth of the Croatian anti-gender movement have been built on a successful distraction from this fact, accomplished through the adoption of new language, strategies, and no less importantly, new issues under attack. Once these new issues, sex education and LGBT+ rights, helped achieve mass-scale mobilization and new resonance of gender and sexuality as politically and societally divisive issues in the early 2010s, then the issue of abortion could re-emerge. Consequently, several new lines of attack were launched after the success of the 2013 marriage referendum, with both previous religious conservative, Catholic religious morality, and new anti-gender, human rights, science, social welfare responsibility, frames attached to various types of anti-abortion protest activities, as needed to attract and accommodate diverse types of potential audiences. It is less easy to evaluate whether this is an effective strategy for a wider societal change. At first glance, the latest opinion survey data suggest otherwise. According to the 2017 EVS data, 39.08% of the Croatian sample considered abortion never or almost never justifiable, compared to 43.17% in 1999, and 9.75% considered it always or almost always justifiable, compared to 6.98% in 1999, EVS 2022. This would speak of a moderately liberalizing trend in abortion attitudes. Moreover, recent national polls show more unambiguously high support for a woman's right to choose, over 80%, 2020, or opposition to the abortion ban, over 70%, MG 2022. Still, all that we presented in this chapter testifies that the issue of abortion is one of the core, long-term projects of the anti-gender movement, uniting its various fractions and activists, regardless of any other anti-gender issues tackled at any specific time. Further, we argue that the anti-gender movement in Croatia is fundamentally rooted in the legacy of the 1990s religious conservative anti-abortion activism, both in terms of the education of the new generation of activists, and 2017, and in lessons learned from its failures. Thus, anti-abortion mobilizations illustrate particularly well the innovative and adaptive nature of the anti-gender movement in Croatia. Rather than being purely reactive, which, for example, would be an implication of the backlash, conceptualization of mobilizations against gender and sexuality, the anti-gender movement in Croatia was proactive and anticipatory, identifying the windows of opportunity arising from the democratizing and Europeanizing changes in Croatia in the early 2000s to strategically reformulate their agenda, leaving their core issue of abortion temporarily aside until a more opportune moment. Accordingly, we should not take lightly an ever-increasing number of local-level anti-abortion protest activities across Croatia, or the fact that they suddenly started appearing around the marriage referendum, even though no abortion legislature or abortion public debate was on the table at the time, 2024. It is equally important to highlight the simultaneous upsurge of anti-abortion protest activities and the institutionalization of anti-gender politics. This further strengthens the argument that anti-gender activists created their opportune moment by successfully using campaigns against sex education and LGBT+ rights to create a new social and political divide around gender and sexuality issues. This divide was further intensified with the 2017 and 2018 mobilizations against the Istanbul Convention. These mobilizations mark the crucial point for the creation of opportunistic synergies between anti-gender parties and actors with far-right factions, thus further contributing to the rise of illiberal politics in Croatia. As we have seen from the 2019 and 2021 parliamentary initiatives, illiberal parties have absorbed the anti-abortion agenda under their political goals, with a hope that, unlike in the 1990s, this time this will prove a more fruitful strategy to woo votes away from the HDZ. So far, this has not been successful, but at this point, it is worth reminding that current anti-abortion activism is fractured in several very different types of campaigns targeting very different audiences. The borders between different types of anti-abortion activism are not impermeable. As a consequence, there is a potential for a future radicalization of currently more moderate anti-abortion fractions, as well as for the mainstreaming of more radical elements of anti-abortion activism. Additionally, this illiberal push runs the risk of radicalizing the center-right, which, in the attempt to attract voters, could adhere to anti-gender positions. Therefore, in Croatia, as in many other post-socialist countries, the rise of the anti-gender movement has gone hand in hand with the further fracturing of already fragile democracies. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the licensed material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: 40 Days for Life, 2024. Saving Lives and Ending Abortion. Retrieved January 23, 2024, from 40com About Results. S&G 1998. IU 68-4, 641-654. AJ 2003. The Formation of Croatian National Identity, A Centuries-Old Dream. Manchester University Press. N 2008. Sex Education in Croatia, Tensions Between Secular and Religious Discourses. European Journal of Women's Studies, 15-4, 329-343. Org 1011771350, 5068080952273. N and A 2014. U. I. Retrieved February 9, 2024, from attached P. N 2013. Internal Memory Divided, Conspiratorial Thinking, Ideological and Historical Cleavages in Croatia. Lessons for Europe. European Quarterly of Political Attitudes and Mentalities, 2-4, 1633. J and T 2024. From Gender Re to Anti-Gender Mobilizations, Care for Family in Serbia and Croatia. East European Politics and Societies and Cultures, 38-2, 662-681. Org 1011770888325423, 1161553. G 1997. O I 2812-118. CISI 2012. ROZA U 3rd ed. I. Retrieved February 9, 2024, from Content Uploads 2007032. G and I 1998. 68-4, 475-482. G and I 2007. How Cleavage Politics Survives Despite Everything, The Case of Croatia. In ECPR Joint Sessions of Workshops, Panel 9, Politicizing Sociocultural Structures, Elite and Mass Perspectives on Cleavages, Helsinki, Finland. G and D 2019. Of a Charismatic Movement Party, The Case of Croatian Democratic Union. In R. Harmel and L.G. Of Political Parties, Comparative Cases. 103-126. ECPR Press and D 2013. The List. Retrieved February 9, 2024, from 563103. DB 2021. Retrieved January 23, 2024, from OI 639205. 2023. HOD I. Net. Retrieved January 23, 2024. From NetHod INA Odd Chat 0656B432 F6 F9 11 8 F1D 9230 F0D 668. 2013. History. March for Life. Retrieved January 23, 2024, from 2024 History. 2023. Retrieved January 24, 2024, from I760906. IT and S 2013. Gender Equality Policies and Practices in Croatia, the Interplay of Transition and Late Europeanization. Social Policy and Administration, 47-2, 218-240. D 2013. Democratic Institutions and Authoritarian Rule in Southeast Europe. ECPR Press. L 2013. Use na I na. IUS Info. Retrieved June 18, 2022, from Daily Content Topical IDS 6166. RH. 2013. Retrieved February 9, 2024, from Index App Referendum 2013. EVS. 2022. EVS Trend File 1980-12017. GESIS Cologne. ZA7503 Data File Version 300. Org 104232114021. 2018. Retrieved February 1, 2024, from 201803330 M 2024. Doctoral Dissertation. J and V 2016. Proxy Politics, Economic Protest, or Traditionalist Backlash, Croatia's Referendum on the Constitutional Definition of Marriage. Europasia Studies 68-5, 803-825. G 2005. Regulative, O. 43-2, 409-437. A and E 2022. Anti-Gender Politics in the Populist Moment. Taylor and Francis. GROZD. 2018. OUIs. OSDO-OSIUs. GROZD. 2012. Leadesdoa.net. Retrieved December 14, 2023, from Netlidevesta ID 2012. Referendum UI. IS 3939. W&A 2018. The Gendered of the Illiberal Transformation in Hungary and Poland. Women's Studies International Forum, 68, 164-172. Org 101016J2017120001. DIPs and ME 2021. Navigating the Minefield, Women's Experiences of Abortion in a Country with a Conscience Clause, the Case of Croatia. Journal of International Women's Studies, 22-1, 166-180. HOD. 2022. ONAMA. HOD. Retrieved January 23, 2024, from ONAMA HOD. 2023. HOD. Retrieved January 23, 2024, from A&N 2014. Conservative Threats to Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights in the European Union. ICISI. Retrieved February 9, 2024, from Attach N Conservative Threats to In. A&A 2017. Embryo, Teddy Bear Centaur and the Constitution, Mobilizations Against Gender Ideology and Sexual Permissiveness in Croatia. In D&R. Anti-Gender Campaigns in Europe. Mobilizing Against Equality. 5978. And A&E 2023. Anti-U 2022-2023. Trans-Balkan. Retrieved February 9, 2024, from Org Content Uploads 202312. A. and Irvin J. 2012. The Politics of Youth Sexuality, Civil Society and School-Based Sex Education in Croatia. Sexualities 1534, 494-514. And D. Retrieved February 1, 2024 from Com. 2019. Retrieved January 23, 2024 from Site's default files uploads 201904081313002 PZ630. 2011. Program. Portal. Retrieved January 24, 2024 from 9306 Program. D. 2013. Plan. By to Bio Taboo. Retrieved November 3, 2023 from Plan I Buy to Bio Taboo 927656. D. 2014. Retrieved October 25, 2023 from WebArchive.org Web 202310251025552 id 34. D. and CK 2010. Introduction Croatia After. Encounters with the Consequences of Conflict and Authoritarianism. Europasia Studies 6210, 1609-1620. Org 1010800966, 81362010-522421. K. 2014. LGBT. Retrieved January 29, 2024 from 20140-303. J. 2020. 7 do not. Telegram. Retrieved February 6, 2024 from Telegram 7 de na E and A 2018. Gender as Ebola from Brussels, the Frame and the Rise of Illiberal Populism. Signs Journal of Women in Culture and Society, 43-4, 797-821. Org 101086696691. A and Z 2022. Contentious Gender Politics in Italy and Croatia, Diffusion of Transnational Anti-Gender Movements to National Contexts. Social Movement Studies. Org 10108014742837202220522836. HBKO Lee. 2012. .net. Retrieved December 8, 2023 from NetOle 2013. Retrieved December 16, 2012 from 20130-522. MG 2022. Odd HDZ I. Retrieved February 6, 2024 from Vice Odd I. 2017. Pro-Life IU40. Retrieved January 23, 2024 from Pro-Life IU40 I Depot D and S 2021. Narratives of Gender, War Memory, and IU in the Movement Against the Ratification of the Istanbul Convention in Croatia. In A and Type and Memory Politics in the Western Balkans. 205-230. Springer. M. 2003. Democracy Challenged, The Rise of Semi-Authoritarianism. Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. D&R 2017. The Anti-Gender Movement in Comparative Perspective. In D&R. Anti-Gender Campaigns in Europe. Mobilizing Against Equality. 253-276. And D&R 2017b. Gender Ideology in Movement, Introduction. In D&R. Anti-Gender Campaigns in Europe. Mobilizing Against Equality. 122. And T&K 2015. Religion, Homosexuality, and Nationalism in the Western Balkans. The Role of Religious Institutions in Defining the Nation. In S&RR. Religious and Sexual Nationalisms in Central and Eastern Europe. God, Gays, and Governments. 154-180. Brill. V. 2006. The most Catholic country in Europe. Church, state, and society in contemporary Croatia. Religion, state, and society 34-4, 311-346. AJ 2013. National Heroes vs. EU Benefits, Croatia and the EU Conditionality. CEU Political Science Journal, 82, 177-201. AM&D 2017. Gaining Political Power by Utilizing Opportunity Structures, an analysis of the conservative religious political movement in Croatia. 54-4, 61-84. V&S 2002. U. 92, 117-137. D 2005. O Nud U. U 26-2, 971-997. T 2017. Pro-Life I. Retrieved January 23, 2024, from 1200802. 1990. 561990. J.M. and J. 2002. Reproductive Rights and the State in Serbia and Croatia. Social Science and Medicine 54-4, 625-642. L. 2020. IU 51, 61-88. Org 1056-1351-3. M and H 2005. The Influence of the Catholic Church on the Policy of Reproductive and Sexual Rights and Health from the beginning of 2004 to March 2005. In Open Society Institute, ED. Openness of Society, Croatia 2005. 175-211. Open Society Institute. M 2021. 10. Retrieved January 23, 2024, from 10-1470148. M 2017. UA HDZ I. Retrieved January 29, 2024, from UA I20170428. Ease and A 2021. Conservative Civil Society Organizations, CSOs, and Anti-Gender Issues in Croatia, Slovakia, and Poland. 13-1, 114-145. M 2009. Rod I. Izus. 43-2, 185-207. I 2022. Framing Gender Ideology, Religious Populism in the Croatian Catholic Church. Identities 29-4, 466-482. Org 101080107029, X202220378999. I 2024. For Family, God and Country, Anti-Gender Movements in Southeast Europe Doctoral Dissertation. Florence. U. 2018. .net. Retrieved February 1, 2024, from Net. 2017. UI 61991 I Doctor. Odd 21. 2017. IOG 25-2-017564. 252017. T 2023. Culture Wars as a Speech Act, reflecting on and worldview divides in the case of Croatian anti-gender mobilizations. In IED. Culture Wars in Europe. 131-138. The Institute for Russian. TI&S 2020. The Rise of the Anti-Gender Movement in Croatia and the 2013 Marriage Referendum. Europasia Studies 72-9, 1523-1553. Org 1010800966, 8136202018200956. O. 1978. 181978. N 2007. The Heavy Burden of History, Political Uses of the Past in the Yugoslav Successor States. 44-5-29-43. S. 2016. The March for Life Around the World. March for Life. Retrieved January 23, 2024 from Org Around the World SDM A and B 2014. Church and State in Croatia, Legal Framework, Religious Instruction and Social Expectations. In SP Ramet ed. Religion and Politics in Post-Socialist Central and Southeastern Europe, Challenges since 1989. 130-154. UK. The 1991 complaint was filed by the and two private individuals, which was followed by the 1995 complaint by the Croatian Catholic Choir MI 2005, and then by the 2008 complaint by a Zagreb lawyer, whose complaint was not considered at the time because he passed shortly after. While in its 2017 judgment, the Constitutional Court considered all these complaints. 2017, we examine only the 1991 complaint by the and the 2016 complaint by the UIO as two major complaints based both on the most public profile of these organizations and on the most extensive argumentation they provided in support of their requests. The first author acknowledges the support from the European Union's Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation under the Curie Grant Agreement No. 101,025,722 for the research underpinning this analysis. While not all anti-gender mobilizations turn into movements, in the Croatian case the step has already occurred, and we therefore use anti-gender movement to refer to specific forms of anti-gender mobilizations coalescing around a heterogeneous though recognizable network of conservative, religious, and far-right actors opposing LGBT+ rights, reproductive rights, sex education, gender, democracy, and religious freedoms. 2024-2024. Institutionalization of conscientious objection for medical professionals was successfully achieved in 2003 by the Health and Medical Care Act, O, and the Nursing Act, O.N. 2014. These are the right to the maintenance, the right to acquire and regulate mutual property, and the right to mutual assistance, which could be claimed only after proving 3 years of cohabitation preceding the dissolution of the civil union that could not be registered, 2013. Sanalysis 2024 shows that the 2018 protests against the Istanbul Convention were the only competitor to abortion among anti-gender protest activities between 2014 and 2019. However, though most massive at the time, protests against the Istanbul Convention cannot compare with the frequency and continuity of protests against abortion. Only 2 years later, the anti-abortion science frame was further strengthened in GROZD's public consultation comment, protesting the sex education in the health curriculum by heavily citing pseudo-scientific evidence against abortion, GROZD 2018. Evident also in the 2018 People Decide campaign, fronted by the UIOs, which unsuccessfully attempted to amend the Election Act, proposing a contentious reduction in the number of seats reserved for ethnic minority MPs to 6, along with restrictions on their involvement in forming a government and the national budget U. 2018. 3. First our children, then our gender, anti-gender mobilization in Slovenia. Introduction. Slovenia was one of the first European countries in which anti-gender actors established themselves as an important political force, influencing debates and decisions on equality politics. The first anti-gender mobilizations emerged as a reaction to the attempt to legalize marriage equality in 2012 and 2015. In both cases, anti-gender actors succeeded in putting the legislation to a public referendum, where it was subsequently rejected. This makes Slovenia the only European country where a referendum on marriage equality has been held and rejected twice, 2017, 224. However, in the summer of 2022, Slovenia also became the first Eastern European country to pass a legislative amendment allowing marriage equality, including the right of same-sex partners to adopt children, 2022. Anti-gender actors first appeared in Slovenia in 2009, when the then center-left government proposed a reform of the family code aimed at achieving marriage equality. By the time similar mobilizations started to emerge in other European countries and beyond, Slovenian anti-gender actors had already gained considerable political experience, mobilized thousands, achieved their first referendum success, and consolidated their position within the legitimate framework of public discourse on matters related to gender and sexuality. During their second referendum campaign in 2015, they refined strategies, built a robust network of followers, and established themselves as a significant political force with international ties. 2017. Compared to other post-Yugoslav states, Slovenian anti-gender actors mostly refer to gender theory rather than gender ideology. Although both terms occur, gender theory is the predominant reference point of anti-gender actors as well as the wider public. 2017. Their heavy reliance on gender theory allows anti-gender actors to achieve at least two things in one fell swoop. Whereas ideology can imply a value-laden particular orientation to the world or a set of beliefs that guides one's attitude to social reality, thereby containing at least a thread of connection with the world as it is, however biased or distorted it may be, theory implies the existence of a mental schema that can be completely unfounded on social reality. Theoretically speaking, anything could exist. The way gender theory is mobilized by anti-gender actors seems to elude that gender as opposed to sex exists, on paper only. The use of gender theory seems to underline the supposedly unbridgeable gap between a mere theoretical invention of gender and the factfulness of sex, of something that actually exists, of the world as it really is. The mobilization of gender theory also enables anti-gender actors to discredit one of the key proponents of equality politics in Slovenia. Academics, mainly from the fields of sociology and psychology, overwhelmingly supported marriage equality in both referendum campaigns. Their high media profiles during the campaigns enabled anti-gender actors to frame this as a struggle of the people versus the elite. 2015, where gender theory appeared as an academic contrivance. The choice of terminology may also reflect the Slovenian adoption of strategies from the French anti-gender network La Pour, which also utilized la genre. LGBT ideology is another discursive tool in the hands of anti-gender actors, sometimes framed as synonymous with gender theory. On other occasions, LGBT ideology and gender theory appear as distinct, albeit intertwined. In this context, LGBT ideology often serves either as an umbrella term that encompasses gender theory as one of its constitutive elements, or as an ideology that instrumentalizes and exploits gender theory for its own agenda. Anti-gender mobilizations thus not only signify a targeted attack on gender and, more broadly, equality politics, but also reflect a deeper undercurrent of anti-intellectualism, which is particularly evident in the framing of gender as theory. They aim to elevate the so-called common sense and reconsolidate the notions of the world aligned with the dominant practical knowledge of the social world, with naturalized and schemes of perceptions and appreciations. 2000, by effectively undermining the credibility and authority of the academic sphere, particularly social sciences and humanities. Anti-intellectualism aligns well with nationalism, which imagines the Slovenian nation as a blood and kinship-based community exclusive to ethnic Slovenians. 2004. Within the nationalist framework, the advocacy for families and children by Slovenian anti-gender actors implicitly, and sometimes explicitly, heterosexual and gender-normative Slovenian families and children, thereby marginalizing and excluding those who do not fit into this narrowly defined national identity. This exclusionary vision of the nation not only informs, but also reinforces the gender theory discourse at least two levels. First, the leftist vision that anti-gender actors fight against supposedly jeopardizes national identity by advocating for politics that are seen as undermining the nation's reproductive potential, such as supporting same-sex marriage and protecting abortion rights. Second, the left tend to promote open borders and a pro-migration stance, which is perceived as a threat to the homogeneity and purity of the national community because cultural mixing supposedly leads to the dissolution of the nation. Anti-intellectualism and nationalism form the broader ideological framework of the Slovenian anti-gender agenda. This agenda is multi-layered and targets a range of issues including, but not restricted to, LGBT+ rights. What unites these various issues under the gender theory umbrella is the commitment to several normative parameters such as heteronormativity, gender, etc. 2021, which presuppose a gender and sexuality order that anti-gender actors actively seek to defend, protect, and preserve. In this way, the reference to gender theory is consolidated as a unifying mechanism that brings together diverse anti-gender actors in their opposition to equality measures related to gender, sexuality, and reproductive rights. This chapter discusses the structure of the anti-gender agenda in Slovenia, capturing its split into diverse directions. 1. The gender theory discourse in Slovenia was initially focused on opposing marriage equality in 2012 and 2015, but after 2015, the discourse has expanded to encompass additional issues, particularly those related to reproductive rights and transgender rights. This expansion can primarily be attributed to the fact that other organizations and actors opposed to equality politics saw anti-gender mobilizations as an opportunity to increase their political influence, as it is the case with reproductive rights and with the fact that transgender rights are gaining increasing public visibility. In examining these three issues, we seek to show that despite the refraction to various directions, the anti-gender agenda remains loyal to its foundation, that is, to safeguard and reconsolidate the traditional gender and sexual order, and to do so by relying on broader anti-intellectual and nationalist frameworks. If anything, it seems that the refraction suits anti-gender mobilization well in their entering into diverse and plural politicized discursive coalitions. In what follows, we analyze the refractory nature of the anti-gender agenda, beginning with the initial opposition to marriage equality, the subsequent opposition to reproductive rights, and more recently, transgender rights. We then discuss the significance of anti-gender mobilizations in Slovenia in a broader socio-political context. We systematically explore three critical areas of anti-gender mobilizations, each presented separately and organized according to their time of appearance, acknowledging that gender theory discourse demonstrates notable variations in timing and substance across different contexts, while maintaining a consistent structure. The anti-gender agenda in Slovenia. Opposition to LGBT, the revenge of the homosexual lobby. The struggle for marriage equality in Slovenia spans more than 3 decades, and 2019 and 2010. The last decade and a half has been characterized by the involvement of anti-gender actors, 2017, and it can be examined by focusing on 2 key periods that coincide with 2 attempts to legalize marriage equality. In the first period, 2009-2012, the discourse on gender theory was not as developed, consolidated, and unified as in the second period, in 2015. Nevertheless, the strategies established in 2009-2012 laid a foundation that facilitated the development of a more comprehensive gender theory discourse in 2015. The discursive strategies challenging marriage equality in the 2009-2012 period uniformly embrace heteronormativity and posit the heterosexual family structure, comprised of a father, a mother, and children, as the sole normal, natural, and appropriate environment for a child's healthy development. Any deviation from this heteronormative ideal was depicted as to overcome nature, 2011, and as a dismissal of the Slovenian nation's reproductive capacity, which was purportedly facing the worst demographic situation in the world, 2012. The opposition to marriage equality centered around the figures of children and families, as by the Civil Initiative for the Family and the Rights of Children, CIDPO, which served as the main organization representing opponents of marriage equality at the time too. Consequently, efforts against marriage equality during the initial period were exclusively aimed at maintaining the traditional definition of marriage. The key discursive strategies revolved around pseudoscientific, legal, and biblical narratives, without being limited to these alone. The pseudoscientific discourse engaged with the distortion and manipulation of the scientific findings in order to prove that same-sex partnerships do not provide viable environments for raising children, 2015b. The early harbingers of gender theory are already evident within the pseudoscientific discourse. By ignoring biological reality, any modern theory that claims that the difference between sexes is merely a social or cultural reality also loses its meaning. Slovenian Bishops' Conference, 2012. The legal discourse, on the other hand, deployed the idea of the free and equal citizen, advocating for the notion that, in a democratic, pluralistic, and secular society, no ideological or religious group possesses the authority to force its model of marriage and family upon anyone, nor to legally impose it with the state assistance. Slovenian Bishops' Conference, 2012. Finally, the biblical discourse supported the heteronormative ideal through biblical references that affirm the perceived superiority of unions between a man and a woman over same-sex relationships. For example, in a 2011 CIDPO rally, youths displayed a banner with Adam and Eve, not Adam and 2011, contrasting traditional heterosexual norms symbolized by Adam and Eve with a gay couple, highlighting deviation from these norms. Presenting gender as a galvanizing factor behind marriage equality and as a specific form of theory was what the 2015 discursive framing brought in, leading to the coinage of the term gender theory. Gender theory introduced a new discursive logic that reshaped the discursive strategies established in 2009-2012. This transformation was facilitated by the active involvement of anti-gender actors in mass media, AL. 2021 and their strategic utilization of social media, and 2018 and 2022. The Roman Catholic Church, RCC, a covert ally of the ostensibly secular anti-gender actors' four right-wing political parties, and media also played crucial roles in normalizing the gender theory discourse. The parties consolidated the presence of gender theory discourse at the parliamentary level, while the media gave significant coverage to anti-gender perspectives, making them largely available to the public and consolidated within political life. 5. While the core of the opposition to the marriage equality, rooted in the heteronormative notions of the normality and naturalness of the nuclear family, with children as the central mobilizing signifier 6, remained unchanged, the discourse's structure evolved. A notable shift in 2015 refers to the adoption of the discursive strategies elaborated by marriage equality advocates, particularly those belonging to feminist and LGBT+ movements. Anti-gender actors began to use terms such as discrimination, human rights, intolerance, and freedom extensively. Additionally, they began to strategically prioritize citizens over Christians or believers to appeal to a wider audience, leveraging citizen as the universal category within the context of liberal democracy. In 2015, biblical references were rare, signifying a new, secularized approach. Compared to the 2009-2012 phase, gender theory framework also considerably intensified the use of the pseudoscientific discourse. By misrepresenting gender as erroneous and coercive, it became easier to dispute scientific consensus on parenting in same-sex partnerships. This was done by framing such scientific views as ideological beliefs spread by the academic elite in support of gender theory. Another crucial 2015 shift refers to a greater discursive reliance on conspiracy theory. The discursive structure now operates under the assumption that gender is a conspiratorial theory lurking in the background, and that the push for marriage equality is driven not only by the academic elite, but also by the homosexual lobby, part of a broader left-wing project aimed at radically transforming existing society in a supposedly totalitarian manner by imposing norms and legislation that go against the people, e.g. Brown 2019 and 2022, Mad and 2022. This signaled a transition to a much wider political and social struggle. The shift suggests that the mobilization's goals extend far beyond opposition to specific policies. Anti-gender actors strove to dismantle current equality mechanisms, positioning themselves not just as a reaction to specific legislative efforts, but as a broader campaign against perceived threats to traditional values. 7. Indeed, in contrast to 2012, the anti-gender mobilization took on a neoconservative agenda aimed at creating an illiberal, anti-democratic social order. The logic of conspiracy theory was amplified through tactics, evident in the spreading of controversial stories designed to fuel moral panic about gender theory. These stories portrayed what the future might look like if marriage equality were to be legalized. This reveals another critical aspect of the discourse on gender theory, the manipulation of temporal perspective. Namely, the past is idealized, the present is portrayed as under threat and in need of protection, while the future is depicted as facing disaster should the gender theory agenda be pursued. Such a manipulation of time is not merely speculative but also underpinned by effective communication, particularly through the evocation of the fear and anxiety of gender theory. 8. These discursive strategies, conspiracy theory, manipulation of temporal perspectives, and the deployment of affects collectively constitute the politics of fear. 2015. Gender theory gained a robust and coherent structure in 2015. The next time when the discourse against marriage equality emerged was in 2022, when the Slovenian Constitutional Court declared that denying same-sex couples the ability to marry and adopt children is discriminatory and unconstitutional. This landmark ruling paved the way for the introduction of marriage equality in Slovenia. Despite the resurgence of gender theory discourse with attempts to initiate a new referendum, this effort waned as constitutional court rulings cannot be overturned by a popular vote in a referendum. Opposition to reproductive rights, 700,000 Hail Marys. The discourse on gender theory that emerged in Slovenia during 2015 became a model for various organizations and actors opposing equality politics. Prominent were those that fought against reproductive rights, including abortion, hormonal contraception, and artificial insemination. These groups recognized the effectiveness of strategies used against marriage equality and adapted them to their causes. For example, despite the fact that Slovenian anti-abortion actors rarely employ the term gender theory, the gender theory structural components developed during the 2015 marriage equality debates found their way into the post-2015 anti-abortion initiatives. These anti-abortion mobilizations are relevant from the perspective of anti-gender mobilizations in Slovenia for a variety of reasons. First, discourses of anti-abortion mobilizations aim to reconsolidate traditional gendered norms by reducing and limiting women to their motherhood as their sole purpose, thus aligning with the main objectives of anti-gender mobilizations aiming to consolidate particular gendered ways of being. Second, both anti-gender and anti-abortion mobilizations aim to strengthen opposition to what they perceive as common enemy, that is, the broader leftist agenda. This idea of a common enemy ideologically and discursively connects the agenda opposing reproductive rights with those opposing marriage equality and transgender rights. Third, its discursive strategies overlap with those of anti-gender mobilizations, as they both reach for the toolbox of broader neoconservative populist mobilizations, e.g., amplifying and organizing particular affects, especially of fear and anger. Finally, the alignment of both mobilizations is not just inferred from the discourse's architecture and strategies, but also through the involvement, at least to an extent, of identical actors in both the anti-gender and anti-abortion mobilizations in Slovenia, confirming their tightly characters when it comes to objectives, strategies, and discourses. Based on this, we argue that between the two there exists a particularly potent opportunistic synergy, and 2022, as both tend to secure a heteropatriarchal order by employing related discursive tools and mobilizing, to an extent, the very same group of actors. We will now highlight some examples that show how the main building blocks of the gender theory discourse overlap with the realm of reproductive rights. Unlike discussions on marriage equality examined earlier and transgender rights, which we will address later in the text, the following examples are not divided into distinct temporal phases characterized by specific developments and consolidations of discursive strategies. It is impossible to identify temporal phases where at least partially distinctive discursive tools were employed, as was the case with opposition to marriage equality and transgender rights. Instead, these tools have remained in constant use since at least 2015, when the discourse on gender theory first appeared in public discussions. Anti-gender mobilizations have a significant international dimension, which is particularly evident in the sharing of strategies and mutual support, and the same is evident in opposition to reproductive rights. In Slovenia, two key figures of anti-gender and anti-abortion mobilizations, and SORS, founded the Institute Network for Life and Equality. This organization, responsible for the annual March for Life, symbolizes the collaboration between Slovenian anti-gender activists and anti-abortion advocates. They are well connected to the Croatian anti-abortion movement, demonstrated by the joint appearance of, and a prominent Croatian anti-gender and anti-abortion advocate, on Nova 24 TVSI in 2019. Also spoke at the 2023 March for Life in Slovenia, further highlighting the cross-border alliance between these movements. Editorial Board of the March for Life, 2023. These are celebrated by the right-wing media, which often cite Croatian anti-abortion mobilizations as exemplary for the Slovenian efforts. 2019b. The Together for Life conference exemplifies international cooperation among anti-abortion advocates across the Balkans and beyond, with events in Serbia, North Macedonia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Slovenia. The conference fosters collaboration among regional organizations, with the help of U.S. organizations Heartbeat International and Per la Vita from Italy, 2023. The Institute's involvement in the European Advocacy Academy, EAA, in Brussels in 2017, organized by the European Dignity Watch, EDW, a significant entity in anti-gender mobilizations, underscores the Slovenian presence in the international networking. A report on the 2017 event on the Institute's website criticizes the spread and perceived aggressiveness of gender ideology, highlighting its global scale and the unified stance against it, 2017. One of the distinctive features of gender theory, building a conspiratorial strategy, was observable in the anti-abortion rhetoric shortly after the second referendum on marriage equality. It figured prominently the abortion lobby that allegedly influences support for the legal access to abortion behind the scenes. As part of the international 40 Days for Life initiative in 2015, anti-abortion groups organized rallies in front of the Division of and Obstetrics at the University Medical Center Ljubljana. The counter-reaction of the supporters of abortion rights followed in February 2016, in the form of an open letter to Slovenian political leaders. In response to this open letter, the article titled "List of Members of the Abortion Lobby Who Oppose the Right to Life of Unborn Girls and Boys" 2016 was published on the online portal 24C. It singled out the names of civil society representatives, intellectuals, activists, and organizations supportive of abortion rights, explicitly labeling them as part of the abortion lobby. The article accused the individuals of promoting the extinction of the Slovenian nation and the culture of death. This tactic was intensified by an heightening of affects, another aspect of gender theory discourse, particularly evident in the use of a provocative and emotionally charged image of a pregnant belly with a gun pointed at it to shock viewers and highlight the article's controversial claims. See Al. 2024. The effective dimension of the anti-abortion discourse is also evidenced by referring to the as unborn girls and boys, unborn children, or children under the mother's heart, humanizing the and evoking empathy. See 2020 for Latin America. While the view that abortion equates murder persists, a newer, more nuanced discourse also emerged, framing pregnant women as mothers in distress. Al. 2024. This narrative suggests that women are in distress due to the challenging life situations that stand in the way of their natural desire to become mothers. Portraying abortion not as a choice, but as an act against the will and nature of woman, it arouses empathy and the need to protect those in distress, that is, the mother and her unborn child. Moreover, this framing interpellates a woman who has not yet given birth and is not yet a mother into a maternal role, potentially amplifying feelings of guilt and responsibility towards the unborn child. See 2016 for more. Building on these emotional foundations, anti-abortion discourses further employ the tactic akin to those seen in marriage equality debates, namely the manipulation of temporal perspectives. By idealizing the past as a time when women purportedly did not face fatal consequences from illegal abortions, 2016, and lamenting the post-1952 era, when abortion became legal in Slovenia, as a period marked by the loss of 700,000 children due to abortion. Up to the present, 9 anti-abortion advocates extend their emotional and moral appeal by engaging in the creation of an invented tradition, 2012. This shift not only maintains the emotional momentum established by the personification of 700,000, but also contextualizes their stance within a broader cultural critique, suggesting the culture of death starts with the legalization of abortion. Conspiracy theories, manipulation of affects and temporalities appear in conjunction with the pseudoscientific discourse and the discourse of progressive feminist and LGBT+ movements. The pseudoscientific discourse, which seeks not only to undermine the logic of the scientific field, but also to co-opt rational, evidence-based scientific language, is especially pronounced in the case of the so-called post-abortive syndrome, which is allegedly caused by suffering from the negative psychological consequences after abortion, despite the fact that the broader scientific community has not agreed on its existence. Narratives on contraception follow a similar pattern, questioning its reliability through selective citations of studies, and suggesting that it fails to perform as promised in real-life situations. The utilization of the pseudoscientific discourse is part of a larger strategy of co-opting language traditionally associated with feminist and LGBT+ movements, whose claims are often supported with scientific findings and liberal views. Appropriating the language of the latter was evident, for instance, a few days before the 2023 March for Life, when abortion opponents held a gathering in Ljubljana's Congress Square and placed 190 flags in park. The organizers claimed that the flags symbolized the 3,000 to 4,000 unborn children lost each year, representing them as 190 missing school classes. A group of women activists removed the flags, criticizing it as symbolic aggression towards women. This act went viral, causing widespread debate. Among the activists was a member of the President of the Republic of Slovenia's Youth Advisory Committee, who was subsequently dismissed by the President, who claimed that this was an inappropriate manner of communication towards those with different opinions, RBG 2023, because everyone had the right to freedom of expression, and 2023. Likewise, Soar's response in the video shared on X was, "It is our human right to express our opinion." In a similar vein, the president of the right-wing NC party tweeted, "A community that lacks the tolerance to respect diverse opinions cannot be truly democratic." 2023. This controversy demonstrated how Slovenia's anti-abortion advocates use liberal rhetoric to bolster their anti-abortion agenda by prioritizing the right to free speech to condemn abortion as murder. The example illustrates the efficiency with which anti-abortion advocates blurred the boundaries of legitimate public debate through their strategic use of the liberal discourse. By embracing the liberal discourse, they have successfully problematized a right that is not only enshrined in the Slovenian constitution, but also one that the president of the country is expected to defend categorically. The opposition of anti-gender mobilizations to transgender rights, first our children, then our gender. Anti-gender mobilizations gained ground primarily through the opposition to marriage equality. In the meantime, however, their anti-transgender element crept slowly to the forefront. The ways of doing anti-transgender campaign within wider anti-gender mobilizations can be roughly divided into three distinct phases. The first overlaps with the referendum campaigns against marriage equality, extending to 2018. The second covers the period from 2018 to 2021, while the third period covers the anti-trans agenda and the strategies of anti-gender mobilizations from 2022 to the present. Each period is distinguished not only by a specific, but also by the particular strategies and rhetoric through which the anti-transgender agenda has gradually taken center stage in anti-gender mobilizations. Given the political situation, with marriage equality on the horizon, transgender phenomena were initially not the subject of anti-gender opposition but only as long as they could be instrumentalized as a tool of effective amplification against marriage equality. Anti-transgender elements were thus used to amplify aversion, anger, and moral panic, 2017, 222, with the aim of mobilizing resistance to marriage equality. To achieve this, anti-gender actors referred to transsexuals, and where the stood for those who allegedly changed their gender on a daily basis. See also 2017. In this sense, transsexuals and were represented as gay and lesbians evil twins, to borrow Stryker's designation of the transgender studies in relation to queer theory, 2004. The far more dangerous evil twin for now remains in the shadows, but it would loom disproportionately large had marriage equality not been prevented. The figure of the transsexuals and forewarned, first it will be our children, then they'll come for our gender, 2016. In this period, however, the threat to the vulnerable child in need of protection, the everlasting figure of anti-gender mobilizations, was still primarily coming from same-sex families, homosexual propaganda, and abortion, and not from transgender individuals and their rights, 2017, 222. Bearing in mind that it was at that very same point that transgender activism gained increased public visibility in Slovenia 10, the ensuing opposition to it was initially mostly reactive. During the next phase, from 2018 to 2021, anti-transgender rhetoric was gradually elevated to the same level as the one pertaining to same-sex partnerships, same-sex families, and marriage equality. Increased awareness of transgender rights prompted the first transgender-friendly institutional changes, such as the language revolution in 2018, when University of Ljubljana's the Faculty of Arts and later, the Faculty of Social Sciences adopted feminine gender in its regulations as a generic term for all genders, and 2022. Anti-gender actors interpreted the language revolution as another instance of gender theory infiltrating academia and as an additional slip on an already slippery slope of gender and sexuality-related rights. With this way of thinking, will we next intervene in the toilets, which would no longer be exclusively for female or male? How far are we going to go? HM 2018. As ominous as it was, this question was almost prophetic, as this is exactly what happened next. The language revolution was followed by the toilet revolution in 2019, when the Faculty of Social Sciences introduced 4 gender-neutral toilets following the initiative by the students. During this phase, upon the success of anti-gender mobilizations against marriage equality, the anti-transgender agenda intensified as a response to the alleged silent homosexual propaganda targeting Slovenian children, the phrase used by anti-gender actors to refer to the period after referendum campaigns on marriage equality, when homosexual activists were forced to rely on clandestine ideological tactics. 2019 c. What began as a threat of normalizing same-sex couples now entered the next phase of normalizing transgender. The field of education was singled out as particularly vulnerable to LGBT+ ideology. The figure of the child remains central in the anti-gender agenda, but the scale and number of threats to our children appear to be growing despite the successes of the referendum campaigns against marriage equality. The threats are multiplying, and the child is now perceived as endangered not only by same-sex families and abortion, but also by the threat of being coerced and manipulated into changing and shaping their gender. According to anti-gender rhetoric, the aim of LGBT+ ideology and/or gender theory is to normalize transgender identities, manipulate youth, and isolate them from their families and Christian values in order to make them more compliant. Al. 2021. The last phase that began in 2022 is marked by an ever more refined anti-transgender rhetoric, at the center of which is still the figure of our children. 2017, 227. In addition to the groundbreaking Constitutional Court ruling of July 2022, this phase is also characterized by the gradual strengthening of transgender rights abroad, albeit not in Slovenia, as well as the parallel trend of opposing them. The anti-transgender rhetoric was once again, briefly mobilized as the tool of effective amplification against marriage equality. However, unlike before, it is now a refined frame standing on its own, and as such, it is mobilized specifically against transgender rights. Children are still indiscriminately represented as the primary targets of the LGBT+ movement, or as stated by one of the main anti-gender actors, these people want to take over the soul and the body of your child. 2023. Children are at perceived risk of being adopted into same-sex partnerships, and the Constitutional Court's decision on marriage equality is seen as paving the way for an LGBT+ re-education, aimed at changing the children's gender and sexuality. 2023. In contrast to earlier periods, the danger of a child choosing their own gender is now much more concretely elaborated. This refinement cannot be seen as a reaction to Slovenian legislative changes, since transgender-related legislation remained largely unchanged from 2015 to 2023, with 2 exceptions mentioned above, cn. 10. Rather, it seems to derive from the of legislative trends abroad in Australia, the US, Canada, Spain, to name a few, exploiting them to create moral panic at home. In this sense, anti-transgender rhetoric is predominantly becoming future-oriented rather than reactive, and we are not far away from what is in this very moment happening in the US and other Western countries. 2023. The events abroad supposedly serve as a harbinger of what is to come to Slovenia. Will the underage youth in Spain be able to mutilate their sexual organs without their parents' consent? The youth with disorders looking for the magical solution are in danger. 2022. If the natural order of things is not re-established and consolidated, see also 2017. The focus of transgender-related threats to our children thus follows framing strategies from abroad. These strategies range from creating moral panic around detransitioning to representing the youth with mental health issues as being offered the quick and wrong solution of transgender identities, depicting those who identify as transgender as falling victim to social contamination and popularization of transgender identities and practices in the media. Thus, in line with the framing strategies abroad, the issue of medical gender confirmation procedures is put to the front of Slovenian anti-gender mobilizations, in which they are also framed and approached as a matter of gender deformation and/or amputation, and as a slippery slope that may lead to the revoking of parental legal rights if parents oppose their child's gender confirmation procedures. In June 2023, the anti-gender mobilization brought opposition to transgender identities and practices to the forefront when the Slovenian Democratic Youth, a youth association of the right-wing conservative Slovenian Democratic Party, organized a counter-protest during the Ljubljana Pride Parade. The counter-protest and campaign were led under the slogan Two Sexes, One Truth, calling for the restoration of the fundamental and prehistoric truth of sex over the fantasy of gender. Slovenian Democratic Youth, 2023. This event signaled that the anti-transgender discourse is now at the heart of anti-gender agenda. The Pride Parade was not opposed, at least not primarily, because of gay and lesbian rights, but predominantly because of transgender practices. The counter-protest was led by, who had previously collaborated with, on the conservative webcast Na, which regularly discusses and problematizes LGBT+ issues, particularly transgender phenomena. The webcast says something about the diversification of anti-gender actors and their media, and given its presence on social media, perhaps it also signals the attempt of anti-gender actors to reach out to younger generations. Becoming ever more refined in their opposition to transgender identities and practices, anti-gender discourses nonetheless always circle back to the idea of the traditional nuclear family. Transgender practices and identities are framed as attacks against the nature of sex, thus also as attacks on the traditional family and, by extension, nation. However, despite the fact that the central line, revolving around safeguarding the traditional family, is maintained, the anti-transgender agenda is becoming a potent instrument of anti-gender mobilization in its own right. Equality framings of Slovenian anti-gender mobilizations, paving the way to mayhem. A perfect storm of various transformations and processes, of social and governance structures, of party politics and the media, etc. has, according to 2017, led to populism not only being possible and feasible, but also being realized. Making use of the alluring power of the populist know-how, particularly in terms of establishing and consolidating the antagonistic relationship between the people and the elite, the emergence of anti-gender mobilizations in Slovenia coincided with the 2008 economic crisis and its reverberations in the population, 2017 with the waning power of the RCC and with the public debates on marriage equality in 2009, 2015. While the Western language of emancipatory from the 1960s has paved the way for the increasing recognition of LGBT+ human rights, albeit not linearly and with varying speed and extent, see, for example, Al. 2016, it is this same language that provided the opportunities for LGBT+ claims to be counterposed with the populist rhetoric of the people, standing for the hard-working, family-oriented, plain-spoken majority, endowed with common sense, 2017, 363. Within this juxtaposition, the claims for LGBT+ rights, or broadly, equality politics, are framed as necessarily leading to the people, the majority, being neglected at the expense of minorities. Anti-gender mobilization in Slovenia has brought the supposedly threatened status of the national heterosexuality, and Warner, 1998, 549, to the forefront. It takes on the mission, not of securing the existence of the heterosexual nuclear family form as such, but of protecting the invented idea of the heterosexual nuclear family as the only natural, normal, and legitimate one, the only one, that is to say, that can provide and secure the foundations of national reproduction, against the contenders and pretenders who claim they could be on an equal footing. To ensure the reproduction of the symbolic dominance in the changed socio-political landscape, particularly on the grounds of emancipatory, 2017, which has pierced the silence of in the last decades, it needs to be generative. For the discourse of the allegedly threatening march of individual rights at the expense of the heterosexual majority, nation, society, and civilization, an argument that can be traced back to the end of the 19th century, 1969, to be effective and engaging within the changed socio-political landscape, it needs to create a new haunting specter. In the context of anti-gender mobilization in Slovenia, the latter takes the shape of gender theory. Despite the many faces of gender theory being capable to refract in various directions and against different targets, see 2023, it nevertheless tends to oscillate around the closely family-nation relation, in which the heterosexual family serves as a metaphor for national existence, and Warner, 1998, for Slovenia, see also Al. 2021. The issues that anti-gender mobilization in Slovenia makes a problem of gender and sexuality-related equality policies threatening the existence of Slovenian children and families, and the way in which it articulates the problem reveal two broader frames on which anti-gender mobilization heavily relies. These are first the nationalist imaginary of the Slovenian nation as a blood and kinship-based community of Slovenians, rather than a nation inclusive of all its residents, 2004, and second, the spirit of anti-intellectualism. By framing the origin of the threat to Slovenian children and families as coming from, firstly, those perceived as foreigners who do not belong to the Slovenian nation in ethnical terms, and secondly, those who are cast as the internal outsiders, those who may belong to the nation in ethnic terms, yet fail to contribute and safeguard the reproductive capability of the nation, e.g. Advocates for LGBT+ and reproductive rights, see also, and 2016, anti-gender mobilization aims to preserve not only the existing gendered and sexual order, but also the ethno-nationalist one. Furthermore, anti-gender mobilization in Slovenia relies heavily on anti-intellectualism. Generally speaking, social sciences and humanities have historically been subject to delegitimization and misappropriation, see 2005. This is currently especially true for those that critically engage with the most taken-for-granted and naturalized social structures, such as gender and sexuality, 2015b, and 2021. The recourse to the spirit of anti-intellectualism is evident, firstly, in the anti-gender mobilization's rejection and distrust of the scientific fields of sociology and psychology in general. Both are exposed to claims of being ideological rather than scientific, as they supposedly serve to and advance certain non-scientific agendas, e.g. the LGBT+ agenda. Secondly, anti-intellectualism is present in the pseudoscientific claims made by anti-gender actors. We approach pseudoscience as anti-intellectual since it cloaks itself with scientific authority, yet it fails to take on board the logic of science fully and coherently. By subjecting the legitimacy of scientific to the principles of self-interest and self-selection, pseudoscience tends to encroach scientific autonomy and its social place. For example, to foreground their exclusionary claims, anti-gender actors refer to discredited studies and their populist statistics, 2015b, 88, such as the notorious and flawed study, which tried to show that same-sex families tend to result in generally worse outcomes for children growing up in these families, that fail to follow the logic of the scientific field. By pseudoscientific selective appropriation of discredited scientific studies, anti-gender actors exploit and misuse the authority of science and its power of truth-making, Brown, 2023, to justify their political claims, disregarding the scientific field as such. The reliance of anti-gender mobilizations on science is thus conditional, since science and its legitimacy are measured or rather mismeasured according to the so-called La Science Infuse, as following calls the innate knowledge of the social world, a practical rather than scientific knowledge of the social world, and 1992, 186. The power of science is wielded by anti-gender mobilizations so long as it is backed by the power of the entire social order, and that is, by the power and symbolic profits of conforming to the norm, 1996. As long as the findings appear to be congruent with the common sense and with the heteronormative and world, and as such can be backed by the power of applause of the greatest number of people, a principle governing the political rather than scientific field, c. 1999, 339, they are deemed scientific, while everything else, especially non-essentialist and denaturalizing knowledge about gender and sexuality, can be thrown under the bus of ideology. However, anti-gender mobilizations should be discussed not only from the perspective of what they make the problem of equality politics, and how the problem is articulated in nationalist and anti-intellectual terms alongside politics of fear, but also from the perspective of where the source of the problem is located. Namely, the main culprits which anti-gender mobilizations turn their attention to are LGBT+ lobbies, academic elites, as well as broader left-wing political actors and their agendas. By casting the net widely, encompassing the left-wing political agenda, its companions and offspring, the issues around which anti-gender mobilizations rally serve as a fertile ground for broad coalitions. In the Slovenian case, this is particularly evident in the case of opposition to reproductive rights, where anti-gender mobilizations, what they problematize, how they problematize it, and where they locate the problem of equality politics, serves not only as a model to follow, but also as an opportunity for broader coalitions. In the national context, the actors engaged in anti-gender and anti-abortion mobilization differ to some extent. However, the main building blocks of anti-abortion mobilizations are the same as those of anti-gender mobilizations. Both rely heavily on conspiratorial and effective doing of politics, and both tend to come right back to the very same source of the problem, the left-wing political agenda, causing a demographic winter and threatening the existence of the nation. The intertwinement is even more evident at the supranational level, where actors from both mobilizations tend to join forces in broader international organizations, as in the case of the Together for Life Conference and participation in the European Dignity Watch, and regionally dense networks, as in the case of regional collaborations and joint appearances of Croatian and Slovenian anti-gender and anti-abortion actors. The main elements of the anti-gender agenda in Slovenia reveal its inelasticity, precisely because gender theory serves as an empty signifier. As such, it is able to provide a burst of opportunistic synergy and 2022 among various groups of actors, and to build, sustain, and strengthen coalitions that encompass a wide range of public issues. However, despite its refractory nature shaped by the emptiness of gender theory, its aim remains solid: to bring the imagined world of the past back to life by mobilizing the thread of the world as it is being seemingly undone, and to attempt to do so by politicizing the affects, especially those of fear, panic, frustration, and anger. Conclusion. In the context of articulating the contemporary manifestations of opposition to equality politics, contemporary anti-gender mobilizations represent a distinctive socio-political phenomenon. Through the appropriation of human rights and the ideals such as freedom, equality, democracy, anti-gender actors have effectively legitimized their presence in the public sphere. Within this sphere and under the banner of freedom of speech, they advocate discriminatory and exclusionary positions in conflict with constitutional and fundamental human rights. The anti-gender discourse adeptly tailors its exclusionary nature to conform to the norms of democratic debate, deploying an ostensibly rational and composed rhetoric. Under the banner of democracy, it subverts the very foundations of democratic principles and actively contributes to the current processes of de-democratization, AL. 2021. These processes are not aimed solely at undermining gender and sexuality-related equality politics, but also at eroding the public sphere's role as a platform for democratic and pluralistic debate on public affairs. Democracies stand and fall through the regulated rivalry of democratic partisanship, Moore, 2016-19. However, a consensus on the parameters of the regulated rivalry needs to be in place. Anti-gender discourses tend to bypass and undermine these parameters rather than strengthening them. Relying heavily on the negative culture of effectivity, 2023-308 against equality politics, anti-gender mobilizations tend to intensify populist dichotomy. The supposedly threatened social majority is pitted against those whose claims to rights are deemed unwarranted because their lives cannot be subsumed under the criteria of the substantive likeness within the dominant gender and sexual order, and 2012, and who are by extension deemed responsible for the pain and suffering of ordinary, that is, heterosexual and cisgender citizens. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S, and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the license material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: M&R 2019. NINV. In R. Eads. Naos. 101-122. V. T. 2016. Public response due in. 24 say. Retrieved May 7, 2024. From webarchive.org web 201812228035211924 so 700000. L. and Warner, M's 1998. Sex in Public. Critical Inquiry 24, 547-566. Org 1010-8644-8884. L. and J. 2012. Effect in the End Times, A Conversation with. Parle 22, 7189. Org 105250-220071. M. and A. 2022. Gendering Dedemocratization, Gender and in Post-Communist Europe. Politics and Governance 10415. Org 10-17645 V10-I46245. P. and L. 1992. An Invitation to Reflexive Sociology. Polity Press. P. 1996. On the Family as a Realized Category. Theory, Culture, and Society 13-3, 1926. Org 10-11770-263-2769660-13003002. P's 1999. Scattered Remarks. European Journal of Social Theory 2-3, 334-340. Org 10-1177136-843-1992222-4563. P. 2000. Meditations. University Press. T. 2023. LGBTQ and Nova 24 TVSI. Retrieved February 5, 2024, from Nova 24 C. Zena Brown, W. 2019. In the Ruins of Neoliberalism, The Rise of Anti-Democratic Politics in the West. Columbia University Press. Brown, W. 2023. Nihilistic Times, Thinking with Max Weber. The Belknap Press of University Press. R. 2017. Why Populism? Theory and Society 46, 357-385. Org 10-1007 S111860-1793-17. Coordination for the Preparation of the March for Life 2020. 2020. Retrieved May 6, 2024, from 24C 7000000700000 odd V. F 2019 Video in V in odd do. Nova 24 TVSI. Retrieved May 6, 2024, from Nova 24C Video in V in odd do, F 2019b. Video Bo Dunna. Po and Nova 24 TVSI. Retrieved May 6, 2024, from Nova 24C Video Bo Dunna Po, F 2019c. Nad Olin V in Nova 24 TVSI. Retrieved November 2, 2023, from Nova 24C NAD and V Sol in E 2023. Anti-Gender Politics as Discourse Coalitions, Russia's Domestic and International Promotion of Traditional Values. Problems of Post-Communism, 72, 175-184. Org 10-108010758216202-11987-269. Editorial Board of the March for Life. 2023. NUD 2023. Retrieved May 6, 2024, from C. Novasna 2023 V and D 2018. Twitter in Ob V. 66-4, 473-495. Retrieved May 6, 2024, from C. Article View 20184415 PDF 20184415. A and E 2022. Anti-Gender Politics in the Populist Moment. S 2023. Together for Life. M. Retrieved May 6, 2024, from C. Together for Life HM 2018. V na LGBT. Nova 24 TVSI. Retrieved November 2, 2023, from Nova 24C El Navi, M 2016. MDDSC in 00. M retrieved May 6, 2024, from C in 00. 2023. Asab V. Nova 24 TVSI. Retrieved November 2, 2023, from Nova 24C El Sab V, E 2012. Introduction, Inventing Traditions. In I and T Ranger. The Invention of Tradition. 114. Cambridge University Press. B 2017. Pro-Life in Pro-Family. Retrieved May 6, 2024, from Net Pro-Life and Pro-Family L, A, and B 2021. LGBT-V. Nova 24 TVSI. Retrieved February 5, 2024, from Nova 24 CV, E, J, and R 2011. Dedemocratization and Opposition to Gender Equality Politics in Europe. Social Politics, International Studies in Gender, State, and Society, 28-3, 521-531. Org 1010-93030. ATs V M and S 2024. Abortion and Reproductive Rights in Slovenia, A Case of Resistance. M 2012. Retrieved May 6, 2024, from COM-OR 2015. 43-260, 118-132. Retrieved May 6, 2024, from C Details Earn NBN SI.Q0, HK31FC. R 2015b. Playing with Science, Sexual Citizenship and the Roman Catholic Church Counter-Narratives in Slovenia and Croatia. Women's Studies International Forum, 49, 8492. Org 101016J2014070005. R 2017. Changing Gender Several Times a Day, the Anti-Gender Movement in Slovenia. In R and D. Anti-Gender Campaigns in Europe, Mobilizing Against Equality. 215-232. And R 2022. How the Anti-Gender Movement Contributed to Marriage Equality in Slovenia. Culture Wars Papers 36. Retrieved November 2, 2023, from Org Content Uploads 2022-12 Culture Wars Papers number 36 December 2022. R and M 2022. Women as a Linguistic Footnote, Equality Fatigue in the Debate on Gender-Sensitive Language in Slovenia. Gender and Language 16-3, 241-264. Org 10-1558 Genel 2-1680. S. 1969. Individualism and the Intellectuals. Political Studies 17-1-1430. Org 10-1111J14679248196900622X. Z and P 2022. In the Name of the Conservative People, Slovakia's Gendered Illiberal Transformation. Politics and Governance 10-4-95-107. Org 10-17645V10 I45538. MG 2015. 71 Possible Genders on Facebook, or Where the Politics of Gender Identification Leads. Nova 24 TVSI. Retrieved February 5, 2024, from Nova 24C 71 Na Ali, A 2011. Nazvi Bodo de MMC RTV. Retrieved May 7, 2024, from C Navi Bodo de 259831. A and G 2023. Du Ima Z. MMC RTV. Retrieved November 2, 2023, from CDU Z683656. M1927 2005. The Nature of Sociology. Press Books. M and R 2010. Odd Do. 4956, 283-298. Retrieved October 31, 2023, from CERN NBN SI Doc 8WXAUX 672019031620013680 M 2016. Abortion or an everlasting problem with for women. In 536, 1369-1385. Retrieved May 6, 2024, from C-Docs Default Source Tip 62016. D 2022. VC Bodo Nova 24 TVSI. Retrieved February 5, 2024, from Nova 24 CVC Bodo D 2023. Po 2 Retrieved May 1, 2024, from C. Ailes Po 2 S 2004. The role of mass media in the reconstitution of nations. The reconstitution of the Slovenian nation through the mass media representations of the plebiscite for an independent Slovenia, Bosnian refugees and non-registered migration, 1992-001, doctoral dissertation. Ljubljana. Moore A. 2016. Conspiracy and Conspiracy Theories in Democratic Politics. Critical Review, A Journal of Politics and Society, 28-1-123. Org 1010800891381120 811201611788894. NK 2015. So we have a marriage of 3 women. Look what one of the 3 newlyweds will do. Nova 24 TVSI. Retrieved February 5, 2024, from Nova 24 C. So Audis NK 2015b. Gender change at 15 without parental consent. Nova 24 TVSI. Retrieved February 5, 2024, from Nova 24 C. D and M 2021. Dedemocratization and the Politics of Knowledge, Unpacking the Cultural Marxism Narrative. Social Politics 28-3, 556-587. Org 1010933025. K 2011. AZ MMC RTV. Retrieved May 6, 2024, from CZ2 59782. Day and V 2022. Corpus Linguistic Analysis of Speech Communities on Anti-Gender Discourse in Slovene. Gender, a Gender and Research, 32-2, 141-66. Org 10130620222020. RBG 2023. Z N1 SLO. Retrieved November 2, 2023, from N1 Info C Novice Z A 2023. O Moderns. Slovenian Bishops' Conference. 2012. Hello. Retrieved May 6, 2024, from CO. Slovenian Democratic Youths. 2023. SDIM. Retrieved May 6, 2024, from CRT and R 2021. The Public 28 Supple. S122, S140. Org 101080131832222202 1201295. R and M 2022. Intersectional Representation in Online Media Discourse, Reflecting Anti-Discrimination Position in Reporting on Same-Sex Partnership. Gender, Technology and Development, 26-3, 463-484. Org 1010800971852420 AM and S 2016. VL 44-266, 163-187. Retrieved May 6, 2024, from C Details Earn NBNC Doc 586 QR6 FW. Stryker S 2004. Transgender Studies, Queer Theories Evil Twin. GLQ, A Journal of Lesbian and Gay Studies, 10-2, 212-215. Org 101215106426, 84102212. Case M and N 2021. A Dry Branch on the Nation's Body, the nation's biological reproduction between gender and sexuality. In 87, 69, 85. Org 1036144G 8721 69 85. M 2023. On more. Twitter. Retrieved November 2, 2023. From Twitter.com status 170911372083041090. M. D. and Johnson C. 2016. The Lesbian and Gay Movement and the State. Comparative Insights into a Transformed Relationship. J. M. 2020. The Conservative Uses of Law. The Catholic Mobilization Against Gender Ideology. Social Compass 67-2, 252-266. Org 1011770037768620907561. V 2016. 24 Say. Retrieved November 2, 2023 from 24C. R 2015. The Politics of Fear, What Right-Wing Populist Discourses Mean. Sage Publications. 2021. Via then of V. Retrieved August 27, 2025, from C Content Uploads 202208V and V. A 2013. How to Know a Citizen When You See One. The Sex of a Citizen. Identities Journal for Politics, Gender and Culture 1012, 7182. Org 10511151, Identities V10 I12282. The research for this chapter was supported with the research programs P60194 Problems of Autonomy and Identity in the Times of Globalization, and P50183 Social Psychology and Sociology of Everyday Life, both financed by the Slovenian Research and Innovation Agency, and the research project J550158 Gender, Democracy and the Neoconservative Anti-Gender Movement, also financed by the Slovenian Research and Innovation Agency. Its founder and leader who was already recognized for his involvement in earlier conservative campaigns, e.g. opposing the access of single women and those in same-sex relationships to infertilization in 2001, and the decriminalization of prostitution in Slovenia in 2003, 2017. See, for example, 2013, for a critical discussion on how the idea of free and equal citizens has, historically, rested on exclusionary practices that shaped who and what social groups get to be perceived as fully human, and by extension as free and equal citizens. Although anti-gender organizations in Slovenia posed as secular entities representing a group of concerned citizens, in reality, they were satellite organizations of the Slovenian RCC. This tactic represented a novel strategy by the RCC to disseminate its messages under the guise of secular organizations, aiming to Slovenian society, 2017. Two of this kind right-wing media outlets are Nova 24 TVSI, established in 2015, and 2022, and the online portal 24C. Initially, this portal was hosted on the official server of the Slovenian RCC, AL. 2024. In 2015, known for his 2012 campaign with CIDPO, founded Children Are at Stake, ZAG, a leading anti-gender organization during this time. He was joined by, who started Voice of Grandparents, advocating for the rights and roles of grandparents in families and society. The portrayal of grandparents caring for their was instrumental in rallying opposition to marriage equality, especially among the older population. Following the second referendum's success, established the Voice for Children and Families Party. The party's agenda promotes a neoconservative vision of intimate citizenship, evolving from a single-issue campaign to a broader effort to influence societal norms and politics. Examples from the Nova 24 TVSI portal during the referendum campaign include titles like, "So We Have a Marriage of Three Women." Look what one of the three newlyweds will do. NK 2015, Gender Change at 15 Without Parental Consent. NK 2015b, 71 Possible Genders on Facebook or Where the Politics of Gender Identification Leads. MG 2015. In 2020, the March for Life Organizing Committee launched a campaign to recite 700,000 Hail Mary prayers for the 700,000 unborn children lost since abortion became legal in Slovenia. March for Life Organizing Committee, 2020. See coordination for the preparation of the March for Life 2020-2020. In 2014, a non-formal group of transgender activists was formed, which was institutionalized a year later when the first transgender-specific non-governmental organization was formed, Initiative Trans Institute Trans. Although there exists no transgender-specific legislation in Slovenia, medical and legal gender confirmation procedures are available with the medical confirmation letter stating that the individual has changed their gender. In 2016, the Protection Against Discrimination Act, including protection against discrimination based on gender identity and gender expression, entered into force. Additionally, in 2020, Interdisciplinary Council for the Confirmation of Gender Identity was formally established, see also 2021. Most recently, in 2022, the removal of the local jurisdiction of the administrative unit, which is responsible for the official change of the individual's gender marker, was enacted following the recommendation of the advocate of the principle of equality to avoid a non-consensual disclosure of transgender identity in the milieu the individual lives in. 4. Your gender is a anti-gender issues in Serbia. Introduction. Our title intentionally alludes to Barbara's renowned work, the black and white photograph of a woman's face split symmetrically along the vertical axis with the words, "Your body is a," stamped over it. This work was created in support of the United States National March on Washington that took place on April 9, 1989, advocating for abortion rights and the protection of women's bodily autonomy. The process of women's empowerment and the emancipation of LGBT+ people have been slow and fragile, with successful instances often encountering backlash. For this reason, 35 years later, this powerful slogan retains its relevance globally, and particularly in contexts like the Serbian one, where there is a rapid increase in anti-gender mobilization. This mobilization opposes post-essentialist conceptions of sexuality and gender issues, undermining their scientific basis by labeling them as ideological. Compared to earlier periods, attacks on reproductive rights, abortion access, sex education, LGBT+ rights, and similar issues are now framed as a battle against gender ideology, gender theory. These phenomena are regarded as contrary to human nature and the needs of ordinary people and portrayed as being externally imposed. Anti-gender mobilization is recognized as a phenomenon spreading globally, and in recent years it has manifested in Serbia, progressively expanding both in scope and effectiveness. The growing mobilization potential of the anti-gender discourse and the increasing number of its proponents have been identified and researched in Serbian feminist literature, and 2023, 2019, and 2020. The onset of significant mobilization is linked with a series of actions taken in 2017, focusing on the educational package one for teaching about sexual violence against children, which marked the beginning of anti-gender mobilization in Serbian, and 2020-38. However, this mobilization was preceded by articles and books from the early 2010s authored by conservative intellectuals who aimed to critique what they termed as the LGBT agenda and gender feminism. Notably, the sociologist has played a crucial role by introducing the terms gender feminism, used interchangeably with radical feminism, and gay LGBT agenda into Serbian sociology. These terms were employed to characterize a range of contemporary policies, discourses, and practices related to problems of gender and sexuality. Argued that gender feminism represents a form of social engineering that is bringing, against the will of ordinary people, a radical change to the very foundations of social interactions between women and men, 2011-2012. Similarly, the term gay agenda is described as efforts of the gay movement to go beyond just advocating for equal rights of LGBT and heterosexual populations, aiming instead for a broader revision of societal norms, 2014. Originating from the academic circle, these ideas laid the ideological foundation for the subsequent development of anti-gender mobilization. Intellectuals have continued to play pivotal roles as key actors in various mobilizing events. In the case of Serbia, the influence of intellectuals in the inception of anti-gender discourse and the spread of anti-gender mobilization is substantial compared to other countries in the region. Our chapter aims to reveal the central themes and key figures contributing to the articulation of cultures of rejection around the phenomenon of gender in Serbia. To effectively illustrate not only the scope and strategies of anti-gender mobilization, but also its integration into the cultural system, the concept of cultures of rejection proves to be analytically valuable. Cultures of rejection can be described as a complex regime of attitudes, values, norms, affects, and practices that are interrelated and constituted through the rejection of a set of sociocultural phenomena, Harder and 2021-5-6, Al. 2023. The cultures of rejection function as a social imaginary or a cultural map enabling individuals and social groups to envision the social world, its elements, and their place within it, and James 2013-23, 2019-2. Rejection serves as an implicit basis for articulating various heterogeneous elements, such as signifiers, statements, texts, affects, and non-discursive practices, into a coherent whole. Cultures of rejection operate through othering and effective mobilization. Othering involves assigning negative characteristics to the rejected phenomenon, which includes concurrently constructing a certain in-group identity characterized to that of the rejected entity, 2015-72, 2005-30. In other words, it refers to the power of the symbolic structures, such as codes, narratives, and stories, in shaping values and affects. These structures enable people to designate certain individuals or groups as different, inferior to the dominant social group, or even undesirable within a community. We claim that gender and those who support gender equality in Serbia have become the entities subjected to othering. This process of othering leads to effective mobilization, whereby gender is perceived as a source of danger, linked to negative emotions such as fear and anxiety, 2015-213, 2004, 231-232. It is ultimately tied to moralistic judgments that frame it with a narrative of moral antagonisms between us and them, good and evil, heroes and villains, etc. Al. 2022, 329-330. The rise of anti-gender discourse in Serbia, exploring actors and key mobilizing topics. The first significant anti-gender mobilization occurred in 2017, targeting the educational materials designed to teach children about gender-based violence and empowering them to respond appropriately. These materials were produced by the NGO Incest Trauma Center in collaboration with the Ministry of Education. Conservative intellectuals, supported by some teachers, and media outlets criticized accusing it of sexualizing children and introducing them into the world of sexuality, into the world of adults, and even into the world of pathology, 2017, while undermining parental rights, 2017. They have successfully pressured the Ministry of Education to retract the initiative. The mobilization capitalized on concerns for children's well-being and invoked the protection of Serbian values. In rejecting the proposed educational package, two main argumentative strategies were employed. The first strategy downplayed the societal importance of learning about various forms of sexual violence and harassment, going as far as to portraying the content of the educational package as mere ideology fundamentally opposed to Serbian values, 2017. It was described as the tools for the implementation of radical individualism, radical feminism, and mentioned for the first time gender ideology. The second strategy involved othering those who developed and supported this package, questioning their expertise, accusing them of pursuing financial gain, harboring hidden agendas, and having career backgrounds that were interpreted as work in indoctrination, 2017, including activities in promoting and advocating lesbianism, 2017. In far-right intellectual circles in Serbia, LGBT activists are perceived as emblematic of Western ideology due to the far-right's reactionary stance against what they consider Western liberal influences, 2019. Consequently, feminist researchers and activists, as well as LGBT activists, frequently encounter rejection based on narratives of national betrayal and serving the interests of Western powers. Based on these strategies of and othering, the Radical Right Party even called for the dismissal of the Minister of Education, but their demand was not met. The success of these strategies is evidenced by the Ministry of Education's swift retraction of the proposed educational package. A significant factor contributing to this was the mobilization's focus on the topic of education and the well-being of children. The emotional well-being of children has been a highly charged issue in various political mobilizations, 2021, 69, but within the anti-gender mobilization, the theme of protecting our children emerged as the central strategy. The slogan, "We must defend our children," resonated strongly, mirroring sentiments found in anti-gender movements in countries like Poland, 2021, Croatia, al. 2012, or Slovenia, 2017, 217, 225, 226. Comparative studies show that these movements consistently invoke the image of the innocent child, positioning themselves as protectors from school-based indoctrination and champions of parental rights to impart moral and religious values to their offspring, and 2017, 258. In Serbia, the narrative of defending children predominantly employs a secular rhetoric, drawing upon the Constitution of the Republic of Serbia and the Convention on the Rights of the Child. This approach seeks to affirm parents' rights to raise and educate their children according to their own beliefs, RTV, 2017. Serbian anti-gender mobilization also articulated the demand to shield children from what they termed as the ideology of homosexuality, or LGBT ideology, with only occasional references to gender ideology. Critics associated the educational packages with condemning the authors of the packages for purportedly introducing children to pornography and normalizing same-sex displays of affection, such as two boys kissing. Homophobia has been a notable characteristic of the right wing in Serbia, with stigmatizing and discriminatory attitudes toward the LGBT+ community prevalent in public discourse, 2007 and 2017. Right-wing groups and parties have consistently criticized any proposal for the legal recognition of same-sex partnerships and the organization of LGBT+ events, particularly the annual Pride Parade. Moreover, discriminatory attitudes towards LGBT people are widespread in the general population. Research conducted on a representative sample of the population of Serbian citizens older than 15 years indicates high levels of social distance towards the LGBT community, with the highest scores being associated with LGBT individuals until 2016, after which higher scores have only been identified towards migrants, with LGBT now in the second position, 2019, 49. To illustrate, when asked whom they would not like as a neighbor, 23% of respondents marked LGBT people. LGBT individuals are the third least wanted neighbors in Serbia, following migrants 38% and Albanians 27%, 2019-50. Despite these attitudes, became the first openly lesbian prime minister in Serbia in 2017, and the second in the world, following in Iceland, 2009-2013, just a few months after the retraction of the educational packages. While cannot be directly linked to LGBT activism, her appointment was perceived by European Union officials as a progressive milestone, and by some local LGBT organizations as an act that provides visibility to the community, potentially having a positive impact. However, despite having an openly lesbian prime minister, significant progress regarding LGBT rights in Serbia has been limited. The appointment of as the prime minister sent a message to the Western public that Serbia is progressive and not homophobic, while domestically she has been criticized for leading a government that does not actively recognize or advance LGBT rights, and 2024-96. The second key instance of anti-gender mobilization specifically targeted the attempt to pass the law on same-sex partnerships in 2021. Anti-gender actors reframed their earlier homophobic attitudes, expanding their critique from strictly Western, European, and/or American agendas to include gender ideology as the major obstacle hindering Serbia's moral and biological renewal, 2021. Despite the country being led by the openly lesbian prime minister, whose partner gave birth during her term and who comes from the ruling Serbian Progressive Party, SNS, conservative intellectuals and politicians, including those from smaller radical right parties as well as representatives of the SNS, consistently opposed the draft law. They argued that it was undemocratic and unconstitutional, claiming it opposed the will of the majority and challenged the definition of marriage as a union between a man and a woman, as stated in the Constitution of Serbia, 2021. The Serbian Orthodox Church played a significant role in the opposition, submitting official comments against the draft law to the government of the Republic of Serbia. Unlike conservative intellectuals and right-wing politicians who framed their opposition in secular terms, church representatives relied on religious rhetoric, labeling the proposed document as the propagation and advertising of sin, 2021. Both secular and religious discourses in Serbia, converging on the notion of the foreign gender agenda from the West, which supposedly aimed to fundamentally change Serbian society or even threaten the existence of the nation, 2021, worked in a complementary manner to prevent the adoption of the law. Pride parades in Serbia represent the third focal point, mobilizing anti-gender actors. Since 2013, prides in Belgrade have been organized without major disruptions. Although small groups of right-wing activists, occasionally accompanied by a few priests, have organized so-called family walks before or after Pride events as protests or purifying actions, Pride events themselves have proceeded without extreme public disapproval. President has utilized Pride parades, along with the appointment of as the Prime Minister, for tactical Europeanization to enhance his international image, yet Pride remained relatively invisible to the wider local public, 2023, 167. In this context, it is noteworthy that has attended the Pride March several times, but has not leveraged Pride as an opportunity to articulate the demands that would improve the position of the LGBT community in Serbia. The dynamics shifted in 2022 when the support for protests against Pride increased, leading to a significantly more pronounced opposition to the event in the media. The fact that it was the Europride, an international event which was scheduled to take place in 2022 in Belgrade, was used to mobilize more people against Pride than in previous years. The mobilization was based on the argument that Europride was a foreign event imposed on Serbian society by the West. The narrative gained traction in 2022, the year when anti-Western sentiments were strengthened and extensively utilized in the political discourse of both the ruling parties and the right-wing opposition, emerging as a reaction to the war in Ukraine, Al. 2022. Riding the wave of increasing pro-Russian sentiments by combining anti-Western and homophobic rhetoric, the West, primarily the U.S., was portrayed as an empire forcing Serbia to organize events like Pride parades, which allegedly contradict the will of the people and their cultural identity. In such narratives, Serbia was depicted as a colony that needs to be obedient to Western directives, especially concerning LGBT+ rights, 2022. Europride was perceived as an external threat supported by a minority of local traitors who were seen as deviating from traditional gender roles and the patriarchal family structure, the elements considered foundational to the nation. The phrase rape of the state, 2022, was used to emphasize the claim that foreign forces, in collaboration with local minorities, were demanding changes opposed to the will of the people, potentially endangering the nation's survival. This narrative depicted Europride as a form of tyranny of the minority over the majority, thus overshadowing discussions about sexual consent and rights. Right-wing organizations, political parties, and the Serbian Orthodox Church organized counter-manifestations called litanies across Serbia to protest against Europride, receiving significant media attention, Radio 2022. In church traditions, a litany is a religious procession led by a priest, featuring a series of petitions. In this case, it referred to the organized marches of citizens accompanied by representatives of the Serbian Orthodox Church, who prayed for the preservation of traditional marriage and family. People moved beyond the realm of online activism, taking to the streets too to protest against what they perceived as the greatest threat to contemporary Serbian society, gender ideology. Paradoxically, during this period of organized protests and claims in the media that gender ideology, introduced through Europride, would have destructive effects, was appointed Prime Minister for the third time. Due to criticisms against the organization of Europride from various quarters, including representatives of the ruling party SNS, for example, the mayor of Belgrade, a member of the SNS, stated that because of the way it is organized, it runs counter to our traditional values. 2022, right-wing parties, the Serbian Orthodox Church, informal citizen groups, and participants in litanies, Europride was initially banned. Eventually, under pressure from EU officials, the government allowed Europride gathering to take place at Park. However, the participants were not allowed to march through the streets where the initial route was planned. The protests organized against Europride also brought attention to the content of biology textbooks in Serbia regarding the concept of gender. Similar to the criticism leveled against Euro pride, it was claimed that biology textbooks were influenced by LGBT ideology or gender ideology, whose first victims are our children due to the textbooks mentioning a distinction between sex and gender. The debate over the status of biology textbooks became highly polarizing among the general public, with some aiming to prevent the spread of gender ideology in schools, while others advocating for the inclusion of scientifically relevant information about gender in education. Following a plea from the Patriarch of the Serbian Orthodox Church, which was made during the prayer for the preservation of marriage and family delivered at litanies, the Ministry of Education quickly reacted. Within days, the minister requested a review of the 8th grade biology curriculum. An ad working group was then established by the Council for the Advancement of Education, consisting of scientists known for their right-wing political views, whose identities were initially concealed from the public and who were selected in opposition to the Serbian Biological Society III. Through this process, the representatives of anti-gender mobilizations gained institutional authority to influence the inclusion of gender-related content in educational curricula. Despite substantial objections from biology professionals and a portion of the public, the textbooks were removed from circulation. The mobilization principles mirrored those seen in previous cases. Conservative intellectuals and right-wing politicians publicly expressed their concerns, receiving crucial support from the Church, especially from its highest authority, the Patriarch. The concept of gender was portrayed as a threat to children's development, highlighting the risk to this particularly vulnerable group if norms originating from the West are adopted and applied to Serbian society. 2021. Secular and religious discourses became closely intertwined, critiquing the textbooks for their supposed conflict with faith, tradition, and science. 4 anti-gender actors emphasized that almost all members of society were against the textbooks. 2022, labeling those who criticized their removal as representatives of the culture of nonsense, lacking reason and knowledge, or even branding them as crazy and fanatics. Brain, 2022. 43074343. Through this rhetoric, an effort was made to legitimize the rejection as a way to align the majority against what was framed as an unreasonable or even extremist and delusional minority. Last but certainly not least, gender-sensitive language has emerged as a crucial issue within anti-gender mobilization. The debate on gender and language has unprecedentedly grown in the public sphere following media commentary on a draft of the Bill on Gender Equality in 2017, which emphasized the need to specify the feminine forms for nouns that denote professions and social roles. 2022-6. Initially, criticism of gender-sensitive language appeared in the works of conservative intellectuals, 2011, and the circle of critics expanded following the adoption of the bill in 2021. After its adoption, gender-sensitive language has taken center stage in anti-gender mobilization. Conservative intellectuals, right-wing politicians, and representatives of the Serbian Orthodox Church, including the Patriarch, have been particularly vocal in their opposition, especially regarding the use of feminine noun forms for women's professions and titles. Echoing previous instances of mobilization, opponents of gender-sensitive language have framed it as an externally imposed project orchestrated by foreign entities and enforced in a top-down manner, alleging that it contradicts the essence of the Serbian language, tradition, and linguistic structure. 2022. Additionally, they invoked the metaphor of rape, describing gender-sensitive language as a violation or mutilation of the language. 2023. A Belgrade-based law office has been contesting the constitutional validity of gender-sensitive language for several years. An initiative was submitted to the Constitutional Court of Serbia in 2021, claiming that the Bill on Gender Equality was not in line with the Constitution, which recognizes only the category of sex, not gender. Furthermore, the lawsuit claims that the act introduces legal uncertainty by suspending the application of several thousand regulations that use terms not aligned with the law's mandate for the obligatory use of gender-sensitive language. 2021b. The Serbian Orthodox Church and its Patriarch vehemently advocate against this law and gender-sensitive language. Representatives of the Church, as in the case of some other debates of public interest, combine tropes from the civil, religious, and nationalist discourses, 2021, to convey a broader message. They argue that gender-sensitive language infringes the right to personal freedom, contradicts the Church norm that views marriage a sacred mystery, and ultimately threatens to dismantle the spiritual and cultural code of the nation, along with its collective unconscious, 2021. The patriarch frequently urges state authorities to take action against non-governmental organizations that consistently and systematically promote gender ideology, politics, and practice in preschool and school education, N1, 2023. The president of a key cultural authority for Serbian language and culture, shares similar views. He perceives the actions envisaged by the Bill on Gender Equality as violence perpetrated by a certain group of people with a particular ideological orientation, RTV 2024. Discursive strategies, framing gender as the biggest contemporary threat. In this segment, we aim to map the discourse used by anti-gender actors in Serbia, specifically focusing on how the notion of gender is articulated with other ideas, signifiers, and terms. 5. We will refer to various sets of these articulations as discursive strategies, and define them as intentional plans of discursive practices adopted in order to achieve a particular goal. By researching these discursive strategies, we aim to shed light on how linguistic tactics are employed by anti-gender actors to demonstrate, validate, or highlight specific points or issues related to the concept of gender, 2009, 3840, in order to mobilize affects and facilitate the process of othering. Denial of the scientific basis of the concept of gender. The authors of the educational package are keen to completely separate sex as a physical entity from gender, which is supposedly a pure social construct. This means that every child is encouraged to choose their gender, or in other words, experiment with their sexuality, 2017. In the anti-gender discourse, the difference between gender and sex is not seen as the outcome of scientific research, but rather as a purely ideological distinction. In other words, gender is perceived as a political construct, which is seen as foreign, fundamentally incompatible with Serbian culture and tradition, and in conflict with our core values, and 2020-31. The slippery slope argument is also employed, suggesting that accepting the distinction between sex as a biological category and gender as a social construct will inevitably lead to encouraging all members of our society, and especially children, to experiment with their sexuality, note the sudden switch from gender identity to sexuality, or actually move away from the heterosexual orientation. Based on such interpretation, the very concept of gender became a key category in subsequent stages of mobilization, and gender ideology was identified as the root cause of the reforms anti-gender actors want to combat. See also 2017 and 2017. The shift from critiquing homosexual ideology to targeting gender was strategized to attract new supporters. Anti-gender actors reframed widely held homophobic sentiments, which are not limited to right-wing politicians and activists. Rather, they are also widespread among the general population, particularly those with traditional and patriarchal value orientations, 2013 and 2019. I tried to explain, clarify, but in a scientific manner, using methods that entail support, referencing research, insights, and various perspectives. To address many contentious questions, especially those taken for granted. A big part of this theory, gender ideology, is based on theories, terms, things which are not clear enough and are more of an ideology than proper science. Brain, 2021, 2220247, 1838-1859-6. While legitimate and recognized knowledge about gender identities, and gender roles is being delegitimized and stripped off of its scientific status, the proponents of anti-gender mobilizations, especially those who are intellectuals, often portray their own stance as scientifically valid. The main arguments used by anti-gender intellectuals suggest that they represent a minority scientific viewpoint on a global scale, for which securing grants is nearly impossible. Furthermore, from this self-victimizing stance, they argue that producing knowledge from within research institutions is almost impossible due to the dominance of gender ideology. Brain, 2022, 47-1651-00. Gender as an instrument of oppression by Western globalized capitalism. Living under the soft occupation of the Washington-Brussels Empire, in 2021 we witnessed the National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia, while dealing with gender equality, also attacked the Serbian language, demanding the implementation of the ideas of the crazy old crone, Judith Butler, who is an honorary doctorate recipient from the University of Belgrade, 2022-7. This discursive strategy adopts what can be described as a colonial analysis, viewing gender and policies related to gender and sexuality as a form of imperial oppression and imposition. Initially, non-governmental anti-gender actors depicted the government as being captured by foreign interests through the actions of a treacherous minority that had gained power within the government and served the interests of the West as a comprador elite. By attributing the imposition of gender ideology and various related policies to these comprador elites, Helmcast 8 2017 a 30003200, these actors link gender issues with current state representatives, specifically pointing to the responsibility of the Prime Minister and the President for spreading ideological indoctrination. In response to this criticism, representatives of the ruling party have increasingly started to reference gender as a tool of ideological subjugation employed by the West, distinguishing their position by highlighting the success of their political efforts to resist such pressures. A notable example of this stance was demonstrated in a speech by the former Belgrade mayor at a large election rally of the ruling party in December 2023, just a few months after he had initiated the event Belgrade Family Days. He underscored that under the ruling party's continued governance, society would not adopt notions that brother and sister could be referred to as child 1 and 2, or that mom and dad could be replaced with parent 1 and 2. Instead, he affirmed that the people would remain humane and honest, and that brother and sister, mom and dad, will forever remain what they have always been. 2023-9. Framing gender as an instrument of oppression imposed by Western globalized capitalism is a widespread discursive strategy that draws heavily on a nationalist narrative of harassment and abuse against domestic traders and foreign mercenaries from the 1990s. This approach has remained relevant, albeit in a modified form with a focus on gender. When utilized by anti-gender actors, this strategy aims to undermine the feminist activists, scholars, and political opponents who advocate for the importance of gender issues. The key difference lies in whether those employing this strategy are anti-gender actors in positions of power or representatives of radical right-wing parties and conservative intellectuals who critique the government. In the latter case, even government representatives are portrayed as part of a network of foreign collaborators, leading to their subsequent rejection. The argument about the colonial system sometimes extends further, emphasizing that various measures aimed at achieving gender equality, including the promoting of women's and LGBT+ rights, share a common objective: to transform individuals into more productive workers, detach them from traditional family roles, and make them more devoted to serving multinational corporations. Consequently, gender ideology is depicted as an instrument of neoliberal globalization designed to turn individuals into uprooted and devoted only to transient personal pleasures and happiness. Contemporary turbocapitalism promotes those ideas, theories, and that make individuals weaker, less connected, and therefore more exposed to manipulation and exploitation. A component of this ideology is the so-called sexual liberation, with the promotion of the model of easily changeable partners, just like it is expected of workers to accept short-term job contracts and their quick succession. The goal is to leave in front of the powerful global master only a weak, atomized, and non-social individual that in the morning sees the other as an adversary in a competition to see who will work for less, and in the afternoon as an object for sexual pleasure. 2021 a.b. Anti-gender actors employ this discursive strategy as a critical justification for their opposition to the concept of gender, presenting it as a critical analysis that ostensibly reveals power structures allegedly manipulating the notion of gender for malevolent purposes. It is the mechanism of othering that is hidden in the guise of a supposed critical analysis through which the notion of gender is articulated with various signifiers related to what is perceived as the West. In this way, gender is being presented as a foreign imposition and a tool of oppression endangering the Serbian nation, but it is also articulated within a larger discursive whole, a specific culture of rejection that is aimed at the West as a discursive construct. Gender ideology as a new form of totalitarianism. The gender revolution brings an equality of man and woman, the deconstruction of male and female sex identity, the fight against normative heterosexual, along with a complete legal and social equality, as well as the privileging of all non-heterosexual lifestyles, abortion as the so-called reproductive right of women, the forced sexualization of children and youth. Systematic efforts to impoverish families, with the aim of taking children away from their father and mother and handing them over to a totalitarian state. 2022. People like me will have either to remain silent and cease their professional activities, just as during the communist era, or move out of this country, or consciously opt to go to prison. 2021. By portraying gender ideology as synonymous with widespread repression and the suppression of freedom, anti-gender actors amplify the perceived significance of their own engagement by ascribing greater courage and a more liberal spirit to their own viewpoints and activities. Thus, they suggest that political pluralism is on the verge of complete erosion, primarily due to the activities of leftist feminist activists and scholars who are as gender ideologists, or sometimes more pointedly, as gender commissars or gender Stakhanovites. 10, 2021c. The use of vocabulary reminiscent of the actual socialist era serves to further discredit these individuals. With these terms, they aim to evoke more fabricated than real memories of the former socialist political order, thereby emphasizing the threat posed by something that may initially appear to belong to the past. Gender as an instrument of the dissolution of the nation. Everything depends on our children, the future Serbian tribe. In them lies the key to the survival of the Serbian people, and we must pass on to them the keys to Kosovo. God will not allow a Serbian existence in any form or gender. We know what it means to be a Serb. There will either be such a Serb, or there will be none at all. In today's defiant world, could it be enough for us to love only our wives, and with them bring forth new, sacred, and heroic offspring? 11, 2021. Professor reminds us that the new U.S. president announced that they are going to force LGBT ideology as the very core of democracy onto the world. The followers of these theories rush to establish that it should say in these textbooks how sex and gender don't match in each person, that children can choose whether they are going to be male or female. Professor claims, and concludes that these ideas arrived into our textbooks and they want to destroy the highest natural order, the Serbian Orthodox ethos and the Serbian language. 12, Standard, 2021. Gender, perceived as unscientific and a totalitarian ideology imposed by the neoliberal West to create more obedient and productive workers, is viewed as a threat to the normal ontological relationship between individuals and the nation. This relationship conceptualizes the nation as an organism comprised of individual bodies, a fusion that creates a singular ontological entity. 2004. Consequently, gender is framed as jeopardizing this harmonious coexistence. Traditional sex roles and heterosexuality are celebrated as essential for the nation's future, while gender is constructed as a source of fear and anxiety, seen as undermining this vision. 2015, 181. There is a strong advocacy for preserving traditional values, including the patriarchal gender regimes that lead to differentiated sex roles and opportunities. Russia often serves as an influential model for the conservation of these values, with its existing legal regulations as a reference point. Nova, 2024. This stance capitalizes on the pro-Russian sentiment among the segments of society that align with nationalist values, stemming from the belief that culturally, Serbs share more with Russia than with the West, and considering Russia as a political ally due to its non-recognition of Kosovo. In conclusion, the nation is seen as an ontological entity to which individuals and families are not only integrated but also obligated to contribute, primarily through procreation. The of these obligations is also closely tied to adherence to traditional values. As such, an individual's sexual practices are understood as being directly tied to the existence of the nation, implying that any factors seen as disturbing heteronormativity and questioning traditional gender norms pose a direct threat to the very existence of the Serbian nation. Gender is presented as one of those threats, and thus, even the mere mention of the term gender evokes feelings of fear and anxiety. This makes the mechanism of othering more effective, reinforcing the distinction between us and them, making it stronger, more hierarchical, and more impermeable. Mentioning Kosovo further exacerbates the invocation of anxieties, positioning gender as an equal threat to the ontological security of the nation as the possible future independence of Kosovo. 2013. Conclusion. In the Serbian context, as in many others, gender serves as an empty signifier. It does not denote a specific social phenomenon or policies, but is articulated through heteronormative, patriarchal, and nationalist ideological elements. It embodies a vague, emotionally charged rejection of issues as diverse as family policies, gender equality, gender studies, sexuality policies, sex education, and specifically in Serbia, the recognition of the independence of Kosovo, Mayor and 2017. Therefore, the focus on gender allows right-wing actors in Serbia to amalgamate different discourses into one overarching threat that different actors can unite against, as it is construed as an attack on at least one of the three defended by these actors: nature, nation, and normality, and 2017 259-260. The portrayal of gender as a threat has relied on the self-victimization position, a theme that has been prominently featured in nationalist discourses in previous decades. This has fostered paranoid and self-destructive mindsets that readily identify an enemy in others. In Serbia, anti-gender actors use the mechanisms of the cultures of rejection to frame their mobilizations and discursive strategies by constructing gender as an othered concept or a foreign phenomenon that must be rejected to safeguard the purity of the national identity. Signifiers like the US, the EU, Brussels, neoliberalism, or globalization are equated with the West and superimposed on the notion of gender, portraying it as a Western imposition on the Serbian nation. Therefore, the struggle against gender and related policies is framed as a battle for the national future and against the erosion of the normal and natural state of the Serbian nation. We can observe two distinct characteristics of anti-gender actors and discourses in Serbia. First, anti-gender actors form a heterogeneous coalition consisting of the conservative members of the ruling party, right-wing opposition politicians, and intellectuals. Members of the ruling party perceive NGO activists and feminist theorists as the elite, collaborating with the West to spread gender ideology. In contrast, radical right anti-gender actors maintain an ambivalent stance towards the government. They often depict it as part of the elite, but also see it as a potential ally in their anti-gender struggles, such as is the case of the Textbooks Working Group. Therefore, the collaboration between non-governmental anti-gender actors, right-wing opposition, and right-wing intellectuals who are moderately critical towards the ruling party, and the diffused and malleable conservative fraction of the ruling party is presented to the public as to free the government from foreign influences, pressuring it to promote gender ideology, 2022. Second, anti-gender actors have recently strived not to appear as proponents of a culture of rejection. They present themselves as adopting an inclusive stance. This suggests that gay men and lesbians could be acknowledged as a legitimate minority within the Serbian nation, while the focus of rejection is the LGBT agenda and the activists and NGOs accused of aggressively promoting gender ideology. Additionally, there has been a notable increase in transphobia, indicating that transgender individuals have become the latest group to be included in the repertoire of rejected phenomena around which new anti-gender mobilizations and discourses are being formulated. 2023, 146. At their core, anti-gender actors in Serbia distinguish between what they consider legitimate homosexuality as a tolerable minority and a form of homosexuality they perceive as being imposed from the West. The latter form is seen as a political agenda threatening the normal and natural order of the Serbian nation. Helmcast 14 2017b, 4508 4959, 2023, 2724 2810. Through this distinction, anti-gender actors aim to legitimize their actions and encourage exclusionary attitudes towards certain groups. By adopting a stance of a conditional tolerance, they often mask their rejection of sexual minorities with a but, e.g., "I'm not against homosexuals, but..." Despite the outward appearance of growing inclusivity, everyday life reveals a starkly contrasting trend: the erosion of gender equality and an uncertain future for the visibility and recognition of gender-related issues and topics. The anti-gender discourse, initially limited to a small group of conservative intellectuals and representatives of radical right parties primarily active in niche right-wing publications, has significantly broadened its reach. This shift is evident in the increased presence of anti-gender rhetoric in the speeches of representatives from the dominant catch-all political party in power, church authorities, and various public figures across Serbia's most popular and widely consumed media outlets, national TV channels and newspapers with the largest circulation. In this environment, gender-related issues become deeply divisive, exacerbating polarization and reducing the potential for dialogue and solidarity among citizens. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the license material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: S. 2011, S. 2012, S. 2014, S. 2017. UI. Info 11 April. Retrieved December 1, 2023 from Info UI Lat. S. 2021 LGBTU 55.3 671 689. Org 10593 75532 780. S. 2021 B. LGBTU 27 November. Retrieved December 1, 2023 from U.S. 2021 C. Standard 31 December. Retrieved December 1, 2023 from Standard 202-11231 Z 2022. Z Odd. Standard 29 November. Retrieved December 1, 2023 from Standard 2022-1129 Z Odd J 2007. U. HERITICUS 2 3166. E 2005. Difference, Otherness, Exclusion. Parallax 11-1, 1934. 2021 IS 212 20 April. Retrieved March 14, 2024 from 976953212. 2021 B. IPRED is OI. 3 June. Retrieved January 29, 2024 from 1003252 Pred. N and M 2023. U. CM Communication and Media 1853 331. Org 10593 1842 035. K 2022. Language, Gender and Political Symbolics. Insights from Citizen Digital Discourses on Gender-Sensitive Language in Serbia. Journal of Sociolinguistics 27-1, 177-197. Org 10-111112591. S. Johnson S. A. and B. 2022. Challenging Cultures of Rejection. Patterns of Prejudice 5645, 315-335. Org 10-10800031322 2x20232226947. C. 2019. Imagination, Imaginary, Imaginal, Towards a New Social Ontology. Social Epistemology, A Journal of Knowledge, Culture, and Policy, 23-5, 433-441. Org 10-10800269172801916528861. J. 2017. NAS 19 April. Retrieved December 1, 2023 from ComDom. LL 2015. Othering and Analysis. Transscience, A Journal of Global Studies, 6-1, 6990. I 2021. U in D and S. U 912. A 2019. The Eurasian Wings of Serbia, Serbian Affinities of the Russian Radical Right. In V. Perry, Id. Extremism and Violent Extremism in Serbia, 21st Century Manifestations of a Historical Challenge. 109-138. Columbia University Press. v. 2017. II. Vladimir 7 May. Retrieved December 1, 2023, from Com 115-2. v. 2022. Vladimir 18 September. Retrieved December 1, 2023, from Dr. Vladimir Stavesa. M. 2017. 7 December. Retrieved December 1, 2023, from Com 2017-1207, M. 2021. M. Standard 3 May. Retrieved December 1, 2023, from Standard 202-10503 M. M. 2023. Nova Na. RT Balkan 13 January. Lat I Balkan 52625 Rat 2724-2810, accessed April 10, 2024. F. 2020. Crisis and Ontological Insecurity, Serbia's Anxiety over Kosovo's Secession. IG and M. 2023. Anti-Politics as Culture of Rejection, The Case of Serbia. Patterns of Prejudice 5645, 279-296. Org 101080003132 2x202322285575. A and I 2018. Gender as Ebola from Brussels, The Frame and the Rise of Illiberal Populism. Signs, Journal of Women in Culture and Society, 43-4, 797-821. Org 101086669691. W, E, and A 2017, January 13. Gender as Symbolic Glue, How Gender Became an Umbrella Term for the Rejection of the Liberal Order. Retrieved from E.org Longread 2017. Gender as Symbolic Glue, How Gender Became an Umbrella Term for the Neoliberal Order. Harder, A and B 2021. Cultures of Rejection at Work, Investigating the Acceptability of Authoritarian Populism. Ethnicities 22-3, 121. Org 101177146879682110-12437. Hilmcast 2017 YouTube. Retrieved December 1, 2023, from ComWatch VB8E6FQ8I1TU, and list PLA 5 LSROK0B9 CI1 SK4 EWJ and Index 13. Hilmcast 2017 B. UI. YouTube. Retrieved December 1, 2023, from ComWatch VI9UG, and list PLA 5 LSROK0B9 CI1 SK4 EWJ and Index 13. AJ, A. and Irvin J. 2012. The Politics of Youth Sexuality, Civil Society and School-Based Sex Education in Croatia. Sexualities 1534, 494-514. Org 101177136346 712439656. Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory. 2022. OI8. 24. November. Retrieved January 29, 2024, from Content Uploads 202211. 2017. Ida Koji Eyes. 15 April. Retrieved December 1, 2023, from iKoji I, M, and L 2017. Problem LGBTU. U41-2, 397-413. Org 10190920162397-413. EF 2004. The Neurotic Citizen. Citizenship Studies 8-3, 217-235. Org 10108013621020420002-56970. M 2021. Dali I LGBT. 4 September. Retrieved December 1, 2023, from net 20220904 Milos Deli Z 2023. 19 May. Retrieved December 1, 2023, from 553526. N Is and M 2022. U Dobra U 784 275 305. Org 10221824202213. E and A 2017. Worse than communism and Nazism put together. War on gender in Poland. In R and D. Anti-gender campaigns in Europe. Mobilizations against equality. 175-194. And E 2017. The emergence of powerful anti-gender movements in Europe and the crisis of liberal democracy. In M, Rs and A. Gender and far-right politics in Europe. 175-189. Org 10-100-7978-3319-435-33612. J 2021. U 28 April. Retrieved December 1, 2023, from COM 202100428U, R 2017. Changing gender several times a day, the anti-gender movement in Slovenia. In R and D. Anti-gender campaigns in Europe, mobilizations against equality. 215-232. And T 2005. U 2021. O Standard 19 March. Retrieved December 1, 2023, from Standard 202103190 Omeyer, S and B 2017. Gender ideology in Austria, coalitions around an empty signifier. In R and D. Anti-gender campaigns in Europe, mobilizing against equality 1 Eid. 2340. London, Roman and A 2022. Program 31 July. Retrieved December 1, 2023 from Program. Z 2013. Homophobia in Serbia and LGBT rights. Southeastern Europe 37-1, 6087. Org 10-1163187633332-03701004. N1. 2023, June 27. N1. Nova. 2024. U. 21 January. Retrieved March 14, 2024, from U Vice percent E2% 80% 93 Alphabet L. Standard. 2021. PO 16 March. Retrieved December 1, 2023, from Standard 202103116 PO 2023, February 2. SRBIJANE SMEDA STANE. Pred. FOTO video. 1308605 Pred video. Accessed 29 January 2024. Bay 2022. Nud Po. Nova 16 September. Retrieved December 1, 2023, from Nudepo Alphabet L. D and R 2017. The anti-gender movement in comparative perspective. In R and D. Anti-gender campaigns in Europe, mobilizations against equality. 253-276. And Is and M 2019. IU. In M and S. UIU. 215-256. Brain. 2021. 7I. YouTube. Retrieved December 1, 2023, from ComWatch Vitwa 087A and T552s. Brain. 2022. Brain 66. YouTube. Retrieved December 1, 2023, from com watch V7Y and list PLOR6 GDSBQ ESU0C7Z and index 7 and OB channel. 2019 November. OA IU. Content uploads 201911, accessed 1 December 2023. M 2021. Children as an object of the right-wing populist politics and discourse in Poland. Studies in European Affairs, 25-2, 6791. Org 1033067 SE2 20214. Radio. 2022. I Protest EU. 11 September. Retrieved December 1, 2023, from Orga 320286614. M 2023. Queers and Right-Wing Ideology, Case Study of Serbia. Journal of Diversity and Gender Studies 10-2, 145-151. Org 1021825, Digest 89995. M 2021. IUOSPCU. In IED. ISUO 19. 87102. U. F 2022, September 2. Co 202209 IRTV. 2017. 17 April. Retrieved March 14, 2024, from 817195. RTV. 2024. Adisepa 02. 16 January. Retrieved January 29, 2024, from Lat Disepa O to 1509408. A 2022, August 22. UTV 2282022. YouTube Com Watch VWI8, accessed 1 December 2023. K 2023. Coming in, Sexual Politics and EU Accession in Serbia. Manchester University Press. M 2021. Standard 23 May. Retrieved December 1, 2023, from Standard 202100523I, M and J 2017. Resisting Gender Theory in France, a fulcrum for religious action in a secular society. In R&D. Anti-gender campaigns in Europe, mobilizing against equality. 7998. And 2021. Ode. 28 April. Retrieved December 1, 2023, from Com 202100428 IU Koji Bida M and James P. 2013. Levels of Subjective Globalization, Ideologies, Imaginaries, Ontologies. Indeed. Globalization Matters, Engaging the Global in Unsettled Times. 1937. 2022. You are not us. 28 June. Retrieved December 1, 2023, from Communa R 2009. The Discourse of Politics in Action, Politics as Usual. R 2015. The Politics of Fear, What Right-Wing Populist Discourses Mean. Sage. A 2019. U 21. 163, 2845. A and Z 2024. Gender Equality for Show, Serbian Performative Europeanization. In A, J, and T. Religion, Gender, and Populism in the Mediterranean. 88105. A and K 2020. Rod I, O's. In T and M. Odd Do. 2944. The educational packages included content designed for both preschool and school teachers, as well as for directly educating children on gender roles, gender-based differences, and sexual violence. The goal was not to establish a separate school subject, but to enhance the ability of teachers across various subjects to effectively address these topics. Accompanied by iconic symbols, the protests featured banners bearing the message "Hands Off Our Children," along with images of Vladimir and 1893-1946, the leader of the Serbian Chetnik movement, a royalist and nationalist group which collaborated with Germans during the Second World War, who became a heroic figure for nationalists in the 1990s. Full information on this issue can be found in the document prepared by the working group initiated by Gender Research Laboratory, GenLab, of the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory at the University of Belgrade Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory, 2022. The same discursive style was used not only in post-socialist countries, Al. 2017, but also in Western Europe, c. for example, and 2017. The data for this study come from various articles and podcasts, including articles from broadsheet newspapers, newspapers with tabloid characteristics and right-leaning tendencies, e.g., as well as openly right-wing newspapers, portals, and YouTube shows, Standard, Sputnik, Podcast Brain, Katina, blogs, etc. The of right-wing media facilitated the reconstruction of the discursive strategies of the actors engaged in anti-gender mobilization. Also, due to the identified significance of intellectuals in anti-gender mobilization in Serbia, those media outlets where they most frequently publish were specifically chosen. The texts were selected using keywords, as well as dates related to the aforementioned events. This claim was made during an interview titled Power, Sexuality, and Radical Feminism on a podcast hosted by the director of the publishing house Katina, based in Belgrade and specializing in nonfiction works by contemporary or historical Serbian authors with a conservative orientation. One of the founders of Katina is the president of the Conservative Party, the Serbian Movement. The author of this quote is Vladimir, the president of the Political Council of the Serbian Movement. He is also a published author, holds a D in Serbian literature from the Faculty of Philology, University of Belgrade, and works as a journalist for the Radical Right Weekly. This claim was made by the former editor-in-chief of the Serbian weekly magazine, NIN. He got his D in sociology in 2013 from the Department of Sociology at the Faculty of Philosophy of the University of Belgrade under the mentorship of. While giving a talk at the conference on the legal aspects and consequences of the law on gender equality, the Patriarch of the Orthodox Church also stated that in Serbia parents disagree with being parent 1 and 2 and even maybe parent 3 and 4, and that we don't want for our kids not to know who their mothers and fathers are and consequently not to know who they themselves are. 2024. The term Stakhanovite originated in the Soviet Union during its regime to commend workers and peasants who achieved remarkable production records or excelled in their assigned tasks. Named after a 30-year-old miner who set a remarkable record by extracting 102 tons of coal in one shift, surpassing his quota by 14 times, the term celebrates exceptional productivity and dedication. The author of this claim is the president of the center-right New Democratic Party of Serbia and an associate professor at the Faculty of Law, University of Belgrade. This claim was made by a linguist and a former professor at the Faculty of Philosophy, University of SAD. The Kosovo-Serbia major dispute revolves around Kosovo's declaration of independence from Serbia in 2008. Serbia considers Kosovo part of its territory, while Kosovo sees itself as an independent state. The dispute is rooted in historical, ethnic, and political factors, including Kosovo's majority Albanian population seeking self-determination and Serbia's historical ties to Kosovo. Approximately 100 states recognize the independence of Kosovo at this moment. For example, this was claimed by a high school teacher of Russian language and literature and a translator of the works into Serbian. He is publicly known for often appearing on right-wing podcasts and YouTube channels. 5. Anti-gender in Bosnia and Herzegovina, yet another instrument of ethno-nationalist mobilization. The research undertaken for this article is funded by the European Union. Views and opinions expressed are, however, those of the author only and do not necessarily reflect those of the European Union or the European Research Executive Agency, REA. Neither the European Union nor the granting authority can be held responsible for them. Introduction. Anti-gender mobilizations, understood as activities explicitly targeting an alleged gender ideology in order to delegitimize progressive politics regarding gender and sexuality, and 2017 a Hark and Villa 2015-7 have only recently emerged in Bosnia and Herzegovina by H. This does not mean that there had been no previous attacks on feminist and LGBT plus movements and their demands. On the contrary, political homophobia and sexism are deeply ingrained in BiH's society. This is a result, firstly, of the heteronormative and patriarchal structure that was reinforced during the Civil War between 1992 and 1995, and 2024-119, and secondly, of the fact that, since the war, issues of ethnic identity and division have been prioritized over every other social issue by the ethno-nationalist political elites. 2007. In this context, gender and sexuality issues have either been instrumentalized for politics or been paid mere lip service by most of the post-war governments. These two elements have seemingly rendered the explicit anti-gender movements observed in many European countries and globally superfluous in Bosnia and Herzegovina so far, and 2024-119. However, in this paper I argue that this has been changing, particularly since the first annual Pride March 1. In Sarajevo in 2019. The emergence of anti-gender discourses is, I argue, linked to pride marches insofar as they have challenged the structure of patriarchy and heteronormativity by causing sexuality and gender to be addressed in a more progressive way and raised awareness of and interest in these issues in the media and among the public. 2020-15. This, as I further argue, has also forced the guardians of patriarchal, religious, and heteronormative values to diversify their discourse. While there have been plenty of old-style homophobic statements from ethno-nationalist politicians and religious representatives, new, anti-gender frames have now emerged, addressing the alleged dangers arising from the increasing visibility and rights of LGBT+ for the majority of people, families, and children. 2020-65. Although still on the margins and not comparable to mobilizations in other countries, anti-gender discourses exist in BiH too. Against this backdrop, this chapter analyzes both the old and the new anti-LGBT+ Pride mobilizations from the announcement of the first BH Pride in 2018 until March 2023, when a pre-Pride event took place in. The old mobilizations are represented by the main ethno-nationalist parties and religious representatives, while the new ones are promoted by civil society organizations and a political magazine called STAV. In order to identify relevant anti-gender actors and their frames, I analyze articles 2 dealing with the topics of gender ideology, LGBT+ issues and pride marches drawn from 7 print media 3 through a frame analysis. 2005 of media articles, I seek to capture media as an important sphere, which by giving voices to certain actors and discussing certain issues, shapes what is represented as important to the readers. Al. 2009. My analysis illustrates the specificities of anti-gender mobilization in BiH, which result from the already mentioned centrality of politics, as well as the heteronormative and patriarchal structure reinforced by the war. Above everything, ethnic identity is fundamentally inscribed into the country's post-war political system and governance. This has general consequences for politics in BiH, as well as draws attention away from other political fields. Gender and sexuality issues are no exception, although they too have been instrumentalized for the purpose of the. In both the 1995 Dayton Peace Agreement, as well as in the country's current constitution, Bosniaks, Croats, and Serbs are defined as the constitutive peoples of BiH. The three groups have special collective rights and veto powers at almost every level of governance. 2006-44. Since the groups can define for themselves what negatively affects their community, governing often consists of the political representatives of the groups blocking each other. Has described Bosnia and Herzegovina as, that is, a polity where political representation is based on ethnic principles, and where the political elites are mainly concerned with the political justification of centrality and ethnic-based divisions, as well as the constant repudiation of the ethnic other. 2007-116. Consequently, priority in BiH lies with the right to the self-determination of the ethnic group rather than of the citizen, who is usually addressed as a member of their respective ethnic community, rather than as a citizen of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Needless to say, this has cemented divisions and enabled the continuation of permanent peacetime tensions between the ethnic groups, exploited by the ethno-nationalist political elites, and 2019-295. The Dayton Peace Agreement divided Bosnia and Herzegovina territorially and administratively into two autonomous entities. BiH Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, where most of the population is of Bosniak or Croat ethnicity, and Republic of, in which the population is mainly of Serbian ethnicity. 5. In addition, there is an autonomous district, the city of, as well as 10 cantons within BiH that are divided mainly between the Bosniak and Croat populations. Hence, Bosnia and Herzegovina can be classified as an asymmetric multi-ethnic federation, with a weak central government in which power sharing is organized among the representatives of the 3 ethnic groups and the 2 governments, BiH, and as well as the 11 regional governments, plus the 10 cantons of BiH, 2006, 46, 148. In order to supervise the implementation of the Dayton Peace Agreement, the said agreement established the Office of the High Representative, OHR. This office, currently held by Christian, has substantial powers to intervene in the political affairs of the country. 3. The fact that BiH is virtually a semi-protectorate of the international community is a further specificity of the country, and it also creates a fertile ground for the debates on the influence of foreign powers in the country, including in relation to gender and sexuality. Currently, 3 main parties claim to represent the respective peoples. They are, for the Bosniak population and mainly active in BiH, SDA, Party of Democratic Action led by, for the Serbs and active in, the SNSD, Alliance of Independent Social Democrats led by. And for the Croats and active in BiH, the IHDZ, Croatian Democratic Union, led by 2 of these 3 ethno-nationalist parties, the SDA and the HDZ, were major forces during the war and remain so in the political landscape of BiH. 7. Thus, the SDA, despite its involvement in many corruption scandals, topped the polls in the parliamentary election in BiH in 2022, while the HDZ finished 3rd. In its National Assembly election in 2022, the SNSD also came first. These parties, although they never tire of emphasizing their ethnic differences, have all equally contributed to reinforcing patriarchal and heteronormative structures. All of them adhere to equally patriarchal and heteronormative values, and exploit war-related gender and sexuality constructions in support of their self-identified citizen-oriented parties that promise to shift the focus away from do exist, such as the 8 SDP Social Democratic Party, which finished 2nd in the parliamentary election in BiH 9, and the liberal NSR Party. Both have made some progress, mostly in BiH, and have even entered the government of the BiH in 2023, as well as governments at the cantonal level, notably in the canton of Sarajevo, which includes the country's capital and largest city. Gender sexuality in the clause of. We in BiH are way more progressive than Croatia and don't have any problem with the notion of gender. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, we are first taught that we are either a Serb, a Muslim or a Croat. Saldo, 2019-10. This joke illustrates well the centrality of ethnicity to political discourse in BiH, compared to other issues such as gender and sexuality rights. The ironic undertone of this comment is that there were no protests because the ethno-nationalist elites that the convention did not really care about women or gender equality. As it did not address the omnipresent issue of ethnicity on which the elites preserved their positions, the Istanbul Convention did not seem threatening. Therefore, reaching a consensus was straightforward, making its passage effortless. In an environment that constitutionally strengthens ethno-nationalist politics and elites, there is little room for non-ethnic, state-level, or civic political identities and initiatives. 2011, 258. This is the case not only as regards the Istanbul Convention, but also many other laws relating to issues of equality, which have been either ignored by the ethno-nationalist elites or addressed only for the purposes of their, in the context of the EU accession process, and 2024, 107. This too, like many other aspects of BiH's politics, is related to the 1992-1995 war that severely impacted on the society in various ways, 2006, and 2015. The war deepened patriarchal structures and male privileges, only partly ruptured during the socialist period. Helms, 2013-50, and 2024-119. The ethno-nationalist parties actors of all 3 ethnic groups, who during the war were enemies and today represent the ethno-nationalist elite who the country for a long time enforced the of gender roles and patriarchal structures, by on the one hand abandoning the socialist idea of emancipation and equality, on the other hand, by instrumentalizing victimhood and gender for their ethno-nationalist projects during and after the war, and 2019, 295. Helms 2013, 52, 2019, 160. Women's roles during the war were restricted to the reproduction and nurturing of new loyal members of the nation, Helms 2013, 52, while their religious devotion was. This of gender roles and division into us and them was evident in many of the former Yugoslavian countries during the succession wars. However, the war, along with the gendered patterns of violence, and particularly the war rapes of women from all ethnic groups, but particularly of Bosniak Muslim women, reinforced the image of men as heterosexual, heroic defenders and portrayed women as passive recipients of protection, and as mothers. Helms 2013, 53, 1998. This is particularly evident within the Bosniak community, where these images are still invoked by such Bosniak ethno-nationalist parties as the SDA and the Islamic community. Helms 2013, 52, 2010, 23. The war also strengthened heteronormativity. Homosexuality was framed as a threat to the respective nation and religious community. 2010, 55. In many cases, ethno-nationalist and religious elites externalized homosexuality either to the ethnic other or the West Europe, denying it any connection to the Serbian or Bosniak or Croat cultures. 2020, 781, 2021, 202f. The of gender and sexuality has continued after the war, since the ethno-nationalist elites have never stopped being profoundly conservative and traditionalist, advocating a return to an imagined past of religious piety and clearly defined patriarchal and heteronormative gender roles. Helms 2013, 52, and 2024, 113. Consequently, the ethno-nationalist elites continue to undermine progress in the spheres of gender and sexuality in a twofold way. 1. By not seriously tackling the legal societal implementation of change, and 2. By attacking the work of those, mainly feminist and LGBT+ organizations, who actively fight for equality. Firstly, the legal situation in BiH regarding women's rights, gender equality, and much later also LGBT+ rights has been improving, but remains precarious due to the lack of implementation. After the war, the pressure by women's and feminist organizations in BiH on the governments to implement laws targeting domestic violence, the trafficking of women or discrimination of women resulted in, for instance, the first gender equality law, in 2003, 2015, 91. BiH has also major international conventions such as the Istanbul Convention and the European Convention on Human Rights, 2019, 102. Further legal improvements have also resulted from BiH's attempts to join the EU, which forced governments to make progress. In 2008, BiH signed the Stabilization and Association Agreement with the EU and has been a candidate for membership since 2022, and therefore, the human rights situation in BiH is under continuous review. While decriminalization of homosexuality had already occurred in 1991 under SFRY 11 and was confirmed in the criminal acts implemented after the war, in 1996 and in 1998 in BiH, and 2021, 55, the most important legal changes with regard to gender equality and LGBT+ rights have been introduced from the late 1990s onwards. The 2003 Gender Equality Law amended in 2009, and the 2009 Anti-Discrimination Law amended 2016, 2019, 125. The 2016 amendment included the imperative to end discrimination on the basis of sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, and sexual characteristics instead of sex, sexual expression, or orientation, 2010, 2019, 129. However, same-sex marriage has not been legalized in BiH, whose family laws define marriage as the union of a woman and a man, 2014, 39. Thus, although legal improvements in the spheres of gender and sexuality are evident, their implementation is another matter, illustrating yet again the elite's lack of sincere interest in such topics. 2015, 96. Al. 2020, 15. Al. 2019. It seems that these legal improvements have essentially been made in order to satisfy the EU, as they have so far not resulted in real improvements in practice or social change. Al. 2018, 11. Since the political leadership has not shown itself to be genuinely interested in addressing the issues of gender and sexuality, the task has been left to feminist and LGBT+ civil society organizations. Secondly, the efforts made by organizations advocating for feminist and LGBT+ rights are undermined in the name of moral and religious values, as well as in the name of. Furthermore, government institutions have often failed to protect the demonstrations or gatherings initiated by these organizations from violent attacks. The first Pride March in Bih took place in 2019. However, this was not the first attempt to organize an event addressing gender and sexuality issues. In 2008, for instance, the organization Q organized the Queer Sarajevo Festival, which was violently disrupted by Wahhabi religious groups, 2020 779. As a direct result of these violent attacks, the organization Q ceased to function. The Sarajevo Open Center took over this important work in 2011, at least in the sense that they started to explicitly advocate for women's and LGBT+ rights. They cooperate with other organizations, such as the feminist activist organization CURE and the Organizing Committee, also based in Sarajevo, and have enjoyed improved cooperation with governmental institutions, 2014-41. The center has, among other things, hosted the Queer Film Festival in Sarajevo since 2013. In 2014, a discussion on In Transition in the context of was also attacked violently, while a more recent attempt to organize a pre-Pride event in 2023 was also assaulted, demonstrating that the safety of LGBT+ events is still not guaranteed throughout the country. 2021 202, 2020 75, 2012, Al. 2014 7. Another reason why feminist and LGBT+ communities have been attacked, besides the prevalence of sexism and homophobia, is the fact that these organizations, especially the LGBT+ ones, generally involve members of all three ethnic groups or people who do not identify along ethnic lines or simply do not care who is of which ethnicity. 2014 41, 2020 781. The ethno-nationalist elites seek to prevent mobilizations that transcend the ethnic divide or are organized by explicitly multi-ethnic movements. 2015, Al. 2015-3, as this strikes at the heart of their power, which relies on ethnic division. Thus, engaging in the fight for equality in Bih is particularly hard due to the structural reasons mentioned, and more specifically, because of the 2019 Pride March can be seen as an important turning point. As already mentioned, the Sarajevo Open Center and other activists had paved the way by advocating since 2011 for the organization of a Pride March, 2020 780. Among the factors that enabled the Pride March to finally take place safely was a shift in power in the canton of Sarajevo, where after the election in 2018, not only did the only party that openly supports LGBT+ rights and is not focused on enter the canton government, but its leader became the prime minister of the canton. This led to an improved cooperation between LGBT+ organizations and local governmental institutions despite the vociferous protests of the opposition, mainly the SDA and of conservative coalition partner, I Pravda People and Justice. The increased advocacy activities have also led to more visibility in the media and public, while the Pride March itself received positive or at least neutral media coverage in many major papers and broadcast media, compared to media coverage of previous such events, 2012, Frontal 2019. Furthermore, for the first time a state institution, namely Bosnia's Human Rights Ombudsman, as well as some politicians, particularly from, openly supported the march and emphasized its importance in the promotion of human rights, 2020-15. With this broadening of cooperation and visibility, the Pride March started, I argue, to at least begin to dent the dominance of the heteronormative patriarchal discourse of ethno-nationalist and religious leaders. This broader challenge mobilized both the established guardians of moral and religious values, including ethno-nationalist politicians and religious representatives, and new anti-gender actors such as Civil Initiatives and the STAV magazine. Both groups of actors are discussed below with the aim of showing the continuities and the new aspects of their anti-LGBT+ feminist stances. Old and new guardians of heteronormativity, patriarchy, and ethnicity. It is not surprising that ethno-nationalist politicians and religious representatives, both in Bih and negatively commented on the first Pride March in Bih as well as those in subsequent years. But as already mentioned, new actors have emerged that have introduced anti-gender frames at a broader level in Bih, I therefore divide these self-designated guardians of the Bosniak Muslim, Serbian Orthodox, and Croat Catholic values into old and new actors. Nevertheless, while their frames do indeed differ, I argue that both also display continuities with the above-described interplay of heteronormativity, patriarchy, and ethnicity that was strengthened during and after the war. Old of gender and sexuality for ethnicity. The persistent dynamics between heteronormativity, patriarchy, and ethnicity are starkly apparent in the reactions of the ethno-nationalist and religious elites to pride parades. The latter have been especially important moments for the LGBT+ and feminist struggle in BiH, as they have shaken up to a certain extent the hegemony of as well as challenged the heteronormative and patriarchal structure of society. Prides have therefore also provided with a welcome opportunity to reaffirm the intersection of patriarchy and heteronormativity, particularly since one of them, the SDA, has been losing power to more liberal parties. The attitude towards pride LGBT+ rights expressed by SDA, the major political force in BiH which mobilizes the Bosniak population, is an ironic. The SDA is not homophobic, but 2022. Its leader had some years earlier, in the context of the Queer Sarajevo Festival, himself spread hate speech, and 2012-24. However, he did not comment on the more recent prides, or at least not in any of the analyzed articles. This might have been a strategic decision, as oscillates between the ethno-nationalist discourse and an orientation to the AU, in which he does not want to be perceived as radical but as statesmanlike, a strategy also seen, for instance, in Serbia, 2022. However, this has not prevented other SDA representatives from displaying their homophobia, and 2019. One example is Representative, who before the first Pride in 2019 called on Facebook for the isolation of LGBT+ from our children and society, while arguing that LGBT+ activists' goal was to ruin the country and its peoples, 2019. While this is a display of the inherent homophobia of SDA representatives, other examples illustrate the dilemma in which the SDA finds itself, which is that, while it follows Muslim religion and values, it also wishes to at least appear to be respecting European values laws. Thus, in 2022, a particularly interesting year as it was also that of a general election in which debates on pride were instrumentalized, another guardian of morals and values from the SDA, the head of the SDA in the Sarajevo canton, stated that parades are not in accordance with God's laws, which are above all human laws, 2022. Another SDA representative emphasized that when the SDA was in power, there had never been a pride march, and he suggested discussions about restricting the right to assembly for reasons of public morals. Already in 2020, had reacted to the pride by using the right-wing populist frame. Although the right to assembly is protected by the European Convention of Human Rights, so is freedom of speech, 2020. The SDA hence legitimizes its homophobia both with religion, as God's laws are portrayed as superior to any humanly created laws, and by instrumentalizing the right to freedom of speech for its mobilization against LGBT+ rights, thus appealing to both the conservative and moderate parts of their audience, which mainly consists of the Bosniak population. Pravda P, which since 2018 has been in a coalition government with and the SDP in the Sarajevo canton, and since 2023 also in BiH, also opposed pride on moral grounds. Its leader, a former SDA representative who founded the P in 2018 as a direct competitor to his former party, argued that he was against the promotion of homosexuality and thus against the Pride March, while also contemplating the restriction of the right of assembly. List 2019-2021. As the P is one of their biggest competitors, the SDA used the P's position to argue that the latter party was a traitor to Bosniak values, because they had enabled the Pride by being in government in the canton of Sarajevo when the march was organized. Since Pride marches have so far only been organized in Sarajevo, located in BiH, politicians from RS, the country's second entity, did not really comment on the first event. They probably did not regard it as an issue of concern, even though LGBT+ activists come from all over BiH, including the RS. However, the announcement by BiH Pride of a film screening of the movie Pride, and a panel discussion on the 18 March 2023 in the fact capital of the RS inspired several Serbian Orthodox religious and civil society organizations to write an open letter to the then president of the RS and leader of the SNSD, and the mayor from the PDP, urging them to prohibit the screening, ATVBL 2023. Reacting to his threat that he would forbid it should local authorities not prevent it from happening, the police banned the screening due to security reasons. When after the screening was cancelled, some of the members of the committee met informally on the premises of Transparency International to discuss further steps. They were attacked by hooligans, while 2 of the journalists present were injured. List 2023. This escalation was a result of the fact that the police, although aware of the hooligans, did not intervene. This outcome can be seen as linked to the discourse promoted by both and before the event. Stated that he did not see any reason why we as do not have the right to articulate our stance, meaning traditional and patriarchal values, adding that Sarajevo has a different kind of values. List 2023b, 2023. Statements show how he assumes that he knows and represents the values that everyone in the RS shares. They are also a good example of how gender and sexuality issues are instrumentalized by the ethno-nationalist elites to divide further the ethnic groups and entities of the country. Or as said in the aftermath of these attacks, will remain a traditional bulwark of patriarchal family values, and I'm proud of that. List 2023, implying that Bajić and Sarajevo are not. This frame was also used to draw a line between the RS and the EU during the rally in April 2024, entitled Calls You, which was organized by RS administration with the support of the government of Serbia as a response to the preparation of the UN General Assembly resolution on genocide in. One of the speakers and a member of the National Assembly of the RS agitated against the resolution and its supporters by stating that, should not bend no matter how hard the sanctions would be, that he did not want to enter this gay European organization called the EU, and he did not want a parent 1 and a parent 2 and to abandon his tradition 12 again. This implies that the RS and Serbs in general stand for a tradition not to be found in the EU. The HDZ, the Croat ethno-nationalist party, had little to say about pride, although its leader stated that, while he was a supporter of diversity, he knew that everyone thought differently, and this was also part of diversity. This was clearly a strategic move, designed to please both the moderate as well as conservative parts of his electorate. Radio Sarajevo, 2019. Religious institutions similarly saw it as their duty to point out the immorality of prides and continue to promote their stance on homosexuality and LGBT+ rights. The official reactions of religious institutions to the first Pride in Bajić are discussed by 2021, who shows that while the Serbian Orthodox Church, like the ethno-nationalist parties in the RS, did not comment on the Sarajevo Pride at all, the Catholic Church and the Islamic community argued from a religious standpoint, backing up the ethno-nationalist politicians' view that homosexuality is a sin, that it is not part of our respective morals and cannot be supported by either community. List 2019b. However, the Islamic community, probably in an attempt to distance itself from the attacks by Wahhabi groups that took place in 2008, urged believers not to support pride, but also to not forget that violence of any kind is not allowed. Thus, when one imam openly targeted pride on Facebook, the Islamic community distanced itself from his statement, arguing that this was not the official position of the community. 2020. Although the above-discussed reactions from the old guardians of religious and moral values both in Bajić and vary in intensity, as well as in consequences for the LGBT+ community, they all represent a continuity of gender and sexuality for. In this context, it is also not surprising that ethno-nationalist politicians in Bajić, particularly, have toned down their openly homophobic attacks more than their counterparts since the former generally like to present themselves as more oriented towards the EU than does. This, however, should not be mistaken for a change in their values, as statements from their second-tier party colleagues show. Jumping on this new anti-gender bandwagon. Although anti-gender mobilization in Bajić is still on the margins, the media analysis undertaken in this paper shows that it exists and is represented by the Catholic Church in Bajić, civil society organizations, and the STAV magazine. In what follows, I will discuss the newly emerging anti-gender actors and argue that they introduce new frames that rely on the transnational phenomenon of anti-gender mobilization, but also show a continuity in instrumentalizing it for. The Catholic Church in Bajić, the Archdiocese of explicitly problematized so-called or gender ideology in 2015, years before the first Pride March in Bajić. Danny, 2021. Before becoming Archbishop in 2022, had himself in an archdiocesan document targeted gender ideology, which, according to him, poses a special threat to the Christian concept of family that is founded on the Bible, 2015-30. Furthermore, the Catholic Church in BH has been commenting on this issue through the archdiocesan official media portals of and Ba. In this context, the editor-in-chief of both has been particularly active in spreading anti-gender frames. For example, in an interview on the prospect of the legalization of same-sex marriage in BH here, he stated that people in BH are subjugated to the ideas of gender ideology that through perfidious financiers has become the dominant concept in the European Union and is presented as something advanced. He wishes furthermore that BH would not be in such a hurry to implement something which is morally wrong from the West. List 2018. Sees gender ideology as promoted by the EU, and like other anti-gender actors, also by a financially strong transnational lobby, and thus he instrumentalizes an alleged immorality of the West that should not enter BH in BH, as in many other countries, 2022. And 2017b-9, the Catholic Church seems to have paved the way for anti-gender mobilizations, and one can say that the Church in BH certainly learned from the Catholic Church in Croatia with regard to anti-gender framing. However, its limited influence, with only around 10% of BH's population declaring itself as Catholic 13, as well as the religious divisions among the religious and political elites, may be why anti-gender mobilizations, in the sense of an explicit targeting of so-called gender ideology, have not been able to spread as widely in BH as has been the case in, for instance, neighboring Croatia. Civil society organizations, some of them promoting religious values, have jumped on the bandwagon in the context of prides. However, they do not explicitly refer to the discourses promoted by the Catholic Church in BH in 2022, through its leader spokesperson 14 agitated in the name of the traditional normal family, against a LGBT population that violently and radically introduces its values into our homes and minds. List 2022. Often argues that he does not fight homosexuality, but does not want the LGBT plus community to become the new normal, which is why he thinks it is important to defend the normal family. Furthermore, in the context of the 2019 Pride, brought together around 300 participants the day before the march under the title Day of the Traditional Family Dan. Although both organizations did not mobilize explicitly around gender ideology, their activities can be seen as inspired by anti-gender movements elsewhere that refrain from direct homophobia, focusing instead on guarding and promoting real family values. 15. We, as people, as a society, do not have the tradition of protesting. Bosniaks as people wait for evil to come to their door, and then we get active. Face TV Min. 43. With this, he on the one hand attempts to define what is and is not part of Bosniak identity, and on the other hand, by referring to the war in 1992 that came to our door and then we got active, implies that for Bosniaks pride marches are as evil as the war. While the Day of the Traditional Family did not take place in the following years, has been actively involved in organizing countergatherings to prides almost every year, from 2019 to 2023, list 2021-2022. As already mentioned in relation to the violent attack on the film screening organized by the BH Pride Committee in the RS in March 2023, the mobilization against this event was initiated by civil society religious organizations, 16, via an open letter. Communication via an open letter can be interpreted as a strategy that presents itself as not radical in contrast to violent attackers, or as they are also often called, hooligans, implying an uncontrollable, violent group of wild young men who often engage in fights, e.g. after football games. The letter argues that these organizations, meaning the BH Pride Committee, from Sarajevo and are financed by foreign agencies and undermine traditional Christian real human and values and pose a threat to the society, particularly as regards our children. Furthermore, the letter states that the very dangerous ideology and practice of these movements needs to be prevented in our city and ATVBL 2023. This further instance of anti-gender mobilization explicitly targeting an alleged gender ideology also maintains the continuity of gender and sexuality, as had the like-minded organizations that came together in BH more recently. In January 2024, some of these organizations also sent an open letter to the National Assembly of the calling for the rejection of the draft law on protection from domestic violence and violence against women, unanimously adopted by the National Assembly of in October 2023. These self-proclaimed religious patriotic organizations argue that the introduction of the term femicide and gender within the law will introduce a gender ideology into our family legislation and will lead to the destruction of the traditional family, 2024. Following this, the ruling parties in the National Assembly of the RS and others submitted furthermore an initiative to change the criminal code of RS, aiming to remove the terms gender and gender identity from the code. As a direct result of this, the mentioned draft law was not further processed in the National Assembly, despite the initial support, and the term gender identity was deleted from the criminal code in March 2025, which is certainly a setback with regard to the slow implementation of the Istanbul Convention. Another new anti-gender actor, the political magazine STAV, also mobilizes around both anti-gender and a weekly magazine 17 founded in 2015. STAV follows an ethno-nationalist editorial line displayed through open support for the strongest Bosniak ethno-nationalist party SDA. The magazine is owned by a Turkish company, Simerg Media. In addition to STAV, Simerg Media also runs an online news portal in Ba 18. It is not clear how influential the magazine is, as the company does not report any details on its circulation. However, as it targets the Bosniak community, particularly the supporters of the ethno-nationalist SDA, it has the potential to reach at least their followers and voters. 19. An attempt to push the boundaries of the allowed and acceptable in order to gradually lead to the change of not only the cultural, but also the entire system of values and norms of Sarajevo and the rest of the country, 2022. This cultural revolution and socio-political coup are allegedly pushed by foreign powers through their local agents, a reference to the SDP and the P, who supposedly want to de-Islamize Sarajevo. Some of the arguments cleverly incorporate a critique of 2009 and the anti-Muslim racism prevalent in the West, such as, for instance, when it is argued that European funds for human rights are testing the democracy of Balkan societies via the LGBT population. Europe wants in particular to test how the Bosniak Muslim parts of society will react to pride marches. Violence would lead to the portrayal of all Muslims as radicals, which is why in the text argues that it is best for Bosniaks Muslims to ignore pride, 2019. However, SDAV does not refrain from instrumentalizing pride and the LGBT plus community for either. The magazine argues that it is not LGBT plus, but Bosniak Muslim people who really suffer. It presents several examples purporting to show how their suffering is reinforced by pride and the LGBT plus community. Firstly, it is argued that LGBT plus are less at risk of being attacked than a woman in a hijab. Nobody cares for her safety, while for LGBT plus the whole city is shut down so the parade can take place, 2022. Secondly, the fact that the P and the SDP, with the help of foreign powers, allegedly preferred to make pride possible rather than fight for Bosniak rights, and shows that, without the SDA, the only true representative of Bosniak interests, those interests would be in unprecedented danger, 2023b. Thirdly, they argue that the blockade of the city streets during Pride was even worse than during the war siege of Sarajevo 2022. Through such frames, Pride and the LGBT plus community, as well as its supporters, are linked to the truly terrible experience of all those who survived the siege of Sarajevo, and are simultaneously identified with the aggressors of the Bosnian Serb army with a twofold aim. Firstly, to delegitimize Pride not only with arguments about moral and religious values, but also by identifying them with the ethnic other, and instrumentalizing the fear of war in the same way as ethno-nationalist parties do, 2015. And secondly, to reinforce the picture of the ethno-nationalist SDA as the only true guardian of Bosniak, patriarchal, and heteronormative values. Against this backdrop, in the context of new, emerging anti-gender actors, this analysis shows that in BH2, there are actors targeting an alleged gender ideology. However, due to BH's specificity, anti-gender mobilizations are still on the margin and maintain a close continuity with the old and known of gender and sexuality issues. For conclusion, as has been argued above, the reinforced patriarchal and heteronormative structures in BH had seemingly rendered an anti-gender movement and populist rhetoric against gender ideology, and 2024-119 unnecessary. However, we can identify instances and actors that explicitly invoke anti-gender frames, particularly since the first of the annual Pride marches in 2019 in Sarajevo. In this paper, I have argued that Pride marches have raised the level and scope of the challenge to the interplay of heteronormativity, patriarchy, and at least in some parts of the country. In response, the guardians of moral and religious values have had to diversify their discourse, leading some to adopt anti-gender frames, 2020-65. Calls for freedom of speech and references to the perceived antagonism of the West towards our culture have been instrumentalized to delegitimize the fight for gender and sexuality rights, playing into the dichotomy of first, left liberal versus conservative party politics, and second, of BH versus the EU via gender and sexuality politics. For now, because of the deep patriarchy and heteronormativity, but also because of profound divisions among anti-gender actors along lines, the anti-gender discourse is still on the margins in the country as a whole, but not in the. It is the specificity of BH, I argue, that explains not only why anti-gender frames are often linked to ethnicity, but also why the anti-gender movement is rather weak compared to other countries. Since every one of the described actors, the Catholic Church, the Orthodox civil religious organizations, the Bosniak Muslim civil religious organizations, as well as the magazine STAV, only mobilizes within their own ethnic group, their influence can only extend so far. The future of anti-gender mobilization in BH will thus mainly depend on whether and to what extent it is taken up by the ethno-nationalist elite, particularly the SDA in the FBH and the SNSD in the RS. Concerning the latter, we have just recently seen how fast small anti-gender mobilizations can result in anti-gender politics and laws. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the licensed material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: ATVBL 2023 ILGBTU. Retrieved February 7, 2024, from Lat. IU 16322023. M and V 2012. O is I. Sarajevo Open Center. M. V. Mays J. and S. 2014. Pink Report, Annual Report on the State of the Human Rights of LGBT Persons in Bosnia and Herzegovina in 2013, Soc Human Rights Series No. 26. Sarajevo Open Center. D&M 2019. UK's Parade. P4. FM 2018. Lee Nam. Pais 3. FM 2019. Pais 3. FM 2023b. Pod de Nuz. Pais 3. A 2019. I. Danny. 5254. F 2006. Post-war Bosnia, Ethnicity, Inequality, and Public Sector Governance. In F. Lloyd. Ethnic Inequalities and Public Sector Governance. 123-136. V. 2015. The Politics, Practice, and Paradox of Ethnic Security in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Stability, International Journal of Security and Development, 4-1-118. A. 2010. Making It Queer in Post-Socialist BH, Master's Thesis. Central European University. Danny, 2021. Taida C. Pi 19. List. 2018. Igulai. 2-3. List. 2019 of. Parade by I to Sarajevo. 4-5. List. 2019 B. Odd. 2-3. List. 2021. P11. List. 2022. P12. List. 2023. U. 6-7. List. 2023 B. I. P14. M 2020. Na Ali U. 1819. M 2022. U Povas Ida. 811. M 2012. I Queer Sarajevo Festival. In L AIDS. ZIOIO LGBT. 97-110. Sarajevo Open Center. S 2010. Study on homophobia, transphobia and discrimination on grounds of sexual orientation and gender identity. COWI. Face TV. 2022. Face-to-face dual I LGBT. Retrieved February 7, 2024, from Facebook by Imam Pasid Anayu 147526. Frontal. 2019. 2019. IMA. Retrieved February 7, 2024, from Frontal Ba 987082019. S and J 2021. From To Same-Sex Marriage, A Contemporary LGBT History of the Western Balkans. Belgrade Pride Society. T 2021. Die LGBTIQ in. Limina 41 196 208. Day 2023. Pais 3. Hark S and Villa PI 2015. Anti-Dizes. In S Hark and PI Villa. Anti. 714. Transcript. Helms E 2013. Innocence and Victimhood. Gender, Nation, and Women's Activism in Post-War Bosnia-Herzegovina. The University of Wisconsin Press. S and I. 2015. Welcome to the Desert of Post-Socialism, Radical Politics After Yugoslavia. Verso. M 2019. I in S and A. U I U by H. 123-136. Sarajevo Open Center. M 2022. Marl U. 4-5. M 2020. Imam I. 30-31. 2019. Da. Pi 8. A and C 2021. Opposing the Istanbul Convention. Actors, Strategies, and Frames. In A and C. Politicizing Gender and Democracy in the Context of the Istanbul Convention. 55-119. Springer International Publishing. R&D. 2017 Anti-Gender Campaigns in Europe, Mobilizing Against Equality. And International. R&D 2017b. Gender Ideology in Movement, Introduction. In R&D. Anti-Gender Campaigns in Europe, Mobilizing Against Equality. 122. And International. N 2019. I in S and A. And U I U by H. 93-104. Sarajevo Open Center. Day Z and A 2015. From Dayton to Brussels via Tuzla, post-2014 Economic Restructuring as Europeanization Discourse Practice in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Southeast European and Black Sea Studies, 15-4, 661-682. M 2014. Mapping and Needs Assessment of the LGBT Community in Kosovo and in Bosnia and Herzegovina. USAID Kosovo by H. Report. Retrieved February 7, 2024, from Docs PA00 MDM4. A. 2007. We, the Citizens of. Constellations 14-1, 112-128. A. 2015. In Search of a Democratic Counterpower in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Southeast European and Black Sea Studies, 15-4, 623-638. M.B. 1998. Embodiment of Terror, Gendered Violence in Peacetime and Wartime in Croatia and Bosnia-Herzegovina. Medical Anthropology Quarterly, 12-1, 3150. D. J. and N. 2020. Pink Report 2020, Annual Report on the State of Human Rights of LGBTI Persons in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Soc Human Rights Series No. 51. Sarajevo Open Center. AGI&S 2019. Response to Violence Against Women, Unprotected Survivors. Alternative Report of Non-Governmental Organizations from Bosnia and Herzegovina to GREVIO Group. Retrieved February 7, 2024, from Organ Publication Gender-Based Violence Response to Violence Against Women Unprotected Survivors, Z. 2019. I in S and A. U by H. 155-170. Sarajevo Open Center. Z and A 2024. Religion and Gender in Bosnian Herzegovinian Populist. In A, J, and T. Religion, Gender, and Populism in the Mediterranean, Gendering the Study of Religion in the Social Sciences. 106-129. Radio Sarajevo. 2019. U by H. Retrieved February 7, 2024, from BA I332005. V and M 2019. How do we understand populism? Popular responses to populist politics in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Sociological Problems, 51-2, 291-311. 2024. OAD U INAD URS. Retrieved February 7, 2024, from Org IO OD UI A 2019. I do. 3840. A 2019B. S 5153. A 2022. Po PIS 3. O 2015. Gender Inequality in Bosnia and Herzegovina, 1 step forwards, 2 steps back. In C and SP Ramit. Gender Inequality and Gender Politics in Southeastern Europe, A Question of Justice. 87-107. K 2022. The Europeanization and Politicization of LGBT Rights in Serbia. In K. J. E. Johnson and M.I. The Handbook of Gender in Central Eastern Europe and Eurasia. 387-394. Saldo v. 2019. U by H. List 2-3. Z 2020. IU 91-5570. 2021. P6. I 2011. Being a Citizen the Bosnian Way, Transformations of Citizenship and Political Identities in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Transitions 51, 245-267. S 2020. LGBT Rights in Bosnia, The Challenge of Nationalism in the Context of Europeanization. Nationalities Papers 48-4, 768-790. MN 2009. Imagining the Balkans. Oxford University Press. I 2022. Framing Gender Ideology, Religious Populism in the Croatian Catholic Church. Identities 29-4, 466-482. M. 2005. Mainstreaming Gender Equality in Europe, a Critical Frame Analysis Approach. The Greek Review of Social Research, 117, 1134. 2015. Sarajevo. AAMT and S. 2009. Does. Vise. AZ and Z 2018. Women in BIH Institutions Puppets of Gender Quotas. Cure. While other queer events had previously been organized in BIH, the country's first Pride March took place in 2019. BIH was the last of former Yugoslav countries to host a Pride March, following Northern Macedonia, June 2019, Kosovo 2016, Montenegro 2013, Serbia 2010. The first attempt in 2001 ended in violence, Croatia 2002, and Slovenia 2001. I have also consulted documents by respective actors, among them the Catholic Church in BIH, where necessary, i.e. when the media source only mentions the actor, without citing exactly what they said. I researched articles in the print media included in the database BA Media Sarajevo, specifically List, Dani, and Start, that included the following keywords in the Bosnian, Croatian, Serbian language or where appropriate in English: gender rod, LGBT, pride, and gender ideology, transgender I, regardless of the date of publication. Most such articles were written from 2018 onwards, which supports my argument that the first Pride March triggered a wider media interest in the issues of equality. I then identified 158 articles as relevant to my analysis of potential anti-gender actors, 45 of which were published in the weekly magazine STAV. For my analysis, I concentrated on articles ranging from November 2018, after the announcement of the first Pride March, to March 2023, a pre-Pride event organized in the affirmation of the three peoples, Bosniaks, Croat, and Serb, in the Constitution furthermore discriminates against other communities, including some that have long formed part of BIH society, e.g. Jews, Roma, and Sinti, as well as all those who are not or who do not declare themselves to be Serb, Croat, or Bosniak, 2011, 258. A member of the Bosnian Jewish community, and a member of the Bosnian Roma and Sinti community, challenged the denial of their right to stand for office in the BIH presidency elections at the European Court of Human Rights. In 2009, the ECHR ruled that BIH's constitution did, indeed, violate the European Convention on Human Rights in this respect. BIH still has to make the necessary amendments to its constitution. See Europa Data ATAG 20-15559501 EPRS ATA 20-15559501N. People are independent of their ethnic background identification, free to live in any of the entities. Before the 1992-95 war, Bosnia and Herzegovina used to be described as mini-Yugoslavia on account of its diversity and the number of its citizens who defined themselves as Yugoslav. However, these three are not the only parties competing for the ethno-nationalist vote. For instance, in 2018, a former SDA representative set up I Pravda People and Justice, which has been quite successful in fishing in the SDA electorate pool, especially in the canton of Sarajevo. The SNSD was founded after the war in opposition to SDS, Serbian Democratic Party, which had been with the SDA and the HDZ, one of the three war parties. However, since the SNSD continues to adhere to most of the wartime nationalist stances, it can be seen as the central ethno-nationalist party, claiming to represent the Serb population in BIH despite its claim to be a citizen-oriented party. The SDP has also often indulged in. The last BIH presidency elections showed a momentary decline in support for Bosniak ethno-nationalists, with losing his seat in the presidency to Deniz from the SDP. There have been 8 presidency elections since the establishment of this institution, and this is only the third time that the Bosniak presidency seat has not gone to an SDA candidate. All quotes from the Bosnian, Croatian, Serbian language have been translated into English by the author. This can be seen as bringing BIH into line with other former Yugoslav republics, namely Slovenia, Croatia, Montenegro, and the socialist autonomous province of Vojvodina, which decriminalized homosexuality in 1977 and 2021, 54. The decriminalization in BIH in 1991 was subsequently confirmed by the post-Dayton criminal codes of BIH 1998 and 1996. Com Watch VG. Ba Upload Image Onama 2022. It was not clear which organization was behind this, but has been the leader of the movement. He is also head of a party called Bosnian People's Party, Religion, People, State, which, however, was not authorized to participate in the 2022 election by the Election Commission BA3 and category ID 64 and ID 4011. In one TV appearance, Face TV 2022, men. 46 even refers directly to anti-gender mobilizations elsewhere in Europe, which serve as an inspiration. He also refers to the alleged ideology that is promoted by Pride. The main organization behind this open letter was that was established in 2021 in. According to its website org, it is a voluntary, non-profit and cross-party organization that brings together all religious Orthodox Serbs. In February 2024, they became a monthly publication and resigned as editor-in-chief in 2024. See Bosnia-Herzegovina Mom.org and Media Detail Outlet 2. For controversies about the magazine, see Com.n How a Turkish industrial firm expands to Bosnian propaganda, a 67769-270. STAV is not the only magazine or media outlet to write negatively on LGBT+ issues. Another is SAFF, which is also oriented towards the Bosniak population and has featured anti-LGBT+ material, 2012. During the war, Sarajevo was besieged first by the Yugoslav People's Army, and then, after its dissolution, by the Army of. The blockade lasted for 1,425 days, the longest siege of a capital city ever. The sheer idea of comparing this with the temporary closure of a few streets during a peaceful demonstration by the LGBT+ community is disrespectful, to say the least. 6. The old-new anti-gender mobilizations in North Macedonia. Introduction. Not everyone in North Macedonia was surprised by the emergence and success of anti-gender mobilizations, accompanied by their captivating and provocative tropes, narratives, and figures, and 2017. Those immersed in the study, advocacy, and quotidian challenges related to the histories of gender and sexual inequality anticipated such developments, seeing anti-gender mobilization in North Macedonia as a manifestation of the enduring and deep-seated gender inequality, homophobia, and transphobia, with the new twist, new frameworks, strategies, and actors who put them into practice. The term gender ideology was introduced by the fourth president of North Macedonia in 2017 during his public speech regarding the ratification of the Istanbul Convention. Nevertheless, a more structured mobilization against gender ideology, marked by the onset of anti-gender campaigns, gained momentum in years 2022-021. This is why in 2018 claimed that within the broader anti-gender mobilizations across Europe, US, and the global South, where the terms gender ideology and or gender theory are more often than not employed to name the danger one preventively mobilizes against, such terms were absent from the relevant discussions in Macedonia, 2018 B62. Despite the dynamic transformations of the socio-political, cultural, and economic landscape over the past decades, the enduring reality of entrenched patriarchal regimes and pervasive homophobic sentiments persist among the citizens of North Macedonia, 2012, 2015, and 2015. Given this context, the presence of anti-gender rhetoric no longer comes as shocking, especially if taking into account previous experiences with religious entities and government-backed initiatives opposing gender equality, such as the anti-abortion campaigns that took place in 2013, 2018, or the publicly stated homophobia and transphobia of the previous government, led by the conservative, Christian, and nationalist party VMRO-DPMNE. In power from 2006 to 2017, 2016, 2018 B. In a context shaped by the dominant heteronormative, patriarchal, and attitudes, 2022 and 2022, and 2019, AL. 2019 and 2023, accentuated by an enduring influence of the VMRO-DPMNE and their public vilification of the civil society, structural inequalities, and inadequate institutional support for the implementation of gender and sexual equality policies, European Commission, 2019-2023. Women's Rights in Western Balkans, 2021-2023. we claim that anti-gender campaigns in North Macedonia were by the desire to keep hegemony firmly in place. In other words, the primary objective of the local anti-gender initiatives is to uphold hegemony rather than to respond to or resist the existing gender-positive policies, practices, and knowledge. What anti-gender actors counter is the lived experience of dislocation, caused by the socio-political and economic crisis induced by neoliberal rationality, broken political promises, and exploitation, which shattered the horizons of intelligibility of one's structural position in society. In this chapter, we differentiate between the current forms of anti-gender mobilizations, acknowledging their continuity with the negative opinions on feminism and LGBT+ rights held by the traditionally conservative parts of society, and the patriarchal and heteronormative politics of political regimes in North Macedonia. Current anti-gender mobilizations build upon and repackage previous narratives and 2023 and represent distinct phenomena with specific discursive and narrative strategies, the strategies of political mobilization, public organization, and institutional legal policy interventions and effects. We focus on the specific means through which structured anti-gender discourses have been translated into the local context. The socio-political and economic backdrop that gave rise to anti-gender mobilizations. In this section, we discuss the conditions and socio-political background in North Macedonia that enabled the emergence of anti-gender mobilizations. We propose to look at a conjuncture of 4 different socio-economic, political, and affective crises that produced fertile ground for the growth of anti-gender mobilizations. First, we point to a broad complex of the biopolitical frames embroiled in the socio-economic experiences that produce political anxieties, uncertainty, and fear. The politics of fear is integral to the anti-gender affective rhetoric that taps into people's economic anxiety and growing sense of ontological insecurity, and 2022-30, which was part and parcel of the decade-long authoritarian rule of the populist, conservative, and illiberal VMRO-DPMNE, 2015. The same period was characterized by the socio-economic devastation and the transformation of the Macedonian citizen into a homo, imprisoned in the processes of making ends meet in the struggle for bare survival. The cruelly optimistic attachments, 2011, to great national narratives were the only form of sustained survival in the citizen's life. These investments were further encouraged by the nationalist panic, by state disputes with Greece and Bulgaria. The dispute with Greece led to changing the constitutional name of the country, while Bulgaria set a veto on opening EU accession negotiation dialogues. All these reproduced and mobilized the nationalist fears of foreign invasion, reflected in anti-gender discourses of gender ideology as Western, EU, bureaucratic colonization by other means, and 2022 and 2020. The out-migration of citizens was the other survival strategy. Both strategies were motivated by the high levels of corruption, eroded trust in public institutions, perceptions of socioeconomic inequality, persisting intergenerational poverty, low-quality healthcare and education systems, alarming levels of air pollution enriched by outdated and harmful technologies donated by Western democracies. Al. 2021, the relatively high poverty rate, and the fact that almost 400,000 people lived in poverty in 2019, World Bank 2023, 8. In 2022, approximately 70% of the population expressed dissatisfaction with the current socioeconomic situation, while 40% believed that the economy would worsen in the coming year. Pessimism, political depression, and anxiety about the future, Al. 2023 are confirmed by the over 1,300,000 prescriptions for diazepam-1 issued in 2022, a number that is certainly higher if illicit purchases are taken into account, 2022. Radio MOF 2023, and even more disconcerting considering that the country's population is less than 2 million. This ominous figure bears witness to the perceived limitations, sense of inhibition, and inability of interest and enjoyment, specific to the negative emotional experiences of the many marginalized and dispossessed subjectivities and groups. This stands in the way of a sustained and long-lasting interest in complex objects and situations, of an interested, curious, and playful engagement with the world, and an expansion of cognitive and motivational relations with the world and others. 1995, 75-105. We must also include the phenomenological experiences of vulnerability and broken futures, related to the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with the ongoing economic crisis. Together, they served as the background for mobilizations of the discourses of security, protection, danger, panic, and sources for an increasing distrust towards state institutions and international corporations. Dissatisfaction with democracy increased significantly, so the bigger part of the population believes that the Western style of democracy is not the most suitable for the local political system. 2022-12. This led to the exacerbation of the authoritarian and right-wing populist tendencies among citizens, who see the political system as inherently ineffective in terms of citizen participation in decision-making, and are prone to conspiracy theories, and believing that what the state needs is strong leaders. Al. 2022-31. This conjuncture and its multiple stressors generated the effects of dislocation through which the subject's positions and habituated forms of navigating the ordinary and the social were brought into question. Dislocation as the experience of crisis enabled the reorientation towards contesting forms of discourses and identifications as alternative forms of organization of experience. 2005-2018. The eruption of anti-gender mobilizations is, we claim, primarily not just a symptom of the crisis of neoliberal consensus and liberal democracy, 2017-2018, nor is it just a general reactionary response to neoliberalism, and 2022. Rather, anti-gender actors actively mobilize a new populist logic, articulating a response to the dislocation of the political structure, 2040, through which a certain future is created and made possible, while the present is made intelligible, consequential, and meaningful. The anti-gender actors enact a hegemonic recomposition of the structure, by making use of gender, sexuality, sex, body, family, and nation as the particular nodal points of articulation, 2044 of the possible future, of the intelligible present that reflect and reproduce the already deeply entrenched hegemony of. The second crisis we want to relates to the revolution, the political and discursive shifts that it introduced, and its failure to maintain the hegemonic articulation it introduced through the protests. We claim this to be one of the major causes of the emergence of anti-gender mobilizations in North Macedonia, and of its abuse of the rhetoric of human rights and strategies of civil organizing and resistance. The revolution refers to the series of protests during 2015 and 2016, spurred by the leaked conversations that disclosed mass violations of human rights and illegal wiretapping of approximately 20,000 politicians, journalists, public intellectuals, and activists by the then-ruling VMRO-DPMNE. These protests toppled the VMRO-DPMNE and created a new progressive liberal left populist subject, framed through the signifiers of active citizenship and sovereignty of the people, unified through the production of empty signifiers such as freedom, equality, justice, human rights, civil society, the people, and the political. We argue that the struggles mobilized around these signifiers and the ensuing radical transformation of public discourse created the background for the various civil mobilizations, to which anti-gender mobilizations belong. Even more importantly, the political hegemonic re-articulation led by the Social Democrats and other social actors during and shortly after the revolution failed to meet demands and desires and promises, which led to enhanced political apathy, political depression, disappointment, resentment, and anger among the majority of citizens. These failures and the surge of distrust in institutions and democratic procedures enabled, as 2016 showed, conservative protest movements to create a space for marginalized people to vent their fears and insecurities, voice their anger and dissatisfaction with politics, and claim a sense of agency and empowerment that European liberals and social democrats once promised, but failed to deliver. Broken promises helped transform citizens into the silent majority and ordinary people, antagonized by corrupted elites, displacing their political anger onto the enemy condensed in gender. This incoherent and empty signifier functioned as the symbolic glue, 2018, or the sticky object, 2004. It could stick due to the rich history of misogyny and homophobia. Our third point relates to the limitations specific to the Macedonian history of gender equality struggles and the related crisis in the effectiveness of political representation by civil society organizations. Activist struggles and discourses on gender equality have been reduced to identitarian issues that lack intersectionality, 2019-2004. On the other hand, the hegemony of the liberal consensus and the technocratic and legalist frameworks characterize human rights organizations, including women's and LGBT+ organizations, and 2019, 22-26. Its critique of particularism, embodied in the neoliberal political rationality, and its framing of political agency through free market rationality and individual human rights as the moralization of the constitutively antagonistic political field, 2018, is pertinent here. We believe it to be particularly useful in understanding the rise of anti-gender mobilizations in North Macedonia, and in seeing it as a response to the reduction of the political to individual motivations and interests, framed by the liberal politics of the greatest part of the Macedonian civil society. Anti-gender actors appeal to the void created by individualist and politically neutral managerialism, being better aware that politics always consists in the creation of collective identities. 2005-55. No matter how pseudo-political and antisocial the alleged collective identities evoked by anti-gender actors are. Also relevant for this context is the dominant focus on EU integration processes and the international advocacy specific to gender and sexual equality, which in the populist imagination of anti-gender mobilizations easily creates a metonymic link among feminism, LGBTI+ rights, transgender rights, and the imperialist and colonialist Western powers. Ultimately, new culture wars and the new Cold War geopolitical constellation in crisis are the last infrastructural source for anti-gender mobilizations in North Macedonia we want to mention. By this, we refer to the translation of concepts, ideas, tropes, rhetoric, and strategies already developed in Western countries, such as the UK and the US and the Roman Catholic Church, and their appropriation in North Macedonia made possible by the unaccounted financial support and the international travels of major anti-gender actors. Starting from 2022 and the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the influence of Russian ideological strategies, particularly those related to the field of gender and sexuality, has become salient. 2023. This became most evident with the activation of the pro-Russian nationalist, conservative party, one of the key actors in anti-gender mobilizations. It is also visible in the close connections of one of the central voices of anti-gender mobilizations and the leading representative of the Coalition for the Protection of Children with this party, as well as her public endorsement of anti-gender politics. Political, public, and institutional strategies of mobilization. Springing from the landscape we described, at the beginning of the new decade anti-gender campaigns gained widespread support. Two intersecting frames delineated the key targets of anti-gender mobilization. The first relates to the opposition to any deviation from the heteronormative patriarchal paradigm, with the aim to stop initiatives promoting gender equality and diverse sexual orientations, visibility. This is evidenced in the resistance mounted against the 2021 educational reform targeting gender-sensitive and comprehensive sexuality education, in the campaigns against the Skopje Pride Parade, and attempts at the censorship of certain publications. The second frame sought to reinforce systemic boundaries by supporting policies excluding LGBT+ individuals and obstructing systemic commitment to gender equality. The examples include resistance to legal gender recognition 2 and the law on gender equality 3, followed by the initiatives to reintroduce the terminology of equality between men and women, instead of gender equality in the equal opportunities strategies. In pursuing their primary objectives, anti-gender actors engaged in various forms of association. The genesis of their initiatives can be traced back to four groups: Take Responsibility, Odnuz Nuz United We Stand Tall, I Morada Ima Textbooks and School Presents Are a Must, and Did Go I to Save Marriage and Family. In 2021, they blended into the Coalition for the Protection of Children 4, comprising of 38 entities, among them humanitarian organizations, religious associations, informal initiatives, and political parties. The coalition gained momentum in 2022 when the Orthodox Foundation from the largest city in southeastern North Macedonia joined, becoming the potent mobilizing force with the support of the local government, media, and the community. Evolved into a hub for anti-gender activities, extending its influence to the neighboring municipalities and beyond. This grassroots approach presented an authentic image of self-organization, contrasting with the perceived elite nature of the country's civil society. By 2023, the 5 major religious denominations in North Macedonia, later also joined by the Serbian Orthodox Church, unified their efforts, gaining substantial political support, and played a role in rejecting the law on gender equality and the legal gender recognition model within the law on civil registry. The mobilization strategies employed by anti-gender actors demonstrate a great deal of flexibility. Their repertoire of actions features protests, petitions, public forums, film screenings, and advocacy initiatives. Initially, anti-gender actors established their presence through online communication channels, including Facebook group and pages, Instagram profiles, and websites. Their online engagements featured diverse activities, mobilizing the public for specific actions, e.g., hindering the inclusion of comprehensive sexuality education within the curricula for elementary education, and educational initiatives such as online lectures and webinars, e.g., featuring the Serbian political philosopher and director of the Institute for European Studies in Belgrade, disseminating influence and garnering support. The consolidation of alliances, notably with the Macedonian Orthodox Church, enhanced the visibility of anti-gender campaigns both in the traditional media and in the public, through their street actions and their appearances in the squares, churches, and state institutions. Protests emerged as an avenue for political mobilization within anti-gender initiatives, especially against specific legislation or policies. The trajectory began with demonstrations at the Ministry of Education and Science, expanding to protests led by parents opposing gender ideology in education. A significant protest orchestrated by the Macedonian Orthodox Church against the adoption of the law on gender equality and the law on civil registry marked the pinnacle of this summoning strategy. In contrast to the vibrant atmosphere of pride parades, these protests embraced the stereotypical imagery associated with conservative mobilizations, incorporating religious and nationalist symbols. Notably, parents and children served as primary speakers, expressing concerns about perceived threats to their personal safety and well-being attributed to gender equality policies. The protest led by the Macedonian Orthodox Church distinguished itself in scale and organization, featuring prominent figures like the Archbishop of the Orthodox Church and the Academic Five from the Macedonian Academy for Science and Arts. Protests often emerged as a key tool for mobilization, either preceding or following other strategies like petitions and public events. With the support of the local government, the Orthodox Foundation organized 3 public forums in 2023, hosting speakers from diverse fields, including doctors, professors, gender-critical women's rights activists, and anti-gender advocates. Film screenings covering around 30 municipalities showcased carefully selected transphobic films. Public sessions held in over 15 local municipalities resulted in policy changes in, for the time being, 12 municipalities, substituting gender with sex and replacing gender equality with equality of the sexes or equal opportunities for women and men, along with the introduction of the new definition of men and women. This definition stipulates that a woman is an individual born with the female biological sex, and a man is an individual born with the male biological sex, irrespective of their internal feelings or self-determination. Across North Macedonian cities and towns, public spaces like squares, streets, churches, cultural venues, and local government halls transformed into arenas for mobilization, socialization, and ideological bonding with the local population. The events served not only as platforms for the ideological instruction, but also involved a series of promotional activities as a manifestation of public engagement and socialization within the local community. Whether through film screenings, petitions, or public forums, the activities were enacted in a grassroots manner, with local teachers, journalists, public officials, and clergy actively disseminating promotional materials in streets, markets, schools, bus stops, and churches. In this way, engagement moved beyond preaching to the passive audience. The local population was turned into an active contributor to the collective struggle. The visual documentation of the public events captures common people listening to the speeches, engaged in the discussions, and exchanging opinions and concerns. Mobilization equals socialization, particularly for the so-called oppressed silent majority. The idea that there is someone to share your concerns with and a collective willingness to resist acted as the powerful means of bonding and affirmation of belonging. In essence, these occasions served a dual purpose, functioning both as the spaces of mobilization and forums for the socialization of concerned citizens. The concerns about the perceived threat to the hegemony and the commitment to resist this threat became the vehicles for the connection and affirmation of collective identity. Discursive strategies and narratives of mobilization. The strategies and narratives employed by anti-gender actors play an active role in shaping social reality, crafting and imposing their worldview through carefully chosen expressions, imagery, and symbolism. In the North Macedonian context, there are 6 distinctive discursive strategies and narrative 6 that demonstrate both commonalities and some specificities in comparison with broader regional and European contexts. The foremost identifiable discursive strategy and narrative of anti-gender mobilizations relies on populist narratives and polarization strategies, casting gender ideology as an empty signifier, 2005, Mayer, and 2017, that acts as a symbolic placeholder. The term encapsulates deeply ingrained concepts and ideals within our language and culture, such as those protecting what is conservatively considered to be natural, normal, or of national interest, known as an attack of at least one component of the triad nature, nation, or normality, and 2017. By framing it as a pervasive threat, anti-gender campaigns encourage individuals to identify as a unified front against gender, gender ideology, gender equality, or gender and sexual diversity, branding those who are in any way associated with them as a common enemy. Have you noticed how those elected by the people to serve them serve LGBTI+ organizations instead, adopting the laws the majority disagree with? They gathered to discuss the consequences faced by LGBTI+ people, who account for less than 1% of the entire population, and how discriminated they were, while bluntly disregarding discrimination against people with disabilities, children with disabilities, the homeless, or hospital patients. None of them matters because LGBTI+ people have the advantage and are more important. Their suffering and pain are greater than yours. Take responsibility, 6 February 2022. Go to hells, you and the IU. All of you. Who do you think you are to propose, and those in the assembly to even discuss such a law and, God forbid, adopt it? Who gave you the rights? We voted for you, we should be the ones asked. Our votes put you there, not your father. This is a traditional environment where such bullshit from the AU cannot apply. Unlike the sick minds of the IU, we are healthy people. If someone wants to be like them, leave and do whatever you wish with your life. Save Marriage and Family, 22 March 2022. In addition, the anti-gender discourse depicts influential right-wing leaders, such as, and as the defenders of national interests, presenting their regressive political as the model for emulation. The second most prevalent discourse and narrative of anti-gender actors is their use of a certain kind of nostalgia for the good old days, which can also be otherwise defined as evocation of the good old times when women were subsumed under the person of their husband, treated as legally continual minors, barred from or having restricted rights to their progeny and the products of their 2023. Their central objective is to uphold the prevailing social norms and legislative systems that were inherently gender unequal, homophobic, and exclusionary. The core conflict between anti-gender and gender-sensitive narratives centers on the contrast between the desire for maintaining a status and the desire for change. This dynamic features the interplay between the past and the future, where visions and desired contexts come into sharp focus. Invoking the tradition and the return to the good old days, with their good old values, introduces an additional dimension to the clash of the value systems between anti-gender and gender-sensitive narratives. Anti-gender advocates are adept in instigating nostalgia for the times past, making it a pivotal element of their political strategy, a construct of a retrospectively fashioned utopia, or a grounded in a bygone yet undead past, 2017. This inclination towards the past emerges as a response to the uncertainties, fragmentation, individualism, and violence characterizing the contemporary world. To be more precise, the anxiety stemming from the intricacies of modernity fosters fantasies of reverting to an idealized past, 2017. The anti-gender narratives of nostalgia are far from original solutions. Rather, they are a continuation of the ubiquity of certain cultural narratives and large-scale right populist projects that remain present long after the rule of the VMRO di Pimeni, capitalizing on Skopje 20,147 that changed the appearances and living conditions in modern Skopje and instilled new habits of glorifying a non-existent past among the people. Extensive literature on anti-gender mobilizations also draws connections between anti-gender groups and populist politicians, particularly in their shared affinity for a past perceived as an ideal future, and 2017 and 2022. Here, nostalgia is utilized to apprehension of the new and maintain stagnation by portraying examples from the past as current bumps in the road leading to progress. Moral panic narratives and scapegoating strategies emerge in the Macedonian context as yet another famous of anti-gender mobilizations. Gender and sex-related concerns, particularly those impacting transgender individuals, become contentious points within feminist and women's movements. The dynamic between anti-gender mobilizations and gender-critical feminists, known as trans-exclusionary radical feminists, centers on portraying trans women as a threat to women and children. This rhetoric accentuates the sexuality and physical characteristics of trans women to spread fear and disgust in the public. The visuals and narratives highlight isolated cases of crimes involving trans individuals, aiming to depict the entire transgender community as dangerous, in order to deliberately ignore the vulnerability of trans women to violence, to exploit gender-based violence, and to divert attention from systemic violence against women. Anti-gender actors frame trans women as invaders of women's spaces, portraying them as unjustly taking away the rights and roles reserved for authentic women. This stirs anger in the women's rights movement, despite the fact that problematic, discriminatory, and normative aspects of participation of women in, for example, sports or beauty pageants have traditionally been neglected or criticized by feminists. Anti-gender mobilizations seek to redefine feminism, excluding gender as a category and promoting their version of real women. They categorize trans women as people who do not belong in their own bodies, shaping a version of feminism aimed at protecting authentic women from transgender individuals, LGBT+ activists, and civil society. This approach, however, fails to celebrate the historical achievements of women and restricts the definition of women to mothers, wives, and homemakers. Within their rigid perspective on real women, anti-gender mobilizations sexual purity, viewing female sexuality as a taboo and as solely focused on reproductive capacity within heterosexual marriage and family. As a result, sex workers are seen as vulnerable victims who could be potentially transformed into real women through conversion, while trans women were consistently excluded from this perspective, except in the possibility of returning to their biological sex by detransitioning. The alignment of gender-critical feminists and anti-gender actors forms a divisive axis between intersectional feminism and gender-critical feminism. Exploited strategically by those opposing gender sensitivity and diversity, this division influences ideological struggles, social discussions, daily lives, policies, laws, and administrative procedures. Stemming from collaborative efforts between women's organizations and anti-gender groups, this conflict further divides the movement for gender equality. Anti-gender mobilizations heighten discord, particularly on transgender issues, within factions of feminist, women's, and LGBT+ movements. It is anti-gender actors who benefit, strengthening their rhetoric on the aspects particularly harmful for transgender lives and putting the issues related to gender-based violence and domestic violence to the background. As a direct consequence, transgender individuals in North Macedonia have faced the repeated failure to pass the newly proposed law on legal gender recognition, which has been consigned to parliamentary oblivion. For those of you watching a lot of movies, imagining that the prosecutors are like detectives protecting the helpless people, particularly children, we recommend you to face reality. This is Macedonia, and no one will protect your children except for yourselves. Take responsibility, 30 March 2022. Formally, my generation is sexually uneducated. We are self-taught. Well, we got married and had kids anyway. Our will be sexually educated. Let's see if they will be happier. My opinion is this: in this morally sick world which blurs the line between the natural and the unnatural, to give your children from a young age a wrong socially organized sex education, before giving them a stable emotional and spiritual education, is to allow them to sit on a powder keg and light a cigar. A university professor and popular author, Pornographic Sexual Education, Nova New Macedonia, 26 January 2021. Let us show the next government and the future Minister of Education, whoever it might be, that they should deserve our votes, serve the people who pay them, that our children belong to us, not to the state, and that they have no right to meddle with their psychophysical development. Regardless of who forms the government, the power lies in us, in our desire to provide a peaceful childhood for our children. Take responsibility, 6 November 2021. Anti-gender narratives that link gender with the politics of death and evil are chiefly articulated by religious figures. The union between anti-gender mobilizations and the Macedonian Orthodox Church injects distinctive elements into the prevailing narratives, revolving around the concept of the final battle, where life is pitted against death, good against evil, freedom against slavery. Unlike the trends in other contexts where secularization of the religious discourse is noted, in North Macedonia, we see the high prominence of traditionally religious narratives, occasionally garnered with philosophical and mystical ruminations. The Church's narrative in certain respects diverges from that of the anti-gender actors. While they champion the common-sense argument asserting that no man can truly be a woman, the Church articulates the narrative around the ultimate truth, presented as assaulted by the demonic forces of homosexuality that bring death and slavery. The anti-gender discourses of the high priests are organized around three tropes: truth, freedom, and hope, the battle for which is waged today between the forces of the good biological men and women, heterosexuals, family-oriented individuals, and God, and the forces of evil, gender ideologues, homosexuals, and the demon. A close reading of the speeches made by the religious leaders of all denominations reveals a similar wording. The initiatives promoting gender and sexual equality are inherently demonic, totalitarian, evil, wicked, and mortal. The Macedonian Orthodox Church in particular builds upon a binary opposition between truth and ideology, genuine freedom and totalitarianism, safeguarding the Christian order and revolting against the Creator's order and eternity, embodying future and hope versus death. Bishops' narratives delineated a clear line between Macedonian feminist organizations and religious actors, making it clear that the genuine care for women means mobilizing for the heteronormative family and their role within it. Beloved faithful people, Christ himself said, "Leave the children alone and do not forbid them from coming to me, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to such as these." However, this ideology, one of the most totalitarian that humanity has ever seen, is directed against this commandment of Christ and against children. Well, if children are the future of the world, then who desires a man with no future, if not the one we know, is the enemy from the beginning. The Archbishop of the Macedonian Orthodox Church, General Nationwide Protest, 29 June 2023. In the battle for life over death and good over evil, hatred is strategically employed as a discursive act, a necessary weapon for eliminating the phenomena and bodies deemed worthy of disdain in the pursuit of genuine values and truth, 2023. At last, this confrontation with truth is exacerbated by media bias as shown in the study on gender disinformation, and 2023. The study shows that the anti-gender narratives of the Church are disseminated uncritically in the media, often without inclusion of any other voice, consolidating the anti-gender religious narrative as the only truth. The number of marital partners willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the family is decreasing. Their decisions are related only to personal happiness, not the happiness and needs of their children. The prevailing attitude is better happy children and divorced parents than unhappy families. The accent is placed on individual happiness, not collective family harmony. Prof. Dr. Head of the Institute for Social Work and Social Policy at the Faculty of Philosophy at UKIM, Save Marriage and Family, 11 December 2021. In contrast, diverse family structures, such as queer individuals, same-sex couples, single parents, or those with nonconforming sexual orientations or gender identities, are as threats to the nation and civilization. Within the anti-gender narrative, these groups are cast as adversaries, symbolizing the feared decline of the traditional family as the primary societal unit, purportedly under constant attack. Meanwhile, the ideal family, envisioned as a union between two heterosexual partners, celebrated for their procreation, is upheld and championed. In this context, only communities displaying a linear increase and engaged in active reproductive were acknowledged as authentic families. Those not meeting these criteria are stigmatized as socially undesirable and branded as narcissistic adversaries, directly jeopardizing the survival of the nation's population. There is no such thing as society. There are individual men and women, and there are families. Thatcher, 1987. The modern growth of, the withering away of everything between us can also be described as the spread of the desert. 2005, 201. The violent and insistent demand for freedom, discursively framed as an alleged obstruction of their freedom to express their true sex, to determine the contents and formats of public education for their children, and to express their opinions and hate, is a symptom of the neoliberal deracination of the social and political sources and understanding of freedom, as much as it is a symptom of the neoliberal wet dream to have one's personal protected sphere expanded. Freedom is stripped of its political meanings, and from its practice amongst the plurality of others and the in-between space of co-appearance, 2005. If there is any sign of responsibility for the political, it is towards the political reduced to the familial bonds and their underlying grammar of privatism and possessiveness, through the possessive relationship of the concerned parents to their children, and an implied reduction of their future to the reproduction of the sexual, gendered, and national regimes. Unlike some scholars of anti-gender mobilizations, and 2022 11-16, we claim that, in our context, neoliberalism and the anti-gender populist grammar are convergent and mutually reinforcing. The actions and investments of anti-gender actors can be described as cruel optimism, 2011, as ongoing attachments and effective investments to an object's scenes, ideals, norms, institutions, worlds, and forms of life, as clusters of promises and sources of endurance, the proximity to which, instead of bringing us close to the things promised and the fantasy of good life, turns against our flourishing, both individual and collective. The cruel optimism of anti-gender mobilizations, instead of saving us from neoliberalism, attaches citizens to the already compromised conditions of possibility, that is, to neoliberal rationality and biopolitics, the very object of their critique and the source of their anxieties, embodied in gender as the imagined existential threat. As a politics of crisis, anti-gender mobilization is a case of capitalism saving capitalism from capitalism, sometimes even creating the mirage of a capitalism without capitalism. 2023, 109. How and where to begin with something new? Perhaps from a collective exploration of various strategies and practices that invent new alternative inventories encompassing emotions, objects, scenes of desire, relational dynamics, embodiments, habits, worlds, and communities. This prospect should start from the impasses and the experiences of disruption within the normative, violent, and hegemonic socio-political systems, specifically those related to gender, sexuality, nationality, and capital, to sever the relations of attachment to cruel optimism. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S, and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the license material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: S. 2004. The Cultural Politics of Emotion. Edinburgh University Press. H. 2005. The Promise of Politics. Books. SIMABKIR 2023. NUSO 19. Mental Health of Adolescents and Their Caregivers During the 19 Pandemic in North Macedonia. Skopje. Skopje. Z. 2017. Polity Press. L. 2011. Cruel Optimism. Duke University Press. Brown W. 2019. In the Ruins of Neoliberalism, The Rise of Anti-Democratic Politics in the West. Columbia University Press. Brown W. 2022. What is freedom? In A and I. Power, Neoliberalism, and the Reinvention of Politics, The Critical Theory of Wendy Brown. 1742. State University Press. AIJ 2023. Is not odd what stimulates homophobia in the Republic of North Macedonia. Analysis of data from the European Social Survey. In AJIB I na I. Skopje Margini. 937. J&T 2023. From Gender Re to Anti-Gender Mobilizations, Care for Family in Serbia and Croatia. East European Politics and Societies. Org 1011770888325423 1161553. I 2019. Breaking the Silence, Lesbian Activism in Macedonia. In B and M. Lesbian Activism in the Post-Yugoslav Space, Sisterhood and Unity. 109-133. I and S 2015. Heteronormative, the Performative of Silence and Ignorance in Macedonian Media. In T and J. Representations of Gender Minorities in Media, Serbia, Macedonia, and Montenegro. 109-130. FMK. SDIP and A 2021. Europe's Waste Dump, How Dangerously Polluting Oil Ended Up Heating North Macedonia's Hospitals. OCCPR. Retrieved February 9, 2024, from Org-N Investigations, Europe's Waste Dump, How Dangerously Polluting Oil Ended Up Heating North Macedonia's Hospitals. I and M 2022. Who is Afraid of Gender? Examining the principal narratives and strategies of the anti-gender movement in the Republic of North Macedonia. Coalition Margins. D. Bernarding N. and K. 2021. Power Over Rights, Understanding and Countering the Transnational Anti-Gender Movement, Volume I. Center for Feminist Foreign Policy. S. 2012. Sexualities in Transition. In KTC, K, and F. Gendering Post-Socialist Transition, Studies of Changing Gender Perspectives. 137-161. Foundation. S. 2015. The Heteronormative Distribution of the Sensible. In C and P.S. Ramett. Gender Inequality and Gender Politics in Southeastern Europe. 230-1255. N. 2022, I Tolerance and Values of Citizens. Skopje MCMS. L. 2004. No Future, Queer's Theory and the Death Drive. Duke University Press. European Commission. 2019-2023. North Macedonia 2019-2023 reports. European Commission. 2021. Women's Study, The Republic of North Macedonia 2022-021. K. 2004. Feminism by Design, Emerging Capitalisms, Cultural Feminism, and Women's Non-Governmental Organizations in Post-Socialist Eastern Europe. Signs 29-3, 727-753. A and E 2022. Anti-Gender Politics in the Populist Moment. W 2016. Why the War on Gender Ideology Matters, and Not Just to Feminists, Anti and the Crisis of Neoliberal Democracy. Insight. Retrieved February 9, 2024, from Why the War on Gender Ideology Matters and Not Just to Feminists, B and J 2023. Gender Equality in Time of Gender Disinformation. Institute for Communication Studies. Associates Civilis. 2022 Patna 2022 G. Breaking a Path in Uncertain Times, Human Development Index 2022, North Macedonia. Skopje, UNDP. K&M 2019. Women's Political Participation in North Macedonia, Study and Scientific Research Papers. 948. Foundation for Democracy of Westminster. Lees al. 2017. The Emergence of Powerful Anti-Gender Movements in Europe and the Crisis of Liberal Democracy. In M. Leid. Gender and Far-Right Politics in Europe. 175-189. A. 2018. Questioning Consensuses, Right-Wing Populism, Anti-Populism, and the Threat of Gender Ideology. Sociological Research Online, 23-2, 528-538. Org 1011771360, 780418764735. Lees and M. 2015. Gender as Symbolic Glue, the Position and Role of Conservative and Far-Right Parties in the Anti-Gender Mobilizations in Europe. R&D. 2017. Anti-Gender Campaigns in Europe, Mobilizing Against Equality. And A. 2000. Identity and Hegemony, the Role of Universality in the Constitution of Political Logics. In J. Butler, E. and S. Contingency, Hegemony, Universality, Contemporary Dialogues on the Left. 4489. Verso Books. E. 2005. On Populist Reason. Verso. A. 2015. I. On the Wider Context of Neoliberal Kleptocracy and Totalitarian Paranoia. OKNO 14, Node 46999, accessed 9 February 2024. Mayer S. and B. 2017. Gender Ideology in Austria, Coalitions Around an Empty Signifier. Politics, Gender and Sexuality in Austria, 23-2340. O. 2018. Thinking Antagonism, Political Ontology After. Edinburgh University Press. J and M 2013. Equal Opportunities Barometer. MCMS. A 2016. Growing Oppression, Growing Resistance, LGBT Activism and Europeanisation in Macedonia. In B. Leid. LGBT Activism and Europeanisation in the Post-Yugoslav Space, on the Rainbow Way to Europe. 81-116. A. 2018. Suspending Democracy, Harming Gender Equality, the 2013 Law on Pregnancy Termination in Macedonia. In M. Leid. Varieties of Opposition to Gender Equality in Europe. 195-212. A. 2018b. A Foe of Democracy, Gender and Sexual Equality in Macedonia, the Worrisome Role of the Party VMRO-DPMNE. Politics and Governance, 6-3, 5566. V. 2023. Hate Speech and Conspiracy, Political Problem. In Media, Disinformation Campaigns and Hate Speech Against Gender and Sexual Equality. Institute for Media and Analytics. C. 2005. On the Political. C. 2018. For a Left Populism. Verso. Navigating Challenges, Embracing Opportunities. 2023. World Bank. Retrieved February 9, 2024, from Org Entities Publication 1313, a 0674E45C5, a 93365E014A1E. Radio MOF 2023, DENPO 5.1, Everyday Doctors Prescribe Around 5,100 Boxes of Diazepam. Radio MOF 26 November, DENPO 5100, accessed 9 February 2024. VJIM 2022, I. The Populist Citizen, Why Citizens Support Populist Leaders and Policies in North Macedonia. Skopje, Societas Civilis Skopje, Org content uploads 2022052B5 MKD, accessed 8 February 2023. KH 2008. In the Name of Childhood Innocence. Cultural Studies Review 14-2, 1223. AIF 2022, ISO, Attitudes and Experiences with Prejudice, Social Distance and Equality in the Republic of North Macedonia. Skopje MCMS. S. 2022, a Diazepam for a More Bearable Life in Macedonia. 2 June, a Diazepam 3188010, accessed 9 February 2024. S. 1995. Enjoyment. In IK and A. Frank. Shame and Its Sisters, a Reader. 81107. Duke University Press. MMEAIN 2019. 2018-2019 Youth Study North Macedonia 2018-2019. Skopje. 2023 The media should promote gender equality, not anti-gender propagandists and disinformation. INS IP ISO I. Skopje IMA Skopje. 4168. A. 2023. Late Fascism, Race, Capitalism, and the Politics of Crisis. Verso. MMEAIN 2019. 2018-2019 Youth Study North Macedonia 2018-2019. Skopje. 2023 The media should promote gender equality, not anti-gender propagandists and disinformation. INS IP ISO I. Skopje IMA Skopje. 4168. World Bank Groups. 2023. North Macedonia, Systematic Country Diagnostic Update. World Bank. Retrieved February 9, 2024, from Org Entities Publication 1313, a 0674 E45C5, a 93365E014A1E. AIK 2020 Rod I, O Gender and Ideology, on the Revolt Against Equality. In Odd Do 27. 2019. Alai 2944. AJ and A 2023. Who Cares for Families? Narrative S of Return in Europe. East European Politics and Societies, 38-2. Org 101177088832542311988881. Diazepam is a strong medicine of the benzodiazepine family used to treat conditions such as anxiety, muscle spasms, seizures, and alcohol withdrawal symptoms by enhancing the calming effects of the neurotransmitter GABA in the central nervous system, widely used and prescribed in North Macedonia. The model for legal gender recognition was introduced within the changes of the law on civil registry. In 2019, the Ministry of Justice in North Macedonia formed a working group on developing amendments to the law on civil registry, regulating administrative legal gender recognition procedures in a separate chapter. Despite the fact that legal gender recognition is an administrative procedure, the organized resistance forced the false narrative that the law would promote sex change and open the doors for violence, including sexual violence against women and children, and the possibility of committing all kinds of other criminal acts under the guise of legal confirmation of gender. The law on gender equality is designed to supersede the current law on equal opportunities between men and women. This updated legislation implies a broader scope, extending beyond the confines of the existing law, which primarily addresses gender mainstreaming mechanisms within the Ministry of Social Affairs. The new law establishes a comprehensive national framework aimed at promoting gender equality across all sectors and domains. The Coalition for the Protection of Children comprises 3 far-right political parties, and MAAK, along with predominantly Orthodox or other Christian humanitarian organizations, informal initiatives, and CSOs. Within the realm of civil society, the majority are locally rooted organizations with conservative and patriotic ties, complemented by groups dedicated to supporting individuals with disabilities, advocating for pro-life causes, and fostering local cultural or ecological initiatives. She is a former tenured and now retired professor of the Department for Comparative Literature and a current member of the Macedonian Academy for Science and Arts. She has also been a member of the Committee for Gender Studies at the Institute Euro-Balkan in Skopje and author of texts analyzing women in literature. Her engagement with the Orthodox Church on the issue of gender equality was preceded by her vocal opposition to the agreement, also known as the Treaty of, a political and strategic agreement for partnership between North Macedonia and Greece, which resulted in the change of the official name of the country. Excluding the final strategy and narrative, the key findings here derive from the recent and inaugural comprehensive research Who is Afraid of Gender? Examining the principal narratives and strategies of the anti-gender movement in the Republic of North Macedonia, and 2022. Utilizing the framework of critical discourse analysis, CDA, this research employed an interdisciplinary approach to examine discourses, particularly those of anti-gender mobilizations. This critical method enabled the exploration of the ways social power relations were established, implemented, and perpetuated through the use of anti-gender language on their social media platforms. To achieve this, the study employed a sampling strategy that involved reviewing sources from various social networks, thus considering and analyzing a total of 269 selected texts from Facebook pages and groups as part of this research. Skopje 2014 refers to a controversial urban renewal project undertaken in Skopje that revolved around political symbolism and nationalism rather than genuine urban development. Initiated in 2010, the project aimed to transform the city's appearance by constructing new buildings and installing over 20 major monuments of male figures and dozens of smaller statues and patriarchal domestic and war scenes in a predominantly neoclassical and Baroque architectural style. The project stirred controversy due to its high cost, estimated at over €500 million, and its perceived political motivations. 7. Gender as Collateral, the Case of Montenegro. Introduction. Anti-gender mobilization in Montenegro, for the time being, does not represent an independent or new phenomenon, primarily focused on gender issues or the perceived threats of gender ideology that could challenge the country's achieved level of gender equality. While there are initiatives that can be characterized as anti-gender, this form of social mobilization is perhaps more aptly classified as proto-anti-gender at this stage, given the absence of publicly recognized new organizations dedicated to anti-gender campaigns. The few anti-gender initiatives that do exist primarily originate from traditional actors of the nationalist religious right. Even then, gender issues are not consistently their priority. The right-wing actions are influenced, in 2017, strongly by Serbian and indirectly Russian influences, predominantly channeled through the involvement of the Serbian Orthodox Church (SPC) in the Montenegrin public sphere. The SPC is a powerful institution that enjoys great trust among citizens. CGO 2021, and some authors recognize it as a key proxy of Russian activities. DFC 2022. In this chapter, I aim to elaborate the thesis that the multiple divisions within Montenegrin society, primarily defined by nation and religion, have paradoxically preserved the secular character of state institutions. These divisions have also, to some extent, prevented anti-gender mobilization in Montenegro, at least for now. Even the term gender ideology has not yet taken root in the Montenegrin public discourse. It has only emerged on a few occasions and always originated from the same source, the Serbian Orthodox Church. The term gender ideology was first introduced to the Montenegrin media landscape in 2019, following the baptism of the first transgender person in an Orthodox church in Montenegro. This event received a blessing of the then Metropolitan of the Metropolitanate of Montenegro and the Littoral, a division of the SPC in Montenegro. At that time, in an unsigned statement by the SPC, it was emphasized that cases of sex change due to justified and very specific medical reasons represent a completely different reality from the propaganda and justification of same-sex relationships, the senseless gender ideology that we have witnessed in recent decades, and which are both, without any doubt, a sin. 2019, italics mine. The term senseless gender ideology, to my knowledge mentioned here for the first time, is used in the statement to denote something we have witnessed in recent decades, thus indicating a known and long-standing social phenomenon. This term has nevertheless remained overshadowed by the exclusive news of the unexpected openness of the traditionally narrow-minded SPC, notoriously towards the human rights of LGBT+ persons. The term reappeared in mid-2023 through statements made by the patriarch of the SPC headquartered in Belgrade. He criticized the Serbian law on gender equality from 2021 as a violent implementation of so-called gender ideology and policy, 2023. This critique was promptly reported by the media, 2023, in Montenegro on the same day. A similar pattern emerged in January 2024 when his statement about the Serbian language, which he described as a real linguistic massacre and unprecedented discrimination against the vast majority of citizens, was first covered by Serbian media Nova 2024, and then within minutes by Montenegrin outlets 2024. The prompt echo effect of strategically injected terms gender ideology, or by the clergy of the SPC, is by no means accidental. The majority of the population in Montenegro, 72%, 2011, declare themselves as followers of the Orthodox Christian faith. However, the canonical Orthodox Church in Montenegro is the SPC, not the Montenegrin one. No census question dared recognize this difference in the national prefixes of Orthodox churches, so there are no official data on this issue. Given the SPC's status as the only canonical Orthodox church in Montenegro, the actions and statements of its supreme leader, especially during major religious holidays, are strategically leveraged to introduce new conceptual receptors for the populist mobilization of the majority, affecting both Serbia and Montenegro. However, as I will demonstrate, this has varying effects on both countries for at least two reasons. Despite the predominantly patriarchal and traditional character of Montenegrin society, the enactment of gender-related and anti-discrimination laws has not encountered significant obstacles since the independence of Montenegro in 2006. No independent bodies formed in opposition to these laws akin to the Council for the Serbian Language, which protested such laws, particularly the gender-sensitive language in Serbia C, and in this volume. There is also no significant mobilization against it by top academic institutions, such as the Serbian Academy of Sciences and Arts, 2024. While gender equality and especially the protection of the rights of the LGBT+ population have never been a real political priority for most political parties in Montenegro, these issues have remained a necessary condition in the EU accession process. Thus, a series of anti-discrimination laws were adopted without significant opposition, primarily the Law on Gender Equality, 2007, the Anti-Discrimination Law, 2010, and the Law on the Protector of Human Rights and Freedoms, 2011. The adoption of the Law on Life Partnership of Persons of the Same Sex, 2020, although secured by a slim majority in the Montenegrin parliament, 4281, also did not face institutional obstructions. It did not cause coalition breakdowns or protests on the streets, although Serbian parties in the Montenegrin parliament, as well as parties representing minority ethnic groups Albanian and Croatian, opposed the adoption of this law and voted against it. Secondly, the SPC as the main generator of aversion towards gender and gender-related issues in Montenegro, and Serbia has different priorities in these two countries. In Serbia, there is no need to enlarge and consolidate the Serbian national corpus, as according to the latest census 80% of Serbia's citizens identify as Serbs, 2023. On the other hand, in Montenegro, 45% of the population identifies as Montenegrins and 29% as Serbs, while 36.97% of the population declared themselves speaking the Montenegrin language, and 42.88% Serbian, 2011. For this reason, gender issues and gender-related problems are generally not at the forefront of the local right-wing actors, who tend to be pro-Serbian and pro-Russian. Instead, the emphasis is given to the question of nationhood, along with its associated religion and language, given that the deepest division in Montenegrin society is the national one. For this reason, gender has never had the necessary importance in mobilizing power to function as a symbolic glue, and 2015, for the populist right, as its supreme priority, without competition, has been the enlargement and consolidation of the Serbian national corpus in Montenegro. The Montenegrin context. The interconnected dynamics of nation and religion in the Orthodox world have continuously destabilized and polarized Montenegrin society, at least since the creation of the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes in 1918. At the time, Montenegro was forcibly annexed to Serbia and became one of its territorial units within the newly formed kingdom. A significant part of the Montenegrin population could never reconcile with the act of the violent annexation of Montenegro, nor with the denial of its own national identity by Serbia. After the period of socialism, during which Montenegro regained a significant portion of its sovereignty as one of the 6 constituent Yugoslav republics, this cardinal division resurfaced before and during the wars in the territory of former Yugoslavia from 1991 to 1999. During the anti-bureaucratic revolution in 1988-89, the leadership of the League of Communists of Montenegro, SKCG, was dismissed, and the Young Lions, Handsome and Smart, 2024, the youth vanguards of supposedly reformist forces within the SKCG, took power. They loomed in the frenzy of the Yugoslav wars, rallying in solidarity with the Serbian and Montenegrin people in Kosovo, only to later fully and openly align themselves with this project, which resulted in the dissolution of the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, SFRY. With the onset of wars in 1991, the SKCG changed its name to the Democratic Party of Socialists, DPS, a name it has retained to this day. Throughout the wars in former Yugoslavia, the official and majority stance of Montenegro, then in a state union with Serbia, was aligned with the realization of its project of Greater Serbia, one a concept ideologically underpinned by the Serbian Academy of Sciences and Arts SANU, and further strengthened by the support of the increasingly powerful SPC, particularly through its diocese in Montenegro, the Metropolitanate of Montenegro and the Littoral. Led by from 1990 onwards, he was one of the most fervent and aggressive proponents of the Serbian-Montenegrin identitarian unity. Serbia and Montenegro remained in a joint state, the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia II, which spent 4 years, 1992-1996, under UN sanctions due to its involvement in the wars in Bosnia and Herzegovina and Croatia. This period not only devastated its economy, but also led to a proliferation of self-victimization, anti-Western, conspiracy, and isolationist narratives vigorously propagated by the SPC. Montenegrin society, during and in response to the wars within the territory of the SFRY in the 1990s, became deeply divided and polarized, resulting in a kind of institutional parallelism, especially in the fields of science and culture. Starting in the early 1990s, Montenegrin counterparts to existing pro-Serbian institutions of science and culture began to be established. Although somewhat similar, the situation with the Orthodox Church in Montenegro was much more complex and problematic. The split within the top ranks of the ruling DPS was settled in of the faction led by Milo, leading to a divergence from its former political and ideological mentor. In the presidential elections of 1997, narrowly defeated his former close ally, with explicit support from, thereby initiating a clear shift in the ideological and political orientation of Montenegro. By 2001, the Montenegrin leadership radically redirected its political course, fully embracing the independence agenda advocated by Montenegrin sovereigntists during the war, and as an opposition to the war, despite the same government previously branding them as domestic traitors. This shift culminated in the restoration of the Montenegrin statehood through the narrow victory in the 2006 referendum. For the potential violent implications of this move were mitigated by himself, who quickly acknowledged and welcomed the referendum results, although he had previously campaigned for the preservation of the union with Serbia. The appropriation of the sovereigntist agenda, as well as the winning over of the voters who supported it, represented the only way to maintain the political and economic monopoly that he could not develop to the same extent in a state union with Serbia. His 3 decades in power were, in part, enabled by the effective and deliberate use of the powerful mobilization potential that the SPC had accumulated since the late 1980s in the territory of the former smallest Yugoslav republic. The lack of national unity within the largest denomination and the inconsistent nature of the warm-cold relations between the DPS and the SPC were one of the most powerful barriers to the Church's influence penetrating state institutions and policies, and as I will show, a specific reason for the absence of anti-gender mobilization in Montenegro. Although increasingly weary and unconvincing, the decades-long socio-political tango between the DPS and the SPC, undoubtedly driven by mutual interests, finally collapsed after several attempts to influence internal church matters. The breaking point was the adoption of the law on freedom of religion of belief and the legal position of religious communities in late 2019. This was accompanied by tensions, the arrest of 18 members of the Montenegrin parliament, and then street protests in the form of religious processions, the so-called litany processions. Under the slogan, "We won't give up shrines," thousands of opponents of this law took to the streets in evening processions. They were led by Orthodox priests in numerous Montenegrin cities and towns after religious ceremonies in churches. They began on the last day of 2019, 4 days after the adoption of the law, and lasted, with some interruptions, until the victory of the opposition in the parliamentary election at the end of August 2020. The first government without the DPS was formed under the direct influence of the SPC. Its formation was negotiated, without the participation of any women in the monastery of Basil of, just a few months later, passed away following complications caused by the coronavirus, but the domino effect of opposition victories continued. The DPS lost power in the local elections of 2022 and in the presidential election of 2023. This served as a kind of shock therapy, breaking through previously existing barriers and initiating an intense normalization of the SPC's involvement in all relevant socio-political issues in Montenegro. This led to a widespread infusion of its conservative views into all areas of life, aligning with a strategic approach towards Serbia within the context of the so-called Serbian world. This concept is a redesigned ideological project of Greater Serbia, whose promotion began in 2020. The transformation of the name itself from the name of an imagined future state, Greater Serbia, to a metaphor for a worldview, Serbian world, indicates a deliberately muted and softened, yet still present territorial aspect of this project. The concept of the Serbian world is constructed according to the Russian pattern, following the model of the Russian world, of which it is actually an integral part. The connection with Russia was often emphasized by himself. At the beginning of the war and the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the new Metropolitan, who was enthroned after his death in 2020 under conditions of significant security risks and violent clashes between demonstrators and the police, threateningly emphasized parallels between Russia and Serbia and Ukraine and Montenegro. He suggested that Montenegro was designed to be a small Ukraine, Radio 2022. The SPC remains the main conduit for Serbian and Russian influence in Montenegro, characterized by rhetoric that oscillates between two narratives: strategic intimidation by Serbia and Russia, and inspired idealization of the fundamental brotherhood with them. They brought tens of thousands of people to the streets of Montenegro. No previous protest against the ruling DPS had been as massive or long-lasting. The supporters of these processions them as a broad civic emancipatory movement that consensually brought together citizens and represented the first mass authentic movement aimed at strengthening secular and civic society in Montenegro, and 2022, a view shared by figures such as the former rector of the theological seminary. Conversely, the Serbian historian, 2020, criticized these events as arguing that real processions are always in the service of some religious magical ritual, while here it's about a political demonstration. Emphasizes that pseudo-processions are a classic political and ideological battle over the interpretation of Montenegro, the management of its identity politics, and the fate of its statehood, framing it as a choice between modernity, aligned with development, enlightenment, and Europe, and anachronism, associated with underdevelopment, dogmatism, and Serbia and Russia. The varied receptions of this social phenomenon do not change the fact that the organization of processions brought distinct religious and archaic dimensions to Montenegrin public space. This was seen through an unprecedented infusion of ritualism and iconography, including the emergence of a new form of association within the civil sector, Orthodox Brotherhoods. These organizations present themselves as the guardians of an orthodoxy, emphasizing that the primary focus of their activities is humanitarian work in the spirit of faith. In almost every public address they emphasize that they help all people in need, regardless of faith and nationality, ND. Men and women belonging to these brotherhoods are uniformly dressed in black shirts with large emblems of their respective organizations, and they are known to use 3 joined fingers of the right hand as a greeting gesture. Their public communications often feature archaic church expressions and phrases, and they use Cyrillic fonts similar to the Type 6 for their banners, posters, or billboards. These brotherhoods make public appearance in 3 types of situations: through the promotion of their humanitarian work, 2022, as a self-proclaimed guards in the temples of the Metropolitanate of Montenegro and the Littoral, 2022b, 2022c, and at protests where songs, 2022, containing hate speech can be heard, or banners displayed denying genocide in 2021. If we were perceived as extremists because we engaged in humanitarian work as an orthodox brotherhood, the problem is not with us but with those who recognize extremism in the terms orthodox and brotherhood. In that case, it seems to us that extremism emanates from the one who identified our organization as extremist. A similar statement was posted on his Facebook by one of the 3 members of the group who were not allowed entry into Montenegro to receive the award from. 2020 emphasized how he was extremely sorry and unclear as to why they were declared a threat to Montenegro's national security. Clearly, the connection between the territorial claims contained in the songs and threats to national security, as well as the denial of genocide, hate speech, and right-wing extremism, remained unclear. This soft-spoken passive-aggressive narrative also characterizes the rhetoric that some SPC priests later used in the debates about abortion in Montenegro. Since the role of the SPC in the political life of modern Montenegro has never been greater, it was inevitable that even its views on issues of secondary importance such as bodily autonomy, family, marriage, or language would spill over as topics into the Montenegrin public discourse. The emerging new political rhetoric, the preservation of traditional values. Although the wars in former Yugoslavia led to a process of the re of society, largely directed by traditional religious communities, Montenegro diverged from its neighbors by not formalizing these shifts in policies. There were no official initiatives to restrict women's sexual and reproductive rights, including any restrictions or decreased access to abortion rights 8, nor did religious education 9 penetrate the formal education system. As mentioned earlier, anti-discrimination legislation has been adopted, marking a progressive shift in the legal framework 10 of women's rights and LGBT+ rights from the late 1990s to the present. In Montenegro, it is still possible to operate under the assumption of progress, and 2022, despite the progress being slow or sometimes superficial. Although the discourse on gender ideology has not yet taken hold in the local context, and gender has not been the nexus of populist right-wing mobilization, nor are there any organizations explicitly mobilizing against gender equality in Montenegro at this moment, there is something simmering beneath the surface. In addition to the evident interest shown by Serbian SPC clergy and right-wing parties in maintaining traditional heteronormative family structures and traditional values, along with their involvement in discussions regarding bodily autonomy and sexual and reproductive rights of women, and educational policies in the country, there are also discrete signs of something potentially new emerging. This includes the formation of new political parties, the introduction of new rhetoric, and the development of new methods for international networking and organizing at the transnational level. The initial indications of anti-gender mobilization, reflecting the transnational nature of anti-gender discourses and strategies, emerged in 2018 with the appearance of a new pro-Serbian and pro-Russian party called Gora, True Montenegro, on the Montenegrin political scene. This party launched its campaign ahead of local elections in the capital with the slogan, "Let Podgorica be a family," advocating for traditional family values. Historically, traditional family values have not been a potent mobilizing force or a priority topic in election campaigns in Montenegro. On the contrary, traditional values in the Montenegrin context are practically an empty signifier, with their meaning shaped by the ideological context of their proponents. For some parties, the fundamental traditional value is RTCG 2020. For others, it is healthy family, healthy society, healthy country, Mondo 2008. Modern patriotism and civilized nationalism. The spirit of ancestors for the 21st century. We will call ourselves True Montenegro because we do not accept Montenegro as it is today, predominantly false and forged. We do not agree to a state where the majority identity is violated and the same orthodox people are divided. We do not accept Montenegro where the language is deliberately destroyed, where the canonical church is systematically torn apart. We do not accept an anti-Serbian and anti-Russian Montenegro. At the same time, with the obligation to preserve the Serbian language, 2017 argues, we must look after the canonical Serbian Orthodox Church, after family, tradition, identity, and all that in the best manner of civic politics of civil Montenegro. 2018b justified his decision to run in the presidential election in 2018 by stating that the government has been working for decades to destroy the family as the true pillar of society. He later clarified what he referred to as destruction during his presidential campaign, spotlighting issues concerning LGBT+ rights and abortion rights. At that time, he argued that the adoption of the law on same-sex partnerships, which provides for same-sex couples to jointly care for the children 11 of one partner if they exist, would lead to a new destruction of the healthy family. On the same occasion, he also declared that he would fight for the maximum protection of the prenatal life of the child by restricting abortion rights, 2018c. Although all the parties of national minorities, as well as the entire traditional pro-Serbian right, are unanimously against LGBT+ rights, this marked the first instance of a party shaping its policy and election campaign around the objective to restrict women's sexual and reproductive rights. Despite True Montenegro losing its mandate in the 2018 local elections, the party succeeded in securing a position in Podgorica's city government in the 2022 local elections. From this position of power, they sought to curtail LGBT+ rights locally. They proposed reallocating the funds designated for LGBT+ work to other services, arguing that favoring one social group led to an unjust discrimination against other groups, which, because of certain identity traits, were not entitled to budget subsidies from the capital city, 2023. Human rights reports have identified LGBT+ individuals as particularly vulnerable within Montenegrin society 12, with their situation often worsened by hate speech from the SPC. This discourse isn't limited to verbal attacks. It extends into the argumentative frameworks that echo transnational anti-gender campaigns, which frame gender issues as a promotion of hedonism and individualism, pitting corrupt elites against the people, and likening gender to a totalitarian ideology, and 2017. Montenegro's first Pride event in 2013 was marked by violence and heavy police security, 2013. Preceding this, obituaries targeting the organizer appeared, signaling the start of a bitter opposition, 2013. Subsequent Pride events such as Montenegro Proudly in Podgorica, 2013, continued under severe criticism from religious leaders, with the then Metropolitan denouncing them as parades of shame, 2013, and continuing his attacks during Christmas his messages. He decried the events as against church teachings and societal norms. His successor perpetuated this narrative by his prayer service before the 10th Montenegro Pride, criticizing immorality and debauchery, 2022. SPC clergy may not directly affect public policies, but their advocates, especially those positioned in key ministries, are making significant strides. The latest strategy involves the state collaborating with the church in socially sensitive areas, as declared by the Deputy Prime Minister, 2024, discussing support for the church's social and charitable institutions. This shift towards state support for church-run institutions under the pretext of humanitarianism is creating opportunities for the SPC to extend its influence in Montenegro's modern history, often facing little opposition. A notable instance of this is its involvement in reproductive rights and the recent abortion debate in Montenegro, which appears to offer significant potential for more explicit anti-gender campaigns to emerge in the country. Abortion rights as a potential for anti-gender mobilization. Abortion was protected as a constitutional right in former Yugoslavia as early as 1974, with further regulations established by republic-level laws in 1978. However, during the period from 1991 to 2006, when Montenegro was part of different state formations, abortion lost its constitutional protection. It was not protected by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, nor under the Constitutional Charter of the State Union of Serbia and Montenegro. This latter document defined the realization of human and minority rights and freedoms through a separate charter on human and minority rights and freedoms, which also did not safeguard abortion rights. Today, abortion on demand is legal and accessible in Montenegro, but this protection exists at the level of specific laws, rather than the Constitution. See also, and in this volume. The public debate on the right to abortion was initiated in mid-2022, when the public broadcaster, Radio and Television of Montenegro, RTCG, organized a primetime talk show called Out Loud on the topic of abortion, 2022. The show's title underwent several changes before airing, indicating the editorial team's uncertainty about the topic, which was approached without adequate thoughtfulness or preparation. Initially advertised as Abortion, a Women's, State, or Church Matter, it was renamed twice on the day of the broadcast, first as the right to abortion, yes or no, and then as abortion, from a constitutional right to a taboo topic. 13 These indecisions over the title highlight the editorial team's hesitance and the risks involved in broaching the topic of abortion in Montenegrin public discourse. The decision to cover this topic was justified by the need to highlight global developments regarding abortion rights, notably the anticipated reversal of the Roe v. Wade ruling in the United States and the case of in Croatia. 14 However, the selection of guests, who included a priest from the Serbian Orthodox Church alongside two, and a feminist activist, sparked controversy and public interest, leading to protests 15 outside the RTCG building prior to the show's broadcast. It is important to emphasize that discussions on issues such as women's bodily autonomy, which is a legally protected right, are not a common occurrence in Montenegrin public broadcasting. On the contrary, this broadcast represented a milestone that revived what was deemed settled and closed back in 1974 regarding the right to decide on childbirth. In their study on anti-family narratives in Montenegro, and 2023, consider it an important event, underscoring its impact and the revival of discourse on abortion rights in Montenegro. It is important to outline in broad strokes the specific social circumstances in which the issue of abortion resurfaced, as the broadcast was not an isolated event that brought the issue of abortion into the spotlight of public interest. Over a month before the broadcast, then the Minister of Economic Development and now the President of Montenegro announced populist measures at a press conference titled Response to the Demographic Crisis. 16 Later that evening, he met with Metropolitan to discuss additional measures that the government would take to boost natality. Religious communities are strong partners on this path, tweeted 2022. By emphasizing religious communities as relevant participants in shaping the state's demographic policy, sent a strong message of encouragement to the SPC to engage in the debate on sexual and reproductive rights, which was further reinforced by the RTCG's invitation to a clergy member to participate in a TV on this topic. Prior to the broadcast, Metropolitan voiced his support for the initiative of the U.S. Supreme Court, restating his belief that intentional termination of pregnancy at any stage is a terrible sin directly contrary to God's commandment to procreate. He also emphasized that we accept every initiative to protect unborn children, especially this one from the Supreme Court of America, as humane, salvific, and divine, 2022. The daily newspaper Dan, known for its inclination towards the SPC and Serbian right-wing parties in Montenegro, seized the opportunity to recall the statements of the former Metropolitan, who had declared that abortion represents infanticide, homicide, and deicide, and that it is not a coincidence that this right was legalized during the of humanity, that is in the socialist era, nor is it surprising that during those same times. Mother's Day was replaced by celebrating women, International Women's Day in general, which is something impersonal. The womb of a woman is created to be a workshop of life. By killing conceived children, a mother's womb is transformed into a workshop of death, italics mine. This last statement echoes the distinction between the culture of life and the culture of death, elaborated by Pope John II in the encyclical, in 1995, John II, 1995. It's a product of an ultraconservative patriarchal matrix that, by its ideological practical code, is against abortion, except when a female child needs to be aborted. In that case, abortion is allowed. Montenegrin conservatism becomes surprisingly liberal when it comes to providing male offspring. 2019. Your parents wanted a boy, so you didn't get the chance to be born. Forgive them. You're grieving Montenegro. I could have been Azor, but I will never have the chance to be called by such beautiful names. I'm just unwanted. My parents didn't want me. I'm not angry with them, and I know I would have loved them endlessly if they had given me a chance. Unwanted, that's the name of many girls in our Montenegro. Some parents prefer boys, so girls often don't get the chance to be born. 2017. If our abortion law was more restrictive, sadly, Montenegro would not be a black hole in the universe in terms of selective abortions. 2022. Concluded his appearance by suggesting that a poster for an unborn boy should also be placed alongside the poster for the unborn girl, thereby shifting the focus from the issue of prenatal gender discrimination manifested in the practice of selective abortions to the issue of abortion in general. Although the practice of selective abortions 18 was predominantly viewed as a result of the patriarchal backwardness in a country where sons are more valued and therefore more desired than daughters, 2021 highlighted that the campaign shedding light on this issue also triggered responses from various misogynistic voices that equated with children and were inclined to use the same language to attack women's right to legal and widely accessible abortion, 2021-36. And draw a similar conclusion claiming that there is a kind of misuse of the Center for Women's Rights campaign, which is a vivid example of the right-wing attempt to co-opt actions conceived with progressive intentions, and 2023-98. If we pass a law through democratic procedures, we are no longer prisoners of some priests or a church from the Middle Ages that looks at us with dark eyes and wants to abolish our freedoms. Democratic procedures are implemented in a democratic civic society. The citizens of this country are predominantly people of faith. 2022 and 2023-98 identify the infiltration of anti-gender actors into democratic institutions as one of the key methods of advancing their anti-gender agenda. Democratic values can be jeopardized by democratic procedures. The infiltration is by the fact that Dr. who participated in the RCTG broadcast about abortion, became the Minister of Health just a year and a half later. The ministry under his leadership quickly enacted a set of regulations regulating access to medically assisted reproduction that explicitly discriminate against LGBT+ individuals, stipulating that gametes cannot be donated by individuals who have had homosexual relations in the last 5 years, 2023b. In addition to the broadcast serving as a gateway through which the issue of abortion returned to media and public discourse, it also served as a platform to introduce and legitimize potential allies in implementing the conservative agenda of the new political majority, subsequently placing them in key positions for making political decisions in line with the Church's ideology. Seemingly moderated discourse does not alter the core of this ideology. During the RCTG broadcast, he praised the mother courage from who, at the cost of her own life, carried her pregnancy to term and died shortly after giving birth, 2022. Stated, "Little is alive and a witness that his life in the womb of his mother and the life of that woman were not the same reality, italics mine." Claiming this, he pointed out that the views of us priests often tend to be based on indisputable scientific assumptions. He then engaged in a scientific explanation of these different realities, which he summarized as follows. The embryo is genetically different from the mother, usually having a different blood type, and if it's male, it also has different chromosomes. Since in the studio and had no objections or comments on the medical vignette provided by the priest, he concluded, "Not everything in the woman's body is hers, especially not during pregnancy. It is another life, not a part of the woman's body, whom I exceptionally value and respect." 2022. However, regardless of how refined and polished this new rhetoric may be, the underlying position remains unchanged. Despite his proclaimed value and respect for women, he still fails to recognize their bodily autonomy. 2024. The laws of every country must ensure that the killing of a child, including those in the womb, is treated with the same gravity and legal consequences as the killing of an adult. This provision shall apply without exception, in order to ensure the equal protection of the right to life for all children. Pro-Life Worldwide Declaration, 2023. While only a few media outlets in Serbia reported on this summit 22, there was no mention of it in Montenegro. The lack of visibility is worrying, almost like a deliberately created smokescreen meant to conceal the growth of anti-gender mobilizations in Montenegro until they strengthen and become firmly established. These movements draw on successful strategies from abroad, utilizing existing conservative infrastructure, and, if necessary, building new one. Since 2022, the issue of abortion in Montenegro has not been further emphasized or problematized, nor has there been any formal initiative to repeal or restrict this right or to complicate procedures. However, the manner in which the issue of abortion has been addressed in Montenegrin public discourse, and the way the right to conscientious objection has been interpreted leave room for numerous concerns regarding the accessibility and realization of this right in the future. Additionally, the continuous and entirely unreported participation of Orthodox priests in anti-gender events in the region, along with the proliferation of Orthodox brotherhoods in Montenegro, provide a solid base upon which anti-gender campaigns can build their future growth and development. Conclusion. The fact that gender and gender policies have not yet been central to the neoconservative agenda in Montenegro, which was primarily focused on strengthening and defending Serbian and Russian influence in the country, does not guarantee they will remain peripheral in the future. Gender has been, and for now remains, collateral. It is a secondary issue in the broader conflicts, challenges, and realignments over identity and geopolitics. However, the troubling signs of the Church's growing influence, which can be traced back to 2020, are extremely alarming. It is clear what attitude towards gender, gender equality, or gender ideology can be expected in a more extensive transposition of the ideological agenda of the SPC into the Montenegrin context. Even though and 2017 highlighted that the discourse on gender ideology was formulated around the new millennium in the Vatican, it took a decade for these ideas to spread from the Vatican to the majority of European countries, with protests becoming widespread around 2012-2013. 10 years later, the question arises whether Montenegro should wait for a stronger articulation of anti-gender narratives and even more visible actions by its protagonists, or take proactive measures now. Experiences from the region, with the law on gender equality in Serbia, or the law on legal gender recognition in North Macedonia, show how swift, effective, and devastating the influence of the Church on gender equality can be. Recent developments in Montenegrin public debates, regulations, and policies on abortion, medically assisted reproduction, and most recently on the adoption of the law on legal gender recognition based on self-determination, clearly demonstrate how anti-gender sentiments can rapidly enter mainstream discourse. The SPC's involvement in these debates not only highlights its commitment to traditional values, but also signals a potential turning point where gender and reproductive rights become central to its agenda. It seems clear that the stage has been set for a gender backlash propelled by neoconservative forces and led by the SPC. This chapter attempted to shed light on the actors, their modes of action, interconnections, and organizational methods, as well as the discourses and strategies they share with the transnational anti-gender movement, in order to prevent being caught off guard by something that could and perhaps should have been expected, despite the fact that comparable experiences in the region do not give much reason for optimism. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S, and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the licensed material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: G. 2022. Memorandum SANU, Pod. BBC News Na. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from Com Serbian Lat 62997180. M. 2020. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from MIA. BIRN. 2022. Who are the extreme right in the Balkans? Balkan Insight. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from Com Extreme Right Montenegro. N and J 2023. Is I Gora. Retrieved 15 April 2024 from org content uploads 202312. Bratstvo 2022. No. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from Bratstvo na ed. 2021. In the Name of the Daughter, Anthropology of Gender in Montenegro. Comparative Southeast European Studies, 69-1, retrieved April 15, 2024, from org 10151520212013. Center for Civic Education. 2021. Public Perception on the Role of Civil Society in the Process of Democratization and Europeanization of Montenegro. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from Media.org 202112 ENG MBASE PPT OCDF. 2023. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from OOI Digital Forensic Center. 2022. Who Governs Our Extreme Right Wing? Retrieved April 15, 2024, from Me Content Uploads ENG. F 2020. Facebook Status. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from Facebook.com posts 101570188476111846 ref embed post. S 2024. Tema U. Radio. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from org 32809505. A and E 2022. Anti-Gender Politics in the Populist Moment. In Fours. And Day. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from Inforsnet Bratstvo IIU John II. 1995. Encyclical. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from Vatican Content John N. Encyclicals Documents 250319995. D 2013. Parade. Radio. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from org 251398832. J 2022. Nuz Koji. Retrieved 15 April 2024, from Me 592378 Vice Nuz Koji D 2023. LGBTIQ by Retrieved April 15, 2024, from Me 687065 by Day 2023 Bay. Ali. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from Me 646196 Ali. M 2022. Odu na you sad. Dan. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from Dan Komi Odu na you sad 5119385. R and D. 2017. Anti-Gender Campaigns in Europe, Mobilizing Against Equality. And E's and M. 2015. Gender as Symbolic Glue, the Position and Role of Conservative and Far-Right Parties in the Anti-Gender in Europe. Foundation for European Progressive Studies, and V 2013. LGBT Forum NAM. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from Me 269612 Forum NAM Media 232232. Mondo. 2008. Mondo. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from Mondo Me Info Gora 8402. S 2024. Gora Milo I Momo Nevlost U. Baby Sai News Na. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from Com Serbian Lat Balkan 67941763. M 2022. Author. Ad du Tabu. Dr. S. Dr. V. G. and P. RTCG. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from ComWatch VJF 8 XKU0 ZR4s and OB channel RTCG %C4% 8. J 2022. Tal is O. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from Me Tal is O. M and G 2022. Is. Retrieved 15 April 2024 from me 584503. 2011. IU Gori 2011. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from org file 20111. N 2022. Not you or NUS. RTSA G. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from me 361998 na you NUZO. P 2024. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from org 202400405. 2021. Protest RTCG. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from me protest. 2021 B. SDP I problem. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from me I problem. Pro-Life Worldwide Declaration. 2023. Universal Declaration of Children's Rights Worldwide, the Belgrade Declaration. Pro-Life Worldwide. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from Net Summit Declaration Radio. 2022. Gora de Radio. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from org Agora 317511141. S 2022. Odd Dubai Eyes. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from Odd Dubai I3C0. 2023. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from 2022 Stat 5 News Events 202304228 RTCG. 2020. RTCG. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from me 285598 L 2017. Radio. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from org 288648551. L 2019. IU Goris. Radio. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from org Agora 301956662. P 2013. Podgorica S. Radio. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from org AU/251422124. P 2019. SBCU Ali I. Radio. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from org AU Ali I 3025786. UNFPA Asia and the Pacific Regional Office. 2012. Sex imbalances at birth, current trends, consequences, and policy implications. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from org sites default files pubsex %20 imbalances %20 at %20 birth %20 PDF %20 UNFPA %20 APRO %20 publication %22012. 2017. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from me 50013. 2018. I. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from me 45859II. 2018 B. Gore. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from me 41193 Gore. 2018 C. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from me 8994. 2020 Dua Sam Dua. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from me 484799 de Samda. 2020 B. Dina always. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from me 457557 Dina O. 2022 U. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from me 596810 U. 2022 Bay. Retrieved April 15, 2024 from me 613483. 2023 U. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from me Balkan 688826 to you. 2024. Oh, will I? Retrieved April 15, 2024, from me 6980700I. J 2013. You Gori. Radio. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from Orga Ugori 250555194. And day. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from Org. 2022. The 5. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from Org. And day. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from Org-I. 2022. 22. Retrieved April 15, 2024, from Org 22. The project of Greater Serbia entailed the ethnic homogenization of the supposedly discriminated and persecuted Serbian people in Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Montenegro, with the aim of their territorial unification into a single state of Serbia. Depending on various versions of this project, it also included different parts of the states surrounding Serbia. The Serbian Academy of Sciences and Arts played a crucial role in articulating this project through its 1989 document, the SANU Memorandum, which historian calls the dynamite under the foundations of Yugoslavia as an equal union, 2022. The joint state was first organized as a federation, the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, SRJ, from 1992 to 2003, and then as a confederation, Serbia and Montenegro, SCG, from 2003 to 2006. Thus, in 1990, the Montenegrin Penn Center was founded. In 1993, in 1999, the Academy of Sciences and Arts, and in 2014, the Faculty of Montenegrin Language and Literature. This parallelism can also be observed in the field of literature, with the establishment of the Montenegrin Society of Independent Writers as a counterpart to the Association of Writers of Montenegro, or in the media, with the founding of the Association of Professional Journalists as a counterpart to the Journalists Association of Montenegro. In a referendum held on 21 May 2006, 55.5% of Montenegrins, just over the necessary threshold of 55%, voted to end the Federation of Serbia and Montenegro. With the exception of the Orthodox Brotherhood which was established slightly earlier and participated in organizing processions in that town, Orthodox Brotherhoods were mainly created towards the end of the procession period by the individuals and groups who were active participants. The most visible network of Orthodox Brotherhoods in Montenegro is associated with the Orthodox Brotherhood, serving as a kind of central or founding organization. Local branches of, some of which are registered as non-governmental organizations, are located in several Montenegrin towns. In there are the Covenanters, in Podgorica the Knights of Simeon, in Poljdo the Knights of, in Bar the Knights of Vladimir, and in the Knights of Alexander. Was one of the most prominent organizations during the processions, with its flag flying in almost all the processions. Their emblem is the so-called labarum of Constantine the Great, a white square flag with a red cross in the center and 4 yellow rings on 4 white squares. This flag, which represents one of the distinctive signs of the processions, is found on the shield of the coat of arms, as well as on the shields of the coats of arms of its local branches. It was also used on one of the decorations awarded by the Metropolitanate of Montenegro and the Littoral. Metropolitan awarded this decoration to the Serbian rap band. Named after the Gospel, a manuscript liturgical book from the 12th century. The findings of the research, after a wave of criticism, led to the withdrawal of the research document from the BIRN website. In the part concerning Montenegro, the initial version also identified the Informal Association, a feminist group opposing the of Montenegro, whose members conduct protest actions wearing scarves, mimicking the appearance and name of the group they oppose. In a later version, organization names were omitted, BIRN 2022. In Croatia, the right to conscientious objection was introduced in the law on medicine in 2003, and from 2013-14, doctors began to massively invoke it. Similarly, in Macedonia, there was a period of restricted access to abortion. In Croatia, religious education as an elective subject in the public school system was introduced in 1991, while in Serbia, as well as in Bosnia and Herzegovina, it was introduced a decade later, in 2001. Of course, implementation remained a challenge, as emphasized in all progress reports on Montenegro by the European Commission. Articles 55, 56, and 71 of the law MIO. I deliberately do not cite numerous sources for this thesis, which include all European Commission progress reports on Montenegro's European integration process since obtaining the candidate country status in 2010, as well as all reports mandated by UN and Council of Europe conventions. Orga 318551117. This last title of the show was directly taken from the title of a BBC article without referring to it, Com Serbian Lat Balkan 45120-534. At 25 weeks pregnant, learned from doctors that her had an aggressive brain and was unlikely to survive or would face severe malformations, with a high probability of not surviving until birth. Every hospital in Zagreb, the capital of Croatia, declined to perform the termination of the pregnancy. Instead, doctors advised her to either wait for the baby to pass away at home or to seek the procedure in neighboring Slovenia. After several weeks of publicly advocating for women's rights to terminate pregnancy and after rallies in her support, she eventually opted to undergo the procedure in Slovenia. It was a spontaneous gathering of around 100 citizens who protested against the participation of a Serbian Orthodox Church priest in the abortion debate. A former National Parliament member, Nada DPS, participated in the protest, as well as some of the founders of the group, identified as an extreme right-wing organization in the above-mentioned controversial BIRN research. The measures consisted of granting €500 to each newborn child, or €1,000 to each newborn child in municipalities with population decline. Article 18 of the law on the conditions and procedure for termination of pregnancy. Some lawmakers from the parliamentary majority actually clumsily defended it, such as from the SNP, ME 541831 Adida Nepal. Like who, while justifying the curses that led to proceedings against him in 2011, stated that they represent an integral part of the prophetic language and the language of the Church throughout the centuries, ME 354594. A former journalist turned priest, who became known to the wider public in 2016 due to hate speech against the LGBTIQ+ community and condemnation of abortion, later gained further attention for his self-initiated grave investigation, 2020, and also for violating anti-pandemic measures by leading processions on Mount 2020B. The Alliance for Life is a nonpartisan, non-political regional network of non-governmental organizations, experts, and volunteers dedicated to protecting born and unborn children and the traditional natural family, increasing natural population growth, and reducing the number of abortions. The network closely collaborates with the Serbian Orthodox Church, works with the state authorities of Serbia, local governments, universities, etc. It establishes fruitful international cooperation with similar organizations from Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, Spain, Romania, Argentina, etc. TV N1 Info de UI and Weekly, Com Nam. Challenging heteronormativity, sexual citizenship, the family, and social justice in Kosovo. Introduction. Similar to the situation in Montenegro, see the chapter on Montenegro in this book. The contemporary social and political landscape in Kosovo could be classified as proto-anti-gender, this volume. There are discourses that align with typical anti-gender frames, but none of them explicitly depict gender ideology or the concept of gender as a threat to the Kosovar nation, its families, or its future. However, unlike in Montenegro, where the main channel for the export of anti-gender campaigns to Montenegro is the Serbian Orthodox Church, this dynamic cannot be replicated in Kosovo due to ethnic politics and national ideologies that construct the Serbian nation as the other. Furthermore, the Catholic Church, another source of anti-gender campaigns in the region, is relatively unimportant in terms of framing public debates as it represents a small religious community in Kosovo. This specific religious composition in Kosovo, where the majority of the population are Muslims, and its specific political situation in relation to Serbia, seems to be, at the moment, a key factor preventing the entrenchment of anti-gender frames. Nonetheless, elements of these frames, currently manifesting primarily as anti-LGBTIQ+ rhetoric, are circulating in Kosovo and represent potentially volatile ideas that could soon be integrated into broader anti-gender politics of fear. Against this backdrop, this chapter looks at how the heteronormative rationale limits the sexual citizenship, human rights, and social justice of the LGBTIQ+ community in Kosovo by looking at the legal recognition of same-sex unions in Kosovo's civil code, which is in the process of revision. It maps out the dominant discourses and actors opposing same-sex unions, pointing out the potentials for future anti-gender, and showing how the current proto-anti-gender rhetoric poses threats for social justice, freedom, and democratic futures in Kosovo and beyond. The chapter shows that same-sex unions have become a site of contentious politics, a litmus test for democracy and public deliberations, and deep-seated fears and limitations of difference, equality, rights, and social justice within heteronationalist matrices. Moreover, the issue of same-sex unions brought to the fore the forces that had lain dormant and scattered among the different structures of society and institutions, which were able to, on a whim, and speak with one anti-LGBTIQ+ voice. In this context, we see the potential for anti-gender in Kosovo. Similar situations in other former Yugoslav republics have shown a progression from conservative anti-homosexual stances to broader neoconservative opposition to gender equality politics in general. In scholarship on Kosovo since 1999, sexuality and gender identity have seldom taken center stage. Very few texts 2016-2017 have specifically focused on LGBTIQ+ issues, most encompassing them within the broad spectrum of human rights discourses, institution building, the relationship between Kosovo and the international community, and trans rights activism, 2022. Nevertheless, such accounts have provided important knowledge on LGBTIQ+ rights and movements in Kosovo. However, there is a critical need for scholarship that addresses around LGBTIQ+ rights. This chapter takes same-sex unions as the primary domain of investigation, in an attempt to fill the gap and contribute to knowledge production on LGBTIQ+ rights and same-sex unions in Kosovo. Focusing on lawmaking discussions on sex unions, the text highlights and critiques against LGBTIQ+ rights that democratic values, diversity, and human rights, and creates an exclusively heterosexual habitus shaped by religious values. The chapter draws upon critical discourse analysis methodology, Van, 2015, to account for how, in opposition to same-sex unions, has unfolded in the processes of legal and parliamentary deliberations of Kosovo's civil code. The main aim of the discourse analysis is to frame, critique, and analyze power and ideology across the structures, actors, and practices within the broader institutional and social setting concerning same-sex unions and LGBTIQ+ rights in Kosovo. The chapter is structured into three main sections and a conclusion. The first section offers a brief overview of sexual citizenship and human rights. It highlights some of the key legal and institutional practices concerning LGBTIQ+ rights. This sets the scene for a discussion of LGBTIQ+ activism and advocacy on human rights, in particular on same-sex unions. The following section presents an overview of the process of public deliberations on the Civil Code and the positionality of anti-LGBTIQ+ actors. It highlights the dominant anti-LGBTIQ+ discourses and frames related to same-sex unions and LGBTIQ+ rights and points to parallels with anti-gender discourses as they appear in the region and beyond. In the conclusion, the chapter highlights the centrality that the traditional family trope and heteronationalism assume in the anti-same-sex union policy, and the limits it poses to democratic envisioning premised on human rights and social justice. Sexual citizenship, the legal and institutional framework in Kosovo. Citizenship and human rights have been dominant themes in post-war and post-independence Kosovo. State identity discourses draw on European identity and liberal values as civic and citizenship rights for all ethnic groups living in Kosovo. As such, they have reinforced discourses on citizenship and multi-ethnicity by the Kosovo state. Yet, as Richardson has argued, access to citizenship is a process of public and personal orientation towards certain practices, values, bodies, and relationships. Richardson, 2017-3. This brings to attention the relevance of citizenship in the study of LGBTIQ+ rights. As feminist theorists have argued, citizenship is a contested concept. Davis in 1999 have contended that while citizenship is, on the one hand, jural and procedural on the other, it is defined by residence, by exclusive space, often arbitrarily defined and circumscribed territory. They maintain that democratic citizenship as a social and political construct opens up spaces and arenas for freedom, but also for conflict, unpredictability, intimacy, and the right to be different. Davis in 1999 too. Moreover, Richardson highlights the fact that the sexual is important and is deeply embedded in constructions of citizenship, and that sexual citizenship intersects with aspects of citizenship that go beyond the sexual encompassing of sexual practices, identities, and relationships. 2017-19, emphasizing the need to inquire into how heteronormativity underpins citizenship and the models that reproduce sexual inequalities and privileges. Richardson. 2017-2. As a form of reality, sexuality in Kosovo has long been repressed and excluded from public discourse. Nonetheless, sexuality has emerged in the new economy of power. The diverse spectrum of gender and sexual identities has occupied a space in both the legal framework and social policy. This is in part aligned with the human rights discourses that draw on liberal values and civic and citizenship rights, and are part of the Agenda of Kosovo, 2016. The Kosovo Constitution guarantees and grants rights to LGBTIQ+ individuals, stating that everyone should enjoy equal rights regardless of their personal circumstances, including sexual orientation and gender. Kosovo Assembly, 2008, Article 24(1). Moreover, a set of laws deriving from the Kosovo Constitution makes specific references to non-discrimination on gender and sexual identity grounds too. While the legal guarantees are very important, there is a need to attend to the everyday interaction, practices, and experiences of sexuality. Richardson, 2017-9. This is of paramount importance for how sexual citizenship, human rights, and social justice are practiced across the board, more precisely by minding the gap between and facto equalities. While LGBTIQ+ communities in Kosovo are legally and formally granted human rights, the gap between and facto remains wide. A case in point that illustrates the gap between the and facto gap, among many others, is that of a transgender man, LGBTIQ+ leader and activist, who set about challenging Kosovo formal institutions in an attempt to claim his full citizenship right of changing his name from female to male, from the feminine to masculine. His request was approved by the court in 2022, after a 2-year struggle to exercise the basic human right to change the name and sex determination. After 2 years of limbo, the court decision was hailed as a landmark victory for transgender rights in Kosovo, 2020. Moreover, widening the gap between and facto rights is also the legal divergence between the Kosovo Constitution on the freedom of marriage. While the Kosovo Constitution guarantees the freedom of marriage, Kosovo Assembly, 2008, Article 37, the family law limits marriage exclusively to heterosexual couples, Kosovo Assembly, 2004, Article 14, thus rendering same-sex unions legally impossible. This in fact contradicts the principle of equality and non-discrimination guaranteed by the Kosovo Constitution, 2008, a central theme under consideration here. Kosovo's legal protections for the LGBTIQ+ community are in stark contrast with its homophobic environment. Similar to other countries in the post-Yugoslav space, in Kosovo the majority of citizens think that LGBTIQ+ ideas are a Western import era, 2023-19. Negative attitudes towards LGBTIQ+ individuals persist, with the LGBTIQ+ community facing widespread homophobia and transphobia. Outside the legal realm, in everyday life, the LGBTIQ+ community faces discrimination in employment, housing, education, healthcare, and access to social services. CSGD and Cell 2016, ERA 2023, with LGBTIQ+ individuals intentionally reducing the visibility of their sexual orientation and gender identity as a result. YIHR 2013-7. In Kosovo, there is intense social pressure to perform, and any departure from heteronormative signs and conduct is severely judged, and individuals are. Thus, LGBTIQ+ people hide their sexuality and tend to mimic heterosexual norms. USAID 2016-19. The LGBTIQ+ community is perceived as a sickness, and this perception is particularly widespread in Kosovo era 2023-14. A vast majority, 81% of LGBTIQ+ people have reported having experienced harassment or abuse due to their sexual orientation or gender identity, ILGA 2016-98, and they are subjected to hate speech, European Commission 2023-36. When such cases are reported, they are rarely investigated, or in instances where investigation takes place, they are often biased, European Commission 2015-23, CSGD 2016. In addition, school textbooks often contain discriminatory language, serving to reinforce the view that the notions of sexual orientation and gender identities not conforming to the heteronormative identity are forms of social deviance, YIHR 2017-4. LGBTIQ+ activism in the midst of homophobia. Sexuality and gender identity in particular is a form of social reality. Theorizing social relations in Kosovo, as elsewhere, one cannot help but notice how heterosexuality encodes everyday life. Indeed, heterosexuality is deeply within society and culture. Such structural heteronormativity provides ample space for homophobia, which sees Kosovo occupying the unenviable position of having the highest level of homophobia among societies in the post-Yugoslav space, CEL 2017-37, ERA 2023. Women's collective have entailed protests against gender-based violence, sexual harassment, and femicide, and of late has also turned its attention to LGBTIQ+ rights. Largely as the result of a generational shift, the women's movement is being redefined in terms of gender justice principles through feminist standpoints and epistemologies that see gender equality, women's rights, and LGBTIQ+ rights as indivisible. The first LGBTIQ+ groups in Kosovo emerged in 2002, with such as Elysium and Center for Social Group Development (CSGD) being among the first to be registered as non-governmental, followed by Center for Social Emancipation, established in 2005, CEL 2017-25. The LGBTIQ+ movement is a network of, and individuals strongly connected with the feminist movement. Currently there are three major LGBTIQ+, the CSGD, the Center for Equality and Liberty CEL, and these are all active members of civil society, engaging in advocacy and awareness raising, as well as legal and social service provision for LGBTIQ+ communities in Kosovo. In October 2017, under the slogan "In the Name of Love," Kosovo was making history with the first Pride Parade ever to be held in its capital city, celebrating LGBTIQ+ persons, as well as hosting a number of protests against homophobia and transphobia. The Pride Parade was attended by hundreds of people, making queer identities visible in an unprecedented way. It took place peacefully, signaling a cultural and political shift in sexual politics and human rights in Kosovo. The Pride Parade stood against the invisibility of non-heteronormative subjectivities, thereby showing that sexuality is no longer a private affair, but a human rights issue. The Pride Parade accommodated a wider involvement of activists in the events accompanying the parade, such as the campaign on reporting hate crimes against the LGBTIQ+ community, the Queer Night, and panel discussions on the state of affairs of the LGBTIQ+ community in Kosovo and in the region. The parade was also attended by high-level Kosovo politicians and diplomats. Insight 2017. This has continued every year with the International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia, and Transphobia, and the Pride Week. Subsequent Pride marches have been celebrated by hundreds of citizens participating in the main square of, with no recorded incidents. In the domain of civil society activism, there is a rise in the LGBTIQ+ movement in Kosovo. Indeed, LGBTIQ+ rights and activism have become socially more visible in the public sphere. This is to be understood within the purview of debates about human rights and general discourses on gender equality. LGBTIQ+ activism seeks equality in citizenship by looking at the interlocking systems of oppression based on gender, sex, sexuality, ethnicity, class, and ability. These conditions have provided a complex ground for the LGBTIQ+ movement, as it finds itself faced by the multiple structures of domination and oppression. The LGBTIQ+ have brought to attention not only the social invisibility of LGBTIQ+ persons, but also the gender norms and heterosexual of the state and its various regulatory practices. LGBTIQ+ activism has challenged the heteronormative conceptions of citizenship and exclusionary practices at the legal and institutional level, within symbolic systems and in everyday life. Image 1. The mural Love is Love, celebrating queer partnerships. Photo by the author, May 2024. Anti-justice discourses, the circuit of frames against same-sex unions. The regimes of heterosexuality, termed as compulsory heterosexuality, Rich, 1980, or the heterosexual matrix, Butler, 1990, define, shape, and reproduce gender norms. Gender equality has been constantly challenged by discourses premised on tradition, morality, family values, and natural law. However, recently anti-gender campaigns have appeared in a novel guise and at the transnational level. Anti-gender campaigns are, as in 2017, 253 contend are, neither mere national trends nor isolated occurrences, but are part of a transnational and increasingly global phenomenon. Anti-gender movement discourses and practices are anchored in a framing of heteronormativity, a push towards illiberal norms and values, and derailing of human rights, and misuse and misrepresentation of gender studies. As such, anti-gender movements thrive in the political contexts of authoritarianism, corruption, informality, low levels of social trust, and inefficient welfare institutions. Hence, anti-gender manifests itself as an attack on democracy, human rights, and freedoms. Anti-gender spreads across both formal and informal domains of social life. It can be discerned in the rhetoric and discourses around gender and sexuality, enveloped in the calls for return adherence to traditional gender norms, heterosexual complementarity, and morality defined in relation to religious beliefs. A case in point is the transnational anti-gender movement's opposition to the Istanbul Convention Council of Europe, 2011, which has come under strong attack in some Eastern European countries from the far-right and nationalist conservatives opposing gender equality and LGBTIQ+ rights and promoting pro-natalist politics. In Kosovo, however, the ratification of the Istanbul Convention was unanimously voted for by Kosovo MPs in September 2020, and no major anti-gender voices were heard in the public sphere. However, in the opposing discourse in the marriage equality debate in Kosovo, there are proto-anti-gender elements that currently present themselves as anti-LGBTIQ+ frames or broader anti-justice frames, but have the potential to be soon subsumed under the threat of gender ideology, as has happened elsewhere in the region. The anti-gender potential is to be discerned in the hate speech directed at gender equality and victim blaming for gender-based violence, femicide, and domestic violence, 2022-10. Moreover, in Kosovo, anti-LGBTIQ+ discourse largely portrays queer persons as a shameful and direct threat to humanity and the main transmitters of sexually transmitted infections diseases, 2022-12. Social and online media are the most common platforms for spreading hate speech and inciting hate crimes, CSGD 2023-12. Attacks on reproductive rights and the slow work against abortion and medically assisted pregnancy are the other currents of potential anti-gender in Kosovo. Another important factor in this context is the fact that public discourse on the position of the religious institutions has intensified in recent years. Religious groups, the majority of Kosovo Albanians are Muslims, but there are Catholic and Eastern Orthodox minorities, have been given little say in connection with post-war political developments and state-building policies. Yet some of the demands for the construction of mosques and cathedrals, 2014, 151-152, have been already accommodated. The demand for the introduction of compulsory religious instruction in primary schools has been floated, and today the attention is shifting towards gender and sexuality issues. Feminist and LGBTIQ+ movements and gender equality are being challenged by traditional ideologies and gender norms that push back against gender equality, women's rights, and LGBTIQ+ rights. Such anti-justice discourses, which mimic anti-gender rhetoric elsewhere but not yet frame it as gender ideology, are discerned in legal and policy-making deliberations related to the rights of LGBTIQ+ persons. A case in point is the opposition to marriage equality in the proposed new Kosovo Civil Code, which was rejected by the Kosovo Parliament in 2022. The unfolding of the process of the revision of the Kosovo Civil Code is an important facet in the bringing to light of the nascent stages of the anti-gender movement in the making. Let us provide here a brief history of the process of the amendment of the Kosovo Civil Code. In 2014, the Ministry of Justice initiated the process of civil code revision, establishing a state commission to work on the civil code. From that point until now, a decade later, 5 governments have changed, but the process of rewriting the civil code has not been concluded. The Civil Code project, although initiated in 2014, was not included in the government's legislative agenda until 2017. In that year, however, while the Civil Code project was indeed listed, it was not presented to the Kosovo Parliament as planned. The same situation occurred with the government's agenda in 2018, where, despite the intention to do so, the Civil Code was not submitted to the Parliament for approval. In 2019, the Civil Code was absent from the legislative agenda of that calendar year. With Albin Kurti's second government taking office, the process of redrafting the Civil Code resumed in mid-2022 and has thus far proven to be a challenging, sparking contentious anti-LGBTIQ+ politics that have delayed the process even further. The issue that has sparked the most debate in Kosovo is the possibility of regulating same-sex unions through the Civil Code. A significant number of MPs from both the majority and the opposition opposed the draft Civil Code, even though the proposal stipulated heterosexual marriage and the right for man and woman to marry and establish family, and it also foresaw that other forms of civil unions to be regulated with a specific law. Kosovo Government, 2022, Draft Civil Code, Chapter II, Subchapter I, Article 1138. It is the mention of other forms of civil unions that sparked among policymakers, religious institutions, and other actors close to political factions prone to traditional gender norms and national ideologies. In 2018, the CSGD and the CEL made the decision to embarking on advocacy actions for same-sex civil partnerships. They initiated an advocacy group with a number of civil society joining the campaign to advocate for the inclusion of same-sex marriage in the Civil Code, CSGD 2023-6. They drew up a set of recommendations on the draft Civil Code related to Article 1138, requesting the following: usage of different sexes instead of man and woman, replace spouses of different sexes and husband and wife with 2 individuals, remove the reference to special law. They also drew attention to the conflict in the proposed bill with the Kosovo Constitution as a guarantor of equality and non-discrimination, CSGD 2023-6. LGBTIQ+, joined by a great number of civil society, activists, and academics, addressed the Kosovo Parliament with an open letter requesting the inclusion of same-sex unions in the Civil Code. They used the basis of human rights as the crux of their argument, pointing to the need for synergies of the Civil Code with the Kosovo Constitution and compliance with European human rights law and treaties. Yet this proved to be of no avail, as the Kosovo Parliament and the staunch opposers to same-sex unions remained firmly against the possibility being entered into the Civil Code. However, the open letter of civil society activists and academics showed that LGBTIQ+ persons in Kosovo are not alone, and that the struggle for social justice is long and needs to be sustained. The anti-justice frames are enveloped in misogyny and homophobia, patriarchal gender ideologies, and gender policing rhetoric that permeate discourses on the body, rights, national identity, and religion. 3 same-sex unions served as a unifying force, bringing together various actors, including political and religious institutions, all emphasizing the importance of preserving what they perceive as a fundamental social order. The family, social life, as well as the nation and the state, converging into one. Standing far away from any rights-based rationale, 4 frames, distinct but inherently interrelated, have been identified within public communication, namely by religious community leaders and a number of MPs. They include the following: I, maintaining the natural order, safeguarding the traditional family and the nation as an extension of the family, upholding traditional values on marriage as the cornerstone of culture and society, and protecting the public morality and public health. The religious communities remain united when it comes to the protection and daily promotion of family values, pro-life values, the traditional values of marriage, the right of the from conception to birth, and the natural right of sex as a predetermination for each citizen's statement of religious community leaders, quoted in 2022. Moreover, the religious leaders urged the government and other institutions to abandon any redefining change, i.e., any reinterpretation of family, marriage, and/or marital status. The joining together of religious leaders against same-sex unions has resonated with broader public attitudes around LGBTIQ+ persons and the national ideologies of the Albanian nation. In the dominant national ideologies, religion does not define the nation, but rather the nation is the religion of the Albanians, as conveyed in the final line of the poem O you Albania, the faith of Albanians is. It is this downplaying of the role of religion that has permeated national ideologies and national identity construction. Hence, religious differences are seen as a source of power for in the imagination of the nation, with heterosexual norms of family and kinship. The anti-justice discourses in Kosovo do not refer to gender ideology as such, but there is nevertheless a conservative opposition. There are no gender ideology borrowings from the Catholic Church authorities of Croatia and Slovenia, as Kosovo's Catholic Church is smaller, and it can only be a relevant actor in anti-gender opposition in unison with other religious authorities, but not with the Serbian Orthodox Church, due to ethnic politics and national ideologies that posit Serbian nation as the other. Indeed, the interreligious convergence highlights a broader societal resistance, transcending the political differences of MPs from different political parties who together against the civil code. For example, an MP and chair of the Parliamentary Committee on Human Rights, Gender Equality, Missing Persons, and Petitions strongly opposed the new civil code, declaring that she cannot go against the religion I belong to, the principles I live by, or the family values I grew up with. So my vote will be against 2022. And an MP from the Self-Determination Party, which is an ideologically left-leaning political party holding the majority of seats in the Kosovo parliament, asked what will happen to the children who grow up without one of their parents. Why must we disrupt something natural to create something new and potentially problematic? MP quoted in 2022. During the parliamentary session of 16 March 2022, the language of a number of MPs was filled with hate speech against LGBTIQ+ people. This marked the first instance where MPs referred to LGBTIQ+ people as sick, a threat to public health, destructive to families and degenerates, CSGD 2023-9. These frames resonate across diverse groups within anti-justice, particularly in connection with the issue of same-sex unions in the Civil Code, centered around the shared goal of safeguarding the natural order of men-women complementarity and heterosexual family relations. Evoking the affirmation of the natural order of gender, in opposition to same-sex unions, is to erase plurality and reinforce heteronormativity. Hence, in this frame, LGBTIQ+ individuals disrupt the presumed naturalness and are not perceived as part of the human condition. The family is one of the key agents of. It is a primary institution in the production of gender and sexuality. The family is the first place in which culture, norms, values, and gender roles are learned. The essentialist conceptions of family, premised on the binary categories of gender and traditional views of sexuality, persist in opposition to social constructionism that opens up familial possibilities beyond the heterosexual logic of intimate and family relationships. Moreover, the symbolic understandings of the family structure and national identity often overlap. Family and gender roles, albeit in a metaphorical form, are central to national identity and nationalist ideologies. As 1993-61 has argued, nations are historical and institutional practices through which social difference is invented and performed. The role of the family in nation building is fundamental, as all nations depend on powerful constructions of gender. 1993-61. The importance of the family trope, as has argued, is twofold. The family offers a natural figure for sanctioning social hierarchy within a putative unity of interests. Second, it offers a natural trope for figuring historical time, an indispensable figure by which hierarchical, and one might add often contradictory, social distinctions could be shaped into a single historical genesis narrative. 1993-64. The centrality of the trope of the heterosexual family within nation-state building resonates in the context of Kosovo, where opposition to same-sex unions is framed by the notion that defending the family, it is to defend the nation and the state, with the nation and state being metaphorical extensions of the family. The traditional family of the husband, wife, and children is perceived to safeguard a healthy nation and public morals against the risks of social and moral degradation. The Civil Code is hence opposed on the grounds that it destroys the main strand of the state, and it kills the family, Justice Party, former MP, quoted in Clan, 2022. Hence the opposition to same-sex unions is a reflection that anything beyond existing gender norms and heterosexuality equals depravity and moral degradation, 2022, a 2022b. Moreover, religion is recast in the framing of the opposition to same-sex unions. God, nation, and homeland are invoked to argue against same-sex marriage. For the voices opposing same-sex marriage, a vote against it is an indicator of accountability first and foremost to God and voters. MP 2022 Facebook post. These frames bring about more fundamental questions regarding the shifting of democracy towards illiberal and religious values, arguably signaling the limitations of secular politics today. Support for same-sex marriage, Regional Overview 2023-5. Source Era 2023, 21, and 2023 for countries marked with conclusions. The opposition to same-sex unions as demonstrated here is likely to become part of the anti-gender in the making in Kosovo, reflecting the deep-seated traditional conceptions of gender norms in a society in flux and changing attitudes towards gender and diversity issues and lifestyles. As manifested in Kosovo, the current anti-justice is not a fixed but rather a fluid set of relations between formal institutions, both political and religious and social groups, one which is constantly being remade and contested. While the legal and institutional framework in Kosovo is anchored in human rights principles that safeguard human dignity without discrimination, it falls short of granting LGBTIQ+ individuals full citizen rights. Hence, heterosexuality is dominant, and opposition to same-sex unions, paired with persisting homophobia, signifies the lack of facto equal sexual citizenship. To understand how conservative is evolving, the chapter has contended that special attention should be paid to the discourses and frames of political and religious actors about the family and gender equality. Anti-justice discourses redefine the nation and the state through a religious twist and seek center stage in the molding of social and political life. Yet there is strong resistance to this, and counter-discourses stemming from LGBTIQ+ activism and more broadly civil society seek simultaneously to expand the rights of non-heterosexual persons in Kosovo. The opposition to same-sex marriage speaks of the centrality of the trope of the family in anti-LGBTIQ+. The is not focal, but rather dispersed across the political spectrum, yet nested in the national ideologies and religious discourses that erase any form of being in the world beyond heterosexuality. The inability of Kosovo's parliament to pass a version of the Civil Code that enables same-sex unions shows the increasing power of conservative politics and religion in secular state affairs and policymaking. This poses important questions about the limits of secularism. This chapter has shown that anti-justice limits human rights and freedoms and also social justice for LGBTIQ+ persons. Opposition to same-sex unions negates the imagination of possibilities of being and living beyond heterosexual. The analysis presented here calls for social justice policy enactments and activism to ensure the rights of the LGBTIQ+ community and individuals are fully granted without any discrimination. The right to same-sex unions is foundational to democratic sexual citizenship and social justice, yet with much at stake for the future ways of being and living, and intimacy according to human rights principles. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license, and indicate if you modified the licensed material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References. 2022. Kosovo faith leaders unite against same-sex marriages. Balkan Insight. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from COM 20220223. Kosovo faith leaders unite against same-sex marriages. Butler, J. 1990. Gender Trouble, Feminism, and the Subversion of Identity. Center for Equality and Liberty, Cell. 2017. The LGBT Movement. Center for Equality and Liberty. Center for Social Group Development, CSJD and Cell. 2016. Social Protection and Access to Healthcare for Transgender People in Kosovo. Equal Rights for All Coalition. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from Cellcase.org. Uploads Transgender ENG. Center for Social Group Development, CSJD. 2016. Case Study, The Treatment of LGBTI Cases by Kosovo's Justice System. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from Case.org. Content uploads 201701 Report Treatment of LGBTI Cases ENG. Center for Social Group Development, CSJD. 2023. Annual Report, May 2023. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from Case.org. Content uploads 202305 Annual Report on LGBTI Situation in Kosovo 2022. Council of Europe. 2011. Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from 168008482E. 2022. And Get in the Mural, Love is Love. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from COM 20220807 European Commission. 2015. Kosovo 2015 Report. Retrieved 20 August 2025 from Enlargement Europa Document Download B7B3 E119 F2A4 E17 8D3DD 166655 F4 and file name 20151110 Report Kosovo. European Commission. 2023. Kosovo Report 2023. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from Neighborhood Enlargement Europa Document Download 764E88 46678792300865C3 and file name SWD 20236992 %20 Kosovo %20 Report 0. 2023. Support for Same-Sex Marriage. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from COM/R Europe Comments 18Z3 percentage of Europeans who support same-sex. Equal Rights Association, ERA, LGBTI. 2023. Attitudes towards LGBTIQ plus people in the Western Balkans, Analytical Report of Public Opinion Poll. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from ERA.org. Content uploads 202306 Analytical Report 2023 LGBTIQ Public Opinion Poll Western Balkans Final Compressed. 2022. Kosovo's parliament rejects new law recognizing same-sex civil unions. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from COM 20220317 Kosovo's parliament rejects new law recognizing same-sex civil unions. 2022. Bay. Kosovo's parliament rejects new law recognizing same-sex civil unions. Retrieved 20 August 2025 from COM 20220317 Kosovo's parliament rejects new law recognizing same-sex civil unions. Day 2020. Landmark Decision for Transgender Rights. Kosovo 2. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from Common Landmark Decision for Transgender Rights v. 2022. Monitoring Report on Hate Speech in Kosovo. Reporting Diversity Network. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from org content uploads 202207 MRHS Kosovo. ILGA. 2016. Annual Review of the Human Rights Situation of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Trans, and Intersex People in Europe. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from Europe Org Files uploads 202204 Annual Review 2016. A. 2022. We don't know what it's like to be free. Kosovo 2. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from ComN We Know What It's Like to Be Free Clan. 2022. Kurdi me mis po I, Kurdi with the same-sex law is killing Kosovar families. Clan. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from Kurdi me per one mis po I. 2022. Love is love, pa-e, love is love, returns without the black stains of vandalism. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from Net 33763, One Love is love, pa-e Kosovo Assembly. 2004. Family Law of Kosovo. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from Org Common Docs 200432N. Kosovo Assembly. 2008. Constitution of the Republic of Kosovo. Retrieved 20 August 2025 from Net Content Uploads 201710-1 Constitution of the Republic of Kosovo. Kosovo Assembly. 2010. Law No. 03L 195 on Ombudsperson. Retrieved June 12, 2024 from Org Common Docs 2010195. Kosovo Assembly. 2011. The Kosovo Law on Civil Status. Retrieved 20 August 2025 from Org Legal Legislation 2011 and 123460, Prev Destination Search, and Prev Path Search Keywords Kosovo %3A plus Law plus Number plus 04% 2, FL 219 plus of plus 2013% 2C plus Law plus on plus and Order Desk and Sort Score, and Result 123460N. Kosovo Assembly. 2019. Code No. 6L074, the Criminal Code of the Republic of Kosovo. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from MNet Desk Media, A5713395507E4538 Bed 62Fa2510F3 FCD. Kosovo Assembly. 2015 Law No. 05L020 on Gender Equality in Kosovo. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from Assembly Org Common Docs 05L020%20. Kosovo Assembly. 2015 B. Law No. 05L021 on the Protection from Discrimination. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from Org Common Docs 05L021%20. Kosovo Government. 2022. Draft Civil Code of the Republic of Kosovo. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from MNet Desk Media 89 AFEA 64 Beta C2 4B 74 B15 C CCE 8 C3 EC 76 E7. V 2014. Kosovo Topography of the Construction of the Nation. In P. Id. Strategies of Symbolic Nation Building in Southeastern Europe. 139-165. R&D 2017. Gender Ideology in Movement, Introduction. In R&D, Anti-Gender Mobilizing Against Equality Campaigns in Europe. 122. And L 2022. From Survival to Activism, Tracing Trans History in Kosovo from the 1970s onwards. In B's I Nord and A. Transgender in Post-Yugoslav Space, Lives, Activisms, Culture. 97-132. Policy Press. 14. 2021. What is? 14 Office. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from 14 Org About What Is, A 1993. Family Feuds, Gender, Nationalism, and the Family. Feminist Review 44-1, 6180. Insight. 2017. Kosovo makes history with first-ever Pride Parade. Insight. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from Com First Pride Parade Mag P. 2016. From Orientalism to Queer Politics, Islamophobia and Europeanisation in Kosovo. Southeastern Europe 41, 3253. p. 2017. The Politics of Post-Socialist Sexuality, American Foreign Policy in Bosnia and Kosovo. In D.M.&D. The Cultural Life of Capitalism in Yugoslavia. 243-261. Rich A. 1980. Compulsory Heterosexuality and Lesbian Existence. Signs, Journal of Women in Culture and Society, 54, 631-660. Richardson D. 2017. Sexuality and Citizenship. Polity Press. Statement of Religious Community Leaders in Kosovo. 2022. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from Facebook Comberg 2015 posts 48868653446834663 ref embed post. Statement of Religious Community Leaders in Kosovo. 2022. Retrieved 20 August 2025 from info 442454 Permis USAID. 2016. Gender and Power Dynamics Assessment. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from Docs PA00 MCRZ. Van AT 2015. Critical Discourse Analysis. In D. H. E. Hamilton and D. The Handbook of Discourse Analysis, 2nd ed. 466-485. Youth Initiative for Human Rights, YIHR Kosovo. 2013. Freedom and Protection for Lesbians, Gays, Bisexuals, and Transgender in Kosovo. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from Ks.org Public Files LGBT %20 Report Freedom %20 and %20 Protection %20 for %20 LGBT %20 in %20 Kosovo. Youth Initiative for Human Rights, YIHR Kosovo. 2017. Discriminatory Language in School Textbooks, an analysis of upper secondary level textbooks in Kosovo. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from Ks.org Content Uploads 201712 YIHR Ks Discriminatory in-School Textbooks. Davis N. and P. 1999. Women, Citizenship, and Difference. Z Books. A. 2022. Delpro, I, an MP rises in support of religious leaders on same-sex unions. Retrieved June 12, 2024, from Com Delpro I Martz's International Human Rights Treaties including the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, the European Convention on Human Rights, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, and the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which promote gender equality between men and women, are directly applicable in Kosovo's constitution and laws. Kosovo Assembly 2008, Article 22. Kosovo has the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, UN 1979, and the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, more widely known as the Istanbul Convention Council of Europe 2010. The Istanbul Convention is a human rights treaty, a criminal law treaty, and an instrument for greater gender equality, setting provisions for the measures that ratifying states should adopt to prevent violence against women and domestic violence, protect victims of such violence, and punish perpetrators. Council of Europe 2011. Kosovo amended its constitution to explicitly make the Istanbul Convention directly applicable, along with other international human rights treaties, in the Kosovo legal and institutional context. Kosovo Assembly 2020, Article 22. The Kosovo State Ombudsperson is mandated to protect, supervise, and promote fundamental rights and freedoms, and to hold authorities accountable. Kosovo Assembly 2010. Within the institutional framework, two mechanisms exist that incorporate LGBTIQ+ rights into their agendas: the Office for Good Governance, under the auspices of the Prime Minister's Office, and its advisory and coordination group that aims to mainstream LGBTIQ+ rights within public policy. However, this mechanism has yet to be actively implemented in order to achieve concrete results. ILGA 2016-98. The Criminal Code sanctions any form of discrimination and violence on the grounds of one's gender and/or sexual orientation, and it prohibits hate crimes related to sexual orientation and/or gender identity. Kosovo Assembly 2019, Article 72(1). The gender equality law has integrated the categories of sex, gender, and gender identity. Kosovo Assembly 2015, Article 3. The law makes a clear distinction between sex and gender, with sex defined as the biological and physiological characteristics defining men and women, and gender as socially constructed roles assigned to women and men, and as acquired identities that are learned, fluid, and varying widely within and across cultures. Kosovo Assembly 2015, Articles 3, 1.7, 1.8, 1.9. Thus, the law on gender equality, gender identity in appearance or other gender-related characteristics of a person, whether by way of medical intervention or not, with or without regard to the person's designated sex at birth. Kosovo Assembly 2015, Article 3, 1.9. Moreover, the Law on the Protection from Discrimination, 2015b, prohibits all forms of direct and indirect gender discrimination. It establishes a general framework for preventing and combating discrimination based on nationality, or in relation to any community, social origin, race, ethnicity, birth, origin, sex, gender, gender identity, sexual orientation, language, citizenship, religion and religious belief, political affiliation, political or other opinion, social or personal status, age, family or marital status, pregnancy, maternity, wealth, health status, disability, genetic inheritance, or any other grounds, in order to implement the principle of equal treatment. Kosovo Assembly 2015b, Article 1. The Kosovo Law on Civil Status, 2011, stipulates that, while birth, sex, personal name, the relations of paternity, maternity, and citizenship are respectively, they may be removed, abolished, changed, or passed on to others. Article 10. The chapter adopts a critical discourse analysis, Van, 2015, of anti-LGBTIQ+ rhetoric and implicit homophobia, and the of discourses within the current political and social context in Kosovo. The main aim is to decode how text and talk on same-sex unions are used and circulated in the broader social field, and how anti-same-sex union discourses are used by its actors. The sample of documents includes the joint statement by the four religious leaders in Kosovo: Islamic, Catholic Church, Evangelical, and Jewish, and statements by the MPs from the political parties of Party Self-Determination Party, Political Party DER, Coalition, Democratic Party of Kosovo, and Turkish Party, and Justice Party, not represented in the parliament, but a long-standing opponent that staged staunch opposition to same-sex unions as part of the Kosovo Civil Code. The primary focus of the analysis is the discourses of MPs and parliamentary deliberations over the new Kosovo Civil Code and/or their media statements. In addition, the analysis pays attention to law and human rights discourses about LGBTIQ+ rights, same-sex unions, gender, identity, and family. While the Orthodox Church is equally opposed to the same-sex unions and its stance is known, in Kosovo the Orthodox Church remains silent, largely as an act of opposition towards the Kosovo state. The data come from two separate sets of research and are therefore not directly comparable. The data for Slovenia and Croatia are extracted from 2023, which asked, to what extent do you agree or disagree with the following statement: same-sex marriage should be allowed throughout Europe. In the ERA survey, the question was, thinking about same-sex marriages, man with man or woman with woman, to what extent would it be acceptable to you if sexual minorities were allowed to get married in your country? The responses completely unacceptable and mainly unacceptable were merged into disagree, and mainly acceptable and completely acceptable were merged into agree. The remaining responses were as don't know. It is worth noting that the highest support for marriage equality is in Slovenia, Croatia, and Montenegro, the only three countries of former Yugoslavia that legally recognize same-sex partnerships. 9. Anti-gender mobilizations with a nationalistic hangover. Introduction. In their recent study, and House claim that anti-gender mobilizations cannot be reduced to a backlash phenomenon. They warn against a mechanistic and unilinear understanding of history that portrays feminist and queer struggles as one everywhere and in the same, or at least similar way, to which the empire strikes back, as it did many a time before. Instead of being simply reactive or reactionary, anti-gender politics is productive of a new political order of which gender is one, but excessively important cornerstone, al. 2023, see also 2020. As Butler claims in there, Who's Afraid of Gender? Gender is a battlefield in a larger restoration project that seeks to shore up authoritarian regimes as rightful forms of paternalism. The dream come true, a dream that will put an end to the implacable anxiety and fear that afflict so many people experiencing climate destruction firsthand, or ubiquitous violence and brutal war, expanding police powers, or intensifying economic precarity. Butler, 2024-15. This is, indeed, the state of the world today. But in the post-Yugoslav space, it has been seen before. Perhaps the Balkans were the avant-garde of Europe. 2022, what seemed to have been an exceptionally Yugoslav powder keg experience a few decades ago now echoes hollowly throughout the world. Add to this the peculiar position of Eastern Europe, a bastion of and 2023. In the post-socialist Europe, as restoration is not a new project. In fact, at the time when the world was thought to be becoming a freer place, post-socialist Eastern European states and churches grew brazenly close. Previous welfare regimes that had many elements of gender equality crumbled. States entered an economically and socially devastating process of restructuring in an attempt to return to Europe as fast as they could. This return involved obliterating their actual pasts, which paved the way for a construction of a grander, better, and more glorious past that never was. These constructions would prove particularly useful when the return to Europe reversed direction. Al. 2024. The return from Europe can be equated with. One should not be particularly surprised that one of the first texts to introduce the concept of illiberal democracy, this article Rise of Illiberal Democracy, 1997, begins with reflections on the elections in Bosnia and Herzegovina in the autumn of 1996, only a year after the war ended too. Tradition and In much of Eastern Europe, which is particularly noticeable in Hungary and Poland, has gone hand in hand with the rise of illiberal democracies, and 2022. In recent years, anti-gender mobilizations play one of the central roles in consolidating illiberal power structures. By framing gender equality as a foreign imposition and a threat to national identity, political actors have been able to galvanize support for broader agendas that undermine democratic norms and pluralism. Is then the backlash hypothesis applicable to the post-socialist world? To us, it seems that the backlash perspective is misleading because it assumes that progressive actions necessarily precede and provoke conservative reactions. The post-Yugoslav space in particular presents a critical challenge to the notion that anti-gender mobilizations universally follow the same trajectory. In this context, aside from a few exceptions, the progress cited by the proponents of the backlash position never fully materialized. Here, anti-gender rhetoric arises not primarily as a response to feminist achievements, but as part of a broader process of deeply rooted in nationalist frameworks that predate the global rise of anti-gender campaigns. If a backlash exists, it is directed against the socialist heritage, particularly regarding gender equality promoted by the socialist state feminism. This backlash took the form of which began in the early 1990s and was particularly exacerbated by the wars. From this perspective, anti-gender campaigns are not to be seen as a backlash, but rather as a reprocess on steroids, intensified and refreshed by new powerful rhetoric, strategies, and actors. Gender commissariat of today is as foreign, as treacherous, as disloyal to the nation and national values as feminists and queer activists were in the 1990s. But there is a difference. The old national values today bear the name of traditional values, and the once hypermilitarized patriarchy now strives for the restoration of the natural family. There are both continuities and disruptions when comparing this phase to the initial wave of in the early 1990s. During that earlier phase, the focus was on distancing from the socialist project and the perceived backwardness of Eastern Europe, aiming instead for integration into a united Europe founded on democracy and the rule of law. Simultaneously, there was an effort to restore religious institutions, which sought to reclaim their role as public intellectual authorities, morally adjudicating on significant social issues after decades of being relegated to the private sphere under what was perceived as oppressive communist rule. The first wave of RE was overtly traditionalist, rejecting feminist progress and socialist equality policies and promoting the idea that women should remain in domestic roles. In contrast, today's RE, strengthened by anti-gender rhetoric, employs a more subtle language. It does not directly advocate for women at the stove, but rather acknowledges a certain degree of equality, only to later argue that anything beyond their narrow definition of equality is excessive, constituting privileges or additional rights that must be resisted. The discourses have therefore changed. They also seem to have arrived from elsewhere. However, when the post-Yugoslavs translate the global anti-gender narrative matrix into their own languages, they already have quite fitting pre-existing frames for these translations. In this vein, we also cannot attribute a distinctly new productive nature to anti-gender campaigns in the former Yugoslav region. Their productivity lies in sustaining and advancing the narratives of return that have existed since the late 1980s, extensively contributing to the dissolution of Yugoslavia and the wars that followed. The post-war and post-conflict context is particularly significant here, as our study aligns with discussions on masculinist identity politics, 2020-2025, one of the key structural drivers of anti-gender mobilizations. In the post-Yugoslav space, this politics gains an added dimension shaped by the deep influence of nationalist and war discourses on masculinity. Unsurprisingly, war veterans have emerged as prominent anti-gender actors, invoking a narrative of the masculinity in crisis. They promote a vision of restored masculinity rooted in rigid hierarchical gender roles, relying more heavily than their Western counterparts on militaristic and paternalistic ideals that frame men as aggressive protectors of the nation, now rebranded within an anti-gender framework. The post-Yugoslav anti-gender mobilizations. It has been persuasively shown that the language and strategies of anti-gender mobilizations around the world have a truly transnational character. Indeed, anti-gender politics can be described as a huge translational project. Although it poses as nationally redemptive politics fixed to a particular tradition, its script is the same, regardless of the many local inflections. The post-Yugoslav space, carved into 7 small states that claim to have 7 entirely different traditions, all of them newly discovered in opposition to their shared history and bolstered through wars, has a fully translatable anti-gender agenda. For example, Croatian and Serbian traditions, although apparently they should have no points in common, appear astonishingly similar in their opposition to gender. This translatability can also be observed in other countries in the region, despite their purportedly distinct cultural and historical identities. The texts gathered in this volume show that anti-gender narratives appear in an almost verbatim form. The similarity of languages and the secret bond that binds the post-Yugoslav space is not sufficient to account for this. The same logic and the similar, if not the same framing, can be found in countries as far as Brazil or Russia. One cannot ascribe this only to the lack of inventiveness of the anti-gender actors. Rather, we should see this as an ideological import-export that sometimes has an overtly political, sometimes a merely cultural form. Close to home, we have, who has consistently used anti-gender rhetoric as a central strategy in his political campaigns. Relatively recently, at the Conservative Political Action Conference, CPAC, in Budapest in 2023, he referred to gender as a progressive virus and claimed to have found a vaccine against it, underscoring the centrality of such narratives to his platform, 2023. Serbian president and Slovenian politician, both of them close allies of Hungary's, are attentive to this message. Brown, then the president of the World Congress of Families, visited Serbia as early as 2016 in an attempt to install the yearly Walks for the Family, Beta 2016. WCF's chosen associate was the small, ultra-right-wing party that models its politics on Germany's D. Once it became clear that they lack agility in the Serbian political arena, WCF changed partners. Together with Martins, Brazil's Secretary of State for Family and Government, Brown participated at a large event organized under the auspices of this ruling party and several Serbian ministries in the fall of 2022, IFAM News Serbia, 2022. Interestingly, the event gained unexpectedly little visibility in Serbia itself, which may be ascribed to the volte-face politics of the ruling regime. In the meantime, however, certain post-Yugoslav actors also became prominent exporters of the transnational anti-gender mobilizations. Croatian anti-gender actors occupy very significant positions in the transnational networks. Serves as one of the two European coordinators of the Vision Network, formerly known as Agenda Europe 4 in autumn 2024. One of the network's closed-door conferences took place in Zagreb, Croatia's capital, and was met with feminist protests under the slogan, "Not in our city, we know your agenda, 2024. More recently, in December 2024, Croatian member of the European Parliament Stephen was elected president of the Political Network for Values, 2024. He has played an important role in one of Croatia's earliest anti-gender successes, the 2013 referendum that constitutionally defined marriage as a union between a man and a woman. Miniature Showroom. This book can be read in different ways. It will be indispensable for the researchers who focus on concrete country cases, especially those that until now did not receive enough attention. The differences that exist between the countries that used to be one country can be productively applied in comparative projects, those that focus on religions, regions, levels of Europeanization, or the role of nationalism in anti-gender mobilizations. We propose a reading which positions the post-Yugoslav space as a miniature showroom of how anti-gender politics germinates and branches out. In other words, the collected volume shows how the implementations of discursive and policy strategies lead to complementary results in purportedly emphatically different contexts, although at a different pace. This is also one of the reasons why we insisted on the term anti-gender mobilizations in the title of this book. We intentionally refrained from using the term anti-gender movements, despite the fact that a significant portion of contemporary scholarly discussions on the phenomenon of gender ideology refer specifically to a particular form of movement or counter-movement, 2019. The use of this term might imply that one is dealing with a social movement. However, today's anti-gender politics is administered by a wide variety of actors and is not reducible to a more or less spontaneous or organized coming together of people with shared values and societal visions. The term campaign in 2017, previously chosen to illustrate that the anti-gender project is not a bottom-up mobilization by civil society actors alone, also has its limitations, reflective of the rapid transformations in the field of anti-gender politics. Campaigns may imply that the anti-gender project manifests as one-off organized protests focusing primarily on specific actions, making insufficient room for the state's enforcement of a new political order, something we have in the meantime witnessed in Brazil, Poland, Hungary, Argentina, Russia, and elsewhere. If the post-Yugoslav space is understood as a miniature that provides an insight into how anti-gender politics evolves and spreads, we discern many and different types of actions that fall under the anti-gender rubric. Thus, there are state actors that tactically use gender ideology to aggravate the status of gender equality. There are groups turned into parties, warping the political center further to the right. There are real concerned citizens, amassed by a throng of virtual warriors and faux concerned citizens, invented by conservative intellectuals, influencers, and media pundits. There are church officials who work as the background support, and those who are vocal but try to appear as human rights activists, and yet those who lead the people in mass rallies in all respects resembling nationalist meetings of yore. There are those who express concern for our children and our women, and those who proudly display rampant. In some cases, anti-gender discourses blend with the good old nationalist and homophobia. In others, they appear as whitewashed appeals to common sense and freedom of speech. In some countries, such as Croatia, we indeed see a formation of a solid countermovement. In others, such as North Macedonia, we see an accelerated synergy of actions, while in Serbia there is a complete societal capture, al. 2023, in which anti-gender campaigns play a significant role on demand. Despite many differences arising from the national contexts, related to religious activism, political culture, recent economic and political developments, or the position with regard to the EU, in all the 7 states we observe certain kinds of mobilizations revolving around gender. Reflecting on the moment in which we find ourselves, in which we witness both top-down and bottom-up anti-gender actions in the East and the West and in the global South, where anti-gender palaver penetrates not only the far right but also the center and left political discourses, when it moves both the people and the elites, leaving the fringes of the political life, we propose the term mobilization as a proper descriptor of the state of anti-gender politics today. Although vague, the term may more accurately encompass the diverse range of campaigns, the wide array of anti-gender actors involved, the complicity between the state and actors, and the transformation of these actors into political players aiming to compete for and become part of the state apparatus. Ultimately, the term mobilization is broad enough to incorporate minor or proto-actions, one-off or full-fledged campaigns, social or political movements, as well as government initiatives, all of which lead to a restructuring of the political life that we can observe today. 3 main lines of division. The cases discussed in this book cannot be unified into a single movement or even a series of parallel movements. Therefore, it is essential to distinguish between varying degrees and forms of mobilization, which in some cases remain in a nascent stage, or, as some authors in the book emphasize, in the form of proto-anti-gender mobilization. In these cases, conservative initiatives are still largely rooted in nationalist and religious discourses, where gender is neither necessary nor a priority, as the old frameworks still function as effective mobilizing tools. Nonetheless, it is evident that in others, most notably Croatia and Slovenia, there exists a discernible anti-gender mobilization that amalgamates various conservative, religious, and far-right actors. We propose 3 main lines through which anti-gender mobilizations in 7 successor states of Yugoslavia can be distinguished. The first line is religious. The fact that the anti-gender idea originated in the context of the Roman Catholic Church may explain why anti-gender frames first gained traction in Croatia, where national identity is closely intertwined with Catholic identity, and in Slovenia, the second predominantly Catholic country in the region. This aspect must also be understood in the context of the new evangelization and the strategic action plans of the Slovenian and Croatian Roman Catholic churches for the re-evangelization of secularized areas, in which lay Catholics play a significant role. The countries with the Orthodox majority were slower in response. For example, the Serbian Orthodox Church issued no official statement which would comprise anti-gender elements until 2018. Although blatantly crude in its opposition to any form of emancipation, the Orthodox Church remained focused on larger national issues and began to couple them with the social ones, now gathered under the umbrella of gender ideology only when these could be proclaimed to be a top national priority. For now, this is the case in Serbia and North Macedonia, while Montenegro has more pressing concerns. In addition, organizing on ground was mainly reserved for the progressives, as the active engagement of the concerned believers is generally rare in Orthodox tradition. This also explains why anti-gender vocabulary entered the political arena primarily through the societally marginal channels, created by the concerned intellectuals who, despite invoking Orthodox values, were never openly endorsed by the Church until their collaboration became politically opportune. Finally, in the countries with the Muslim majority, Bosnia and Herzegovina and Kosovo, anti-gender mobilizations are by far the slowest to emerge. The second line, which geographically overlaps with the religious one, concerns membership of the European Union. In the member states, the anti-gender discourse is closely intertwined with a phenomenon not unique to them. With the increasing shift of the European Union to the right and even to the radical right is deepening, although manifesting in different ways. In the context of post-Yugoslav member states, is associated with resistance to identity politics and political correctness, and with the spread of fear-based politics that warn of the threat to family and traditional values posed by progressive European equality policies. This also serves as an entry point for nationalist actors who join anti-gender mobilizations because they see gender ideology as an attack on national authenticity. Anti-gender, predominantly observed in Croatia and Slovenia, therefore stems from criticism of the current state of affairs in the EU, coupled with a desire to reform the Union rather than reject it outright. On the other hand, in the states candidates for the EU membership, the politics is increasingly shaped in terms of disenchantment, fatigue, or outright opposition to European values. The long-standing societal disjunction between traditionalists, nationalists, and pro-European liberals, established in the 1990s and in the 2000s, is giving way to a tacit or a vociferous rejection of the EU, either because it infringes on national sovereignty or because it prioritizes stability, legitimizing the authoritarian predatory regimes in power. Rather than opposing European identity politics, they want to be let alone to foster their own, so profoundly different, identity. In this, most of the EU candidates, except for Kosovo, lean on Russian guidance. The third line that divides the post-Yugoslav space into two groups, although we should speak of a continuum rather than a binary division, is the issue of the nationalist framework and its entanglement with anti-gender discourses. In geographical terms, this line of division differs from the previous two and refers more to the pace of the penetration of anti-gender vernacular. On the one hand, there is an almost complete overlap of the two frameworks. Yesterday's crude nationalists are today's warriors against gender equality, having readjusted their narrative to fit into a global frame. In their discursive framings, the EU member states, Croatia and Slovenia, resemble Poland and Italy more than their post-Yugoslav neighbors in construing their main societal divide. Serbia and North Macedonia, the non-members, blend the older forms of nationalism, anti-EU and anti-gender elements, producing a novel form of hyper-nationalist grievance politics. On the other hand, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo, and to some extent Montenegro, we see how the unimpeded dominance of the nationalist framework prevents the flourishing of the anti-gender framework. The war-produced institutional ethnic shape of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo's contested statehood, and the perseverance of the national divide in Montenegro seem to keep the old nationalisms in place as the strongest force for which anti-gender embellishments are not necessary, yet. The fact that the 7 countries once shared the same legislation does not seem to play a significant role in contemporary anti-gender movements. What plays a more substantial role, however, is what the countries did with this legislation after the dissolution of Yugoslavia. For instance, several countries have retained the constitutional right to abortion, which stands in the way of active and effective anti-gender mobilization against it. The Croatian case, neatly documented in this volume, shows the direct lineage between early anti-abortion and today's anti-gender mobilizations. Thus, although abortion has the power to stir conservative reactions, the real breakthroughs in public attention are mainly achieved in the legislative areas that were not regulated by Yugoslav legislation: same-sex partnerships, sex-gender education, non-sexist language, gender-based violence, and the like. The roots of anti-gender mobilizations. Studies on the anti-gender movement often cite the mass French protests organized by the Poor Network in 2012 and 2013 as a pivotal moment when the discourse on gender ideology entered the broader public sphere. Similarly, the high-profile Croatian referendum in 2013 on the constitutional definition of marriage can be considered a significant breakthrough in bringing this discourse to public attention. However, the roots of anti-gender mobilizations in the post-Yugoslav space are somewhat older, dating back to the latter half of the first decade of the new millennium. The term gender ideology first appeared in the debate on sex education in Croatia in 2006 and 2017, coinciding with the formation of the initial groups of concerned parents who would play a crucial role in the Croatian anti-gender movement in the subsequent years. In 2006, however, the term gender ideology was not yet widely known or used as a central rhetorical figure for the nascent movement. In Slovenia, the first anti-gender groups emerged in the autumn of 2009, when the Slovenian government introduced a draft reform of the family code, which included a proposal for marriage equality. The origins of anti-gender mobilizations in Croatia and Slovenia can be clearly linked to the religious context of these two predominantly Catholic countries, as the idea of the existence of some kind of gender agenda originated within the Roman Catholic Church, 2015. The Orthodox Church's engagement with these issues has a different trajectory. National issues take precedence over social ones, and the position of the Church in political matters, despite the proclaimed secularity of the state, is always significant. The synergy between the national churches and the states, together with the Church's ecclesiastical populism, 2024 modifies the of the church officials. This is clearly shown in the case of Serbia, where in the first decade of the new millennium the Serbian Orthodox Church pursued the politics of silence on matters of becoming increasingly vocal in 2009, when the law, the EU condition for visa liberalization, was debated in the parliament. The argument was framed as a mixture of Serbian tradition and human rights, but the coarseness of the church's homophobia came to the fore already the next year, on the occasion of the first successful Pride March termed as Parade of Shame, contamination of the capital by Sodom's pest, declaration of war, even genocide, 2022, 439. In a captured society that Serbia gradually became under the authoritarian rule of synergic relation between the state and the church turned into a form of church capture, silent during the moments when tactical prevailed openly, if not enthusiastically supporting the lesbian PM. And 2024, 2022, 2023, true to itself when allowed to freely express its anti-emancipatory sentiments with the turn of the political tide in 2022, after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Ever since, despite the flood of unresolved national political issues in which the Church's interests normally lie, Serbian Orthodox Church has been leading the battle against gender ideology, focusing primarily on gender-sensitive language. The echoes of this reverberate in the neighboring Orthodox countries, albeit in different politically fitting ways, primarily in Montenegro and the Serbian part of Bosnia and Herzegovina, but also in North Macedonia. This also explains the Serbian curiosity, the fact that gender ideology arrived in 2017 in a fully secular guise, spearheaded by conservative intelligentsia. In Montenegro, the term first appeared in 2019 in connection with the baptism of a transgender person, rapidly transforming into a tool against emancipatory politics in the hands of Serbian Orthodox priests. In North Macedonia, it surfaced in 2017 in the context of the Istanbul Convention, echoing Croatian battles around its ratification, but became more pronounced in 2020 with the educational reform targeting gender-sensitive and comprehensive sexuality education. In all three countries, very negative reactions to pride parades also played a significant role in introducing anti-gender discourse. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, the main conduit for anti-gender ideology is the Catholic Church, although with a limited reach, as well as of recent, the Serbian Orthodox Church in the entity of. Similarly, in Kosovo, these two churches have almost no resonance, since the majority of the population identifies as Muslim. Both countries are, however, by a strong opposition to furthering LGBTQ equality, which opens the doors widely to the adaptation of political homophobia into gender ideology discourse. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, and Kosovo, as the chapters in this book demonstrate, there are emerging signs of anti-gender rhetoric in political contexts, which is likely to evolve into full-fledged anti-gender mobilization in the coming years, similar to what we currently observe in Slovenia, Croatia, Serbia, and North Macedonia, where anti-gender mobilizations grew from isolated critiques and campaigns to structured, influential mobilizations. Reflecting broader socio-political dynamics and the persistent influence of conservative and religious ideologies. Factors facilitating anti-gender mobilizations. Marriage equality, which has often served as a catalyst for anti-gender campaigns in Europe, did not play a prominent role in the post-Yugoslav space, except for Slovenia and in part Croatia. Instead, the focus has predominantly been on education, whether it be sex education, gender-sensitive education, or education about gender-based violence. The reason for this is twofold. First, the issue of marriage equality as opposed to civil partnerships has not yet reached the top of the political agenda in most of these countries. Nonetheless, certain cases, such as Serbia and Kosovo, testify that civil partnerships can be as inflammatory, igniting or flaring up anti-gender discourses. Second, the primary anchor for anti-gender mobilization became the image of the innocent child, closely linked to educational issues and its place in the school system. This framework facilitated mobilization in Croatia as early as 2006 under the pretext of protecting children, a tactic also employed in Slovenia, albeit through the lens of same-sex adoptions. Notably, the Slovenian movement even incorporated children into the name of their campaign. Children are at stake. In contrast, although education features prominently in the eastern parts of the post-Yugoslav space, the trope of the innocent child merged easily with the politically more conspicuous figure of the family and nation under threat. The focus on education is significant, as it plays a crucial role in social reproduction alongside other institutions like family and church. According to, in 1977, education is uniquely effective in securing social reproduction because it presents itself as an objective and impartial space, while actually transmitting the cultural capital of dominant classes and reinforcing existing social hierarchies. This role of education is particularly evident in debates around sex education and gender-sensitive education, which highlight tensions within this triad of social reproduction, as education may diverge from the values upheld by the family and church, leading to conflicts over societal norms. Other significant factors facilitating anti-gender mobilizations in some of the former Yugoslav states are connected to broader geopolitical changes, primarily Russia's strategic repositioning as an ideological counterpoint to the European Union. While the EU is perceived as propagating feminist and LGBTQ ideas, sometimes derogatorily referred to as and setting respect for LGBTQ rights as a condition for EU membership, Russia presents itself as the antithesis to these values, by its infamous anti-gay legislation, later also adopted by Bulgaria and Hungary, a beacon of a liberal democracy and the neighborly exemplar to emulate. While anti-gender mobilizations in Slovenia and Croatia, both EU members, do not align with the growing anti-EU stance, this sentiment is significantly more pronounced in Serbia, North Macedonia, and to some extent Bosnia and Herzegovina, especially in its Serbian entity. Anti-gender actors in Slovenia and Croatia may criticize Brussels and accuse the EU centers of power of propagating gender ideology, but these critiques are aimed at reforming the EU to return to its Christian roots, rather than dismantling it or proposing leaving the EU. 5 anti-gender actors highlight the unfulfilled promises of economic and social convergence with the developed West, and the fact that, as noted by 2019, what was imported instead, often with a patronizing attitude, were lessons on correct attitudes and values. Such actions are part of a general course within the EU. The situation differs in the EU candidate countries, where prolonged accession processes left people distrustful about the prospects of joining the EU. These sentiments have deepened during economic crises and have been co-opted by populist and anti-gender actors that now portray Europe as the source of all societal problems, positioning Russia as a relevant alternative. Pro-Russian sentiments are particularly strong in Serbia, but they have an important role in Montenegro and North Macedonia. It is important to emphasize that the EU, with its endless promises, actually inadvertently enables the productive collaboration between the anti-EU stance and conservative shifts. Alongside other forms of colonization, we can also speak of the bureaucratic colonization which fuels anti-gender movements. Candidate countries are perceived as colonies of European mandates, particularly those from Brussels. This ambivalent attitude towards the EU includes a strong emphasis on protecting national authenticity and sovereignty against Western ideas and concepts. Engagement with gender ideas is portrayed as an internal enemy betraying national interests and capitulating to the West. This approach mirrors the anti-gender narratives observed in Poland, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, and elsewhere, where illiberal transformations have leveraged similar rhetoric. Anti-gender actors present themselves as defenders of the broader community, resisting gender ideologists who allegedly bow to the foreign interests, such as conspiracies led by George and foreign institutions, the EU, Western embassies, etc. This framing not only delegitimizes progressive political figures and voices, but also vilifies marginalized social groups, reinforcing nationalist and xenophobic sentiments. Continuations and disruptions. The anti-gender mobilizations in the post-Yugoslav space exhibit significant continuities with the nationalist and religious conservative ideologies of the 1990s. In other words, the nationalist context of the anti-gender movements in the former Yugoslav space places anti-gender strategies within the old framework of nationalist struggles, interpreting the nation through a blood and kinship perspective, 2004. This perspective is fundamentally based on an understanding of the traditional family as the cornerstone of the nation, with reproduction as its primary function. In this part of the world, trad wives were rediscovered a long time ago, if for the reasons of the general precarity of the post-socialist populations hit hard by wars, almost exclusively at a symbolical level. Post-Yugoslav trad wives were supposed to reject the devious socialists that turned them into workers and breadwinners, to return home and be catered for, give birth to as many Serbian, Slovenian, Croatian, etc. children, since the nation was in dire need of repopulating, having shrunk from its previous Yugoslav size to always too small a numbers of Serbs, Slovenes, Croats, etc. However, compared to today's trad wives, there was nothing alluring about their situation. In the process of inventing our own true traditions, traditional wives were supposed to embody the epic poetry characters whose life was one of endurance, suffering, and self-sacrifice for the nation. Although it is hardly imaginable that women believed it was their sacred duty to bear sons to die in the national battles, this was the symbolic frame of the new womanhood in the militarized 1990s, everywhere except for Slovenia. Those who openly rebelled against it or desired families with a different form were seen as the enemies of the nation building. Feminists and queers, especially when they overtly opposed the war, were an obstacle in the project of making our country great again. Although the transnational language of gender ideology differs, not only in terms of vocabulary, gender six was never a concept used in the older nationalist framings, but even more so in terms of its polished outlook in comparison with the rough wartime. The old frame proved porous and capable of stretching. Therefore, we can draw a direct line between the internal enemies from the period of the making of our country great again and today, when our country is under threat yet again. Internally, the threat comes from the supporters of gender ideology, who are accused of undermining the nation from within, deteriorating its demographic composition, and conflicting with the nation's cisgender, heteronormative authenticity. The internal supporters cohort is quite diverse and comprises of all those who supposedly back the non-conforming familial practices, be those feminists, LGBTIQ+ groups, vicious individuals who fund or allegedly promote their visibility, the states that play according to dictates from above, the elites that lobby against majoritarian ways of life, the immigrants that threaten to replace us, or the corporations that finance depravity, all of whom loom as a far greater danger to society than the lack of systemic support for the betterment of lives and preservation of those equalities already achieved. Al. 2024, 582. This long list of evildoers shows as well that the old external enemy evolved beyond the neighboring nations of the 1990s to a transnational level, functioning as an empty signifier akin to gender ideology. The external enemy is sometimes represented by Brussels and the European Union, Western LGBTQ and feminist movements, or Western values more broadly. Nonetheless, the pattern of articulating gender issues as instruments of oppression, most often Western, fits in the nationalist war frame. The chapter on Croatia is particularly useful in highlighting this continuity, demonstrating that the anti-gender strategies related to abortion are indeed a consequence of unsuccessful anti-abortion mobilizations in the 1990s. Deeply rooted in the legacy of religious conservative activism, but donned in new, more civilian clothes, Croatian mobilizations are characterized by the proactive and anticipatory strategies that leverage democratizing and Europeanizing shifts to reformulate their agendas. Instead of being merely reactive, they adopted an assertive stance on abortion, seeking suitable political opportunities to address this old issue, with new strategies more secular, human rights-oriented, and employing social welfare responsibility frames. The link between old and new old-style homophobic statements of ethno-nationalist politicians and religious leaders, and the laundered statement on the threat to the human rights of the majority, is emphasized in the Bosnian case too, which in terms of pace stays far behind the Croatian one. In Serbia, the discourse against gender ideology relies heavily on the old tropes of domestic traitors and foreign mercenaries. The one figure that connects the traitors and mercenaries today and in the 1990s is this almost ubiquitous perpetrator against national sovereignties around the world. Anti-gender actors also remain tied to one of the most powerful social tropes, that of the victim, used lavishly in all corners of the post-Yugoslav space. All post-Yugoslav states fought to establish their national majorities using various strategies, from constitutional redefinitions, erasures of legal status, creation of artificial ethnic divisions, to ethnic cleansing, war-related displacements, and war crimes. Shaw and 2013. This led not only to the material and symbolic destruction of far too many lives, but also produced an enduring victimhood narrative that was carefully groomed for the maintenance of the narrative of us against them, others, especially minorities, having more rights than they deserve or are due, of us being the greatest victims whose redemption always remains postponed, is part and parcel of the majoritarian discourse in the post-Yugoslav space. We find it in Sarajevo, where queer people are supposedly safer than a woman in a hijab. Nobody cares for her safety, whereas the entire city shuts down for the Pride March. We see it in Ljubljana, where concerned citizens co-opt the language of feminist and queer movements, portraying themselves as a minority in their own country. We find it in Belgrade, where anti-gender intellectuals claim that theirs is a minority scientific viewpoint, because gender ideology dominates Serbian academia, which turns them into isolated heroes who dare speak truth to power. We encounter it in Zagreb, where the Croatian Catholic Church depicts itself as a silenced actor. We see it in Skopje, where our children with disabilities are homeless, and our hospital patients are discriminated against by the state that hazards them to discuss the discrimination of LGBTQ people, presumably not ours, presumably never homeless, never with disabilities, or in need of hospital care. As patently preposterous as these claims are, they all tie in well with the already neatly developed post-Yugoslav victimhood narratives. In some contexts, however, nationalist tensions, including those between religious denominations, remain pivotal mobilizing elements in maintaining the old grievances. Their gender ideology is not yet necessary since old strategies remain effective and operational. Despite detectable differences, it is evident that the anti-gender mobilizations in the post-Yugoslav space thrive on an interplay of heteronormativity, patriarchy, and ethnic divisions, restored and intensified during and after the wars of the 1990s. This continuity, however, does not preclude changes. Unlike the 1990s, when gender and sexuality were not primary ideological, modern anti-gender mobilizations have reframed homophobic sentiments to target gender ideology, thereby attracting new supporters across a wider demographic. Strategic shifts in rhetoric are designed also to direct the politics of fear, 2015 towards even more fundamental dimensions of identity, such as gender. Consequently, narratives from the 1990s have been, and we fear, will be repackaged further to suit contemporary contexts. Notwithstanding cultural, economic, and political changes, homophobia and patriarchal regimes have remained robust structures, enabling anti-gender mobilization to persist as a continuation of old struggles in new garbs. Anti-gender actors. Our research corroborates the findings of the majority of studies on anti-gender movements and its actors. The post-Yugoslav anti-gender network comprises various actors from civil society, concerned parents, concerned citizens, silent citizens, right-wing intellectuals, religious communities, and political parties. In both Slovenia and Croatia, the initiators of the movement were newly formed groups of concerned parents operating under the aegis of the Roman Catholic Church. However, this relationship, particularly in Slovenia, is mostly kept in the background in a supporting role, partly due to secularization processes and the Church's diminishing influence in the public sphere. This is, however, not the case with all religious institutions. In an ultimately successful assault on the gender equality law, overturned in the summer of 2024, the Patriarch of the Serbian Orthodox Church had the most prominent role, consistently stating that the law imposes an artificial way of life that goes against the grain of Serbian identity. The monster created of the law is, for example, captured in the Patriarch's claim that people who live here do not accept that mothers and fathers become parents number 1 and 2, perhaps even 3 and 4. We do not want our children not to know who their mother is, who a father is, and by that not knowing who they themselves are. 2024, where there were absolutely no traces of such a possibility in the gender equality law passed in 2021. After a long period of silence, and more than a year after the law's passing, the Church took over the shepherding role from conservative intellectuals, wholeheartedly supporting the litanies of grave and solemn masses, organized as a response to the Europride March in the autumn of 2022. The concerned citizens of Serbia walked behind the banner, "Take your hands off our children," overseen by Saints Chetnik and Vladimir on posters. These magical mass purifications with incense and chanting were also seen in North Macedonia, where the Macedonian Orthodox Church mixes common-sense argumentation with mystical portrayal of the demonic forces that bring about death and slavery to the Macedonian people. The groups of concerned citizens have been joined by others, primarily nationalist groups and far-right parties, but also, as in the case of North Macedonia, humanitarian organizations. War veterans groups, i.g. in Croatia, also play a specific role, advocating for the nativist, traditionalist visions of the country they fought for and incorporating anti-gender rhetoric. It is significant to note that some anti-gender groups have later transformed into political parties in Croatia or in Slovenia, or that existing parties have adopted anti-gender ideology as part of their official political agenda, Gora in Montenegro. Strategic alliance between church institutions, right-wing political parties, and media outlets have the presence of anti-gender discourse in both public and parliamentary arenas. There are also clear instances of opportunistic synergies, and 2022, where certain actors collaborate to promote anti-gender ideology to achieve specific political goals, even if they do not necessarily share the same understanding of key social issues. In Slovenia, there has been cooperation between anti-gender and anti-abortion actors, in Croatia between right-wing political parties and anti-gender actors, and in North Macedonia between right-wing parties, pro-Russian nationalists, and anti-gender actors. In Serbia, with an openly lesbian prime minister, who served 3 terms, the longest service in the history of Serbian statehood, the catch-all regime governs the scene in which various actors perform anti-gender politics on demand, when that is politically opportune. However, despite the differences, there is a common thread: the strategic use of alliances between political, religious, and civil society actors to propagate anti-gender ideologies. The actors adapt their strategies to local contexts, employing a mixture of secular and religious rhetoric to mobilize support and frame their resistance as a defense of national and traditional values against perceived foreign threats, both internal and external. Discursive strategies. The discursive strategies employed by anti-gender actors across the post-Yugoslav space reveal a sophisticated and context-specific adaptation of rhetoric aimed at broadening their appeal and influence. In the early stages of anti-gender mobilizations, gender ideology lacked the mobilizing power necessary to galvanize widespread public support. Consequently, anti-gender actors framed their discourse around the threats posed by LGBTQ lobbies, or academic elites, or political elites, or left-wing and pro-European political actors, or new forms of totalitarianism, presenting them as antagonists undermining traditional societal structures. Anti-gender actors strategically reference LGBTQ issues to propagate the interpretation that difficult social conditions of the common people, including poverty, inequality, and the erosion of the welfare state, are not being addressed in politics, which is now excessively focused on LGBTQ rights and issues. Furthermore, anti-gender actors suggest that if only the system were maintained, societal conditions would improve. This notion underscores the central message of anti-gender mobilizations. The solution to all contemporary social, economic, cultural, and political complexities lies in reverting to simpler times when there was no gender, when sexuality was equal to heterosexuality, when children were non-sexual, and women spent their lives bearing children to one man who did what he had to do to put food on the table. Since such a world never really existed, its restoration is not only impossible, but the discourse surrounding it serves primarily to produce and spread moral panic, further deepening the social divisions it claims to address and resolve. By presenting a return to imagined past patriarchal structures as a panacea for any and all actual issues, anti-gender discourses rely on gross simplifications. It is hardly imaginable that the world would become more stable and authentic if only progressive gender and sexual rights were rejected. Religion has a key role in the restoration narratives. In the post-Yugoslav space, as in other post-socialist countries, the return of religion was overwhelmingly important not only in combating the deviant socialist modernity, but also in defining the new old national identities. The anti-gender use of religion is, however, not to be equated with the old nationalist moralizing, or. Its message is broader and attempts to appeal to large swaths of populations, believers and non-believers alike. In Slovenia and Croatia, with Slovenia also being increasingly secularized, anti-gender actors tend to avoid strict biblical and moralizing discourses, although moral arguments do appear, particularly concerning the rhetorical figure of the innocent child. The appeals to our moral responsibility to protect our children belong to this discourse. The language used does not reference religious doctrines, but is predominantly secular. It partly addresses affective concerns, concerned or worried parents, and partly employs pseudo-scientific arguments, anchoring them in the democratic principles, violating human rights of the child and trampling the rights of parents and democratic procedures. In a bizarre twist of discursive events, it also relies on appropriation of the typically feminist and LGBTQ terminology, invoking tolerance, discrimination, human rights, freedom, etc. These human rights-related concepts are used to achieve undemocratic and anti-human rights goals, interpreting freedom as an unassailable right to exclude and be aggressive towards those who deviate from the dominant religious dogmas and nationalist demographic ideals of the good proper citizen. In the countries where the more explicitly religious discourse is part of anti-gender mobilizations, it also does not dominate the entire anti-gender discourse. Even in these contexts, such as Serbia or North Macedonia, pseudo-scientific and legal discourses, as well as appeals to human rights, appear alongside religious rhetoric. The discursive strategies diagnosed in the chapter on Slovenia, reliance on conspiracy theories, manipulation of temporal perspectives, and the deployment of affects can be discerned in the entire post-Yugoslav region, regardless of the level of the secularization of the religious discourse in the background. The issue of pseudoscience deserves particular attention, as it plays a crucial role in the context of anti-gender mobilizations and appears in all countries regardless of their cultural and political differences. Pseudoscience manifests in anti-gender discourses as misleading, distorted, or entirely incorrect interpretations of existing psychological, sociological, and other studies. It is almost entirely reducible to the simple labeling of professional findings that do not align with the ideological beliefs of anti-gender actors as ideological and as forms of indoctrination. Such assessments also come from scientists who exploit their academic titles to legitimize quasi-scientific anti-gender positions. In some countries, such scientific figures are renegades within their disciplines, while in others, despite their claims to the opposite, they represent the mainstream academia with a voice in various media outlets. In some cases, religious leaders pose as public intellectuals, which allows them to productively use pseudoscientific perspectives, blended with religious arguments or not. Pseudoscience appears in the guise of scientific neocolonialism as well, materialized through the visits of alleged foreign scientists and experts, actually anti-gender actors, to the post-Yugoslav region where they conduct lectures and trainings. Judith's visit in 2013 to Croatia represented a pivotal moment, as it introduced the tactic of citing manipulated scientific evidence to reinforce pre-existing biases. Similarly, the visits by the political scientist Marguerite A. in Slovenia and Serbia in 2024 pursued the same objectives. In Slovenia, promoted the Slovenian translation of her 2023 book, The Globalization of the Western Cultural Revolution, whilst visit to Belgrade was instrumental in the assault on the gender equality law. Unexpectedly for a country where gender ideology dominates the academia, as claimed by the unyielding right-wing intelligentsia, gave a lecture at the Faculty of Philology, where she, coming from the West, confirmed the bitter truth already known to the conservative circles, that the West is to blame for imposing the anthropological battle on humanity, backing off from the Christ's way. In the Anti-Gender Hall of Fame, Jordan and have their rightful places, sometimes side by side. Across the post-Yugoslav space, and globally within anti-gender movements, the legal discursive strategy is also prevalent. It is most salient in the context of the invocation of parents' rights to raise their children as they see fit. Historically, outside the context of anti-gender movements, there have been conflicts between two rights, the right to education and the right of parents to educate their children according to their religious and philosophical beliefs. The European Court of Human Rights has adjudicated on this matter multiple times, consistently prioritizing the right to education, provided that the school curriculum is presented in a critical, pluralistic manner without indoctrination, and 2017. Despite this precedent, the argument of parental rights is intensely employed in anti-gender rhetoric. The focus is not primarily on a moralistic or effective frame, although these elements are collaterally targeted, but rather on a legalistic frame that cites international documents and national legislation to support this right. The argument posits that children must be shielded from information and knowledge about gender and sexuality, as such exposure allegedly threatens them, sexualizes their minds, and coerces them into changing their gender. This frame embodies a form of anti-intellectualism and anti-expertise, suggesting that parents should freely intervene in official school curricula and dictate educational content, bypassing the professional judgment of educational staff and the professional autonomy of teachers. In the countries that only recently began to allow for private elementary schooling, and without a tradition of homeschooling, this discourse clearly represents what an import from different educational contexts looks like. The lack of a coherent alternative to the proclaimed bias in the curriculum also reflects this. The solution to an imposed education is its often preemptive banning, maintaining the status, justified by the traditional values that the existing educational system purportedly reflects. Finally, there is a very recent discursive shift evidenced across the entire post-Yugoslav space. At its center is the transgender individual. This new emphasis, primarily visual in nature, leverages imagery predominantly from the Western media, often conflating transgender identities with drag queen personas, creating confusion and misinformation. This strategy aims to elicit negative emotions, such as aversion and fear. In the context of anti-gender rhetoric, trans has become a visual representation of the perceived transformation of Western society due to the acceptance of gender ideology. These dystopian images depict a world where traditional notions of masculinity and femininity are abolished with the purpose of generating moral panic. In the context where anti-gender rhetoric has been long-standing, these images serve as the purported empirical evidence supporting the claims of earlier anti-gender actors. Additionally, anti-trans frames are particularly effective in relation to the figure of the innocent child, further amplifying the intended impact. In the context where anti-gender mobilizations came later, trans scare almost replaced all other issues, appearing as a felicitous argument to stall all other progressive policies. Conclusion: the missing hidden connection. When we initiated this project, we began with two hypotheses. The first one was that there is a secret bond between feminist and LGBTQ organizations in the post-Yugoslav space. This bond, we further hypothesized, must be strengthened by the growth of the new type of populist politics, which due to its particularly anti-gender twist affects these actors directly. Anti-gender mobilizations in the region have been contributing to the revitalization of feminist and LGBTQ movements in these countries, solidifying the secret bond and fostering alliance in the face of a common threat, anti-gender mobilizations. This book serves as compelling evidence of this phenomenon, as do numerous events, conferences, and workshops on this topic held across the former Yugoslav region. A notable example is the first Gender Summit in North Macedonia in the autumn of 2023, which was dedicated to the discussions on anti-gender mobilizations and on enhancing connections between feminist and LGBTQ groups. Our second initial thesis proposed that there is a hidden connection among anti-gender actors across the post-Yugoslav space, facilitated by gender as symbolic glue, and 2015. This concept, one of the first and most frequently cited in anti-gender studies, explains how gender and the notion of gender ideology unite diverse groups of actors, even when they do not fully agree on all issues or share identical ideological positions. Our comparative analysis reveals that gender functions as a particularly strong symbolic glue when anti-gender actors within individual states in the post-Yugoslav space collaborate and exchange ideas and strategies with their transnational counterparts. However, gender becomes much less sticky and powerful when it comes to cross-border collaborations among anti-gender actors within the post-Yugoslav region itself. Unlike feminist and LGBTQ movements, which have historically transcended religious and nationalist boundaries within what used to be Yugoslavia, anti-gender actors have yet to achieve similar cross-boundary collaboration as they remain predominantly confined within their religious and national frameworks. This, after all, cannot come as a surprise given the decades-old work on fortifying nationalist divisions and building different, apparently incompatible, traditions on which our traditional values are based. The aftermath of the wars in the 1990s, which entrenched these boundaries, continues to pose a significant barrier for anti-gender actors. This is not to say that partial collaborations are non-existent. Slovenian and Croatian anti-gender actors do cooperate, primarily united by shared religious affiliations. However, the nationalist factions within these movements are likely less supportive of solidifying bonds, given that Slovenian nationalism often emphasizes cultural superiority, progressiveness, and a more European identity compared to the rest of the Balkan people, including Croats. The Orthodox axis displays similar readiness for exchange. The colonizing role of the Serbian Orthodox Church is also significant, at least in relation to Montenegro, where it serves as the main channel for transporting anti-gender campaigns from Serbia, and with significant echoes in North Macedonia. The post-Yugoslav context thus illustrates that while gender remains central to contemporary political and cultural struggles, national divisions and religion often pose a stronger barrier to collaboration, even among those who rely on gender as a tool to advance their populist agendas. These findings underscore the limitations of symbolic glue in contexts where nationalistic and religious divisions remain deeply entrenched. In the post-Yugoslav space, these boundaries stand in the way of a solid and productive, hidden connection among anti-gender actors, preventing synergistic effects of anti-gender mobilizations in the countries that once constituted a political entity called Yugoslavia. Instead, in order to preserve their restored traditions, the local anti-gender defenders of home and hearth prefer to translate from primary sources, the Vatican and EU countries in the West and Russia and Hungary in the East. These translations are new, but the underlying frames to which they stick are not. Despite variations in intensity and focus, anti-gender mobilizations across the post-Yugoslav space consistently reflect the enduring influence of 1990s nationalism, with its restorative of gender and sexuality to uphold nationalist and patriarchal structures. Post-Yugoslav anti-gender restorations are, in that sense, to a large extent, a novel way of the preservation of traditions reinvented and fortified some decades ago. Whereas, at that time, the traditions had to be defined through the negations of neighboring ones and the erasures of the common past, their vernacular being too local, too Balkan. Today they go global. Not only do they look like, as 2022 claimed, the avant-garde of Europe and beyond, but they now borrow global matrices to preserve what was being restored in the aftermath of Yugoslavia's dissolution in the early 1990s. Open access. This chapter is licensed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution Commercial No Derivatives 4 International License, org licenses by N40, which permits any non-commercial use, sharing, distribution, and reproduction in any medium or format, as long as you give appropriate credit to the original author S, and the source, provide a link to the Creative Commons license and indicate if you modified the license material. You do not have permission under this license to share adapted material derived from this chapter or parts of it. The images or other third-party material in this chapter are included in the chapter's Creative Commons license, unless indicated otherwise in a credit line to the material. If material is not included in the chapter's Creative Commons license and your intended use is not permitted by statutory regulation or exceeds the permitted use, you will need to obtain permission directly from the copyright holder. References: Beta, 2016. RTV. Lat 756496. M&A 2022. Gendering Dedemocratization, Gender and in Post-Communist Europe. Politics and Governance 10415. Org 10-17645 V10 I46245. P. and J.C. 1977. Reproduction in Education, Society and Culture. Sage Publications. Butler J. 2024. Who's Afraid of Gender? S.D. and House C. 2023. Dr. Frankenstein's Hydra. In Handbook of Sexuality, Gender, Health and Rights. 484-493. A. 2019. Unpacking Gender Ideology and the Global Rights Anti-Gender Countermovement. Signs, Journal of Women in Culture and Society, 44-3, 613-638. P.J. and N. 2023. Captured states and/or captured societies in the Western Balkans. Southeast European and Black Sea Studies, 24-1, 4162. 2024. Ode. Retrieved September 11, 2024, from Ode A&E 2022. Anti-Gender Politics in the Populist Moment. DDJ 2024, December 4. Stephen is the new president of Political Network for Values. Political Network for Values. Retrieved from Organ 202412. Stephen is the new president of Political Network for Values, A&A 2017. Embryo Teddy Bear Centaur and the Constitution, Mobilizations Against Gender Ideology and Sexual Permissiveness in Croatia. In R&D. Anti-Gender Campaigns in Europe, Mobilizing Against Equality. 5978. And IFAM News Serbia. 2022. The first Open World International Youth Summit officially opens in Serbia. IFAM News. The first Open World International Youth Summit officially opens in Serbia. M 2022. IU 20. 64-3, 428-453. B 2024. Ecclesiastical Populism in Contemporary Russia. The People in the Political Discourse of the Orthodox Church. Politics, Religion and Ideology, 25-2, 192-217. E&M 2015. Gender as Symbolic Glue. FEPS. Library Files Budapest 11382. R 2015. Playing with Science, Sexual Citizenship and the Roman Catholic Church Counter-Narratives in Slovenia and Croatia. Women's Studies International Forum 49, 8492. R&D. 2017. Anti-Gender Campaigns in Europe, Mobilizing Against Equality. And R&A 2017. The Anti-Gender Movement in Europe and the Educational Process in Public Schools. Center for Educational Policy Studies Journal, 7-2, 2946. Org 10-26-529-168. S. 2004. The Role of Mass Media in the Reconstitution of Nations. The Reconstitution of the Slovenian Nation through the Mass Media Representations of the Plebiscite for an Independent Slovenia, Bosnian Refugees and Non-Registered Migration, 1992-001, Doctoral Dissertation, Ljubljana. Mose M. 2023. Routing or Rerouting Europe. The Mission of Anti-Gender Politics in Eastern Europe. Problems of Post-Communism, 72, 143-152. CO&D 2023. The Disarticulation of Anti-Gender Politics in Eastern Europe, Introduction. Problems of Post-Communism, 72, 123-129. V 2023. Speech by Prime Minister at the opening of the CPAC Hungary Conference. Retrieved January 19, 2025, from N's speech by Prime Minister at the opening of the Hungary Conference D. 2020. Backlash, a misleading narrative. LSE blog. Retrieved September 11, 2024, from blogs Gender 20200330 Backlash, a misleading narrative, A. 2015. Anti-Gender, Discourse of Conservative and Far-Right Parties as a Challenge for Progressive Politics. In I&M. Gender as Symbolic Glue. 126-131. FEPS. Bay 2020. Authoritarian Right-Wing Populism as Masculinist Identity Politics, the Role of Affects. In G&J. Right-Wing Populism and Gender, European Perspectives and Beyond. 2340. Transcript. B 2025. Masculinist Identity Politics as a Strategy for Normalizing Authoritarian Right Narratives. The Cases of Germany and Austria. Journal of Contemporary European Studies, 118. Org 10108014782804202525345568. Shaw J. and I. 2013. Citizenship After Yugoslavia. K. 2023. Coming In, Sexual Politics and EU Accession in Serbia. Manchester University Press. V. 2024. Croatia Feminists Protest Anti-Abortion, Anti-LGBTQ+ Gathering in Zagreb. Balkan Insight. Retrieved January 19, 2025, from COM 202400925 Croatia Feminists Protest Anti-Abortion Anti-Gathering in Zagreb, M. 2022. The Balkans, the Tragic Avant-Garde of Europe. In A. T. and V. Reimagining the Balkans, How to Think and Teach a Region. Festschrift in honor of Maria N. 133-144. R. 2015. The Politics of Fear, What Right-Wing Populist Discourses Mean. Sage. F. 1997. The Rise of Illiberal Democracy. Foreign Affairs 79-6, 2243. E. 2019, October 30. The Neoliberal Fuel to the Anti-Gender Movement. Green European Journal. Retrieved from the Neoliberal Fuel to the Anti-Gender Movement, A and Z 2024. Gender Equality for Show, Serbian Performative. In J, A, and T. Gender, Religion, and Populism. 88105. A, J, and A 2024. Who Cares for Families? Narrative S of Return in Europe. East European Politics and Societies and Cultures, 38-2, 576-593. Says that he was very alarmed when all over Europe, but also in the USA, I perceived slogans such as "We want our country back," "Multiculturalism is over," "Let's make our country great again," or odd conspiracy theories about Jewish, more precisely just plots, jihadist invasions, or calls legitimizing a liberal democracy and praises of strong men in power. I am equally disturbed when I see new walls erected and barbed wire installed, defending the European way of life. It is then that I say to myself, wait a second, I have already experienced all this beforehand not so long ago, 2022, 133-34. Quotes the American diplomat Richard, a household name in the post-Yugoslav region back in the 1990s. Pondered on whether the elections could restore civic life to a war-ravaged country, saying, suppose the elections was declared free and fair, and those elected are racist, fascists, separatists who are publicly opposed to peace and reintegration. That is the dilemma, 1997-22. Today, this very dilemma is known all around the world. The proverbial Adam and Steve reappear in Slovenia as Adam and, while in Serbia the translation is literal, Adam and. Similarly, the alarm over the alleged replacement of father and mother with parent 1 and parent 2 emerged in the same manner across France, Italy, Slovenia, Serbia, and other countries. Vision Network Online Access January 19, 2025. CMOS 2023 for similar trends in other post-socialist EU member states. In the early 1980s, Yugoslav feminists differentiated between sex and gender, providing the translation S. Paul Rod that later found its ways into policies and laws. Slovenian language is unique in not distinguishing between sex and gender, using the same word for both. For this reason, the Slovenian translation is descriptive, differentiating between biological sex and social gender. The general European practice of not translating the term gender may be observed only in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and only with reference to institutional bodies, such as gender, I. Consequently, when the term gender ideology first appeared in Croatian, Serbian, Bosnian, Montenegrin, and Macedonian languages, it was properly translated as. Refining their strategies, anti-gender actors frequently insist on using the phonetic transcription of the word gender as or for to emphasize its foreign origin and to mark it as an imposed concept, symbolizing neocolonialism and an attack on national authenticity. Slovenia, like France, is the only one where the term gender theory, prevails over gender ideology, although both terms are used interchangeably and synonymously.